coach's dream start, right? So, I mean, if you're Major Pride, yeah, you want to replicate what you did yesterday, but it's not guaranteed if you don't get those zones, right, Jason? So, I mean, I do agree with Max. We do want to see them put up some points regardless of whatever happens when it comes to circles.
Speaking of putting up points, Twisted Minds there in last place at the moment. The first team we've seen to make a change in the middle of the day. They are struggling, but again, I would imagine with a team that does have the caliber of players on the roster, they're going to come back much stronger here day 2, whereas some teams are a little bit worried if they can maintain the pace that they did set up in day 1. And speaking of pace, we can see here Bigatron Inco. Was that Zuxi saying he's going to send Inco back to Brazil? Because let's be fair, they kind of did.
Yeah, and they're going to keep doing it today. I think BTR, I mean, look at the eliminations alone here, Hodrix, 28-16. And we also got the damage stats, not visible here, but pretty much, yeah, BTR, there's an extra 2,000 damage compared to Inco. So, like, they're fighting more, they're winning more fights right now. A lot of those fights are happening between BTR and Inco. So, right now, if a team would have to stop the fights early on, Hodrix, it would have to be Inco, realistically.
Yeah, I mean, that's for sure. I mean, Inco is performing solid. I mean, at least compared to what we saw in PMSL. I was looking at some of the stats for PMSL, and their day 1 performance during that tournament was only 14 points, right? So they got from 14 to 26. Day, though? Hey.
That means they
might as well been, right? Because, I mean, that's a totally different lobby compared to this one. So the fact that they're performing better off the rip against this style of lobby, I mean, it's a good sign at least, right?
Well, of course, they got the one, the only Hot Jukes there to support them, right?
That's right.
It gives it a little bit of a boost. Of course, if Max Spin supports you, it's the opposite of a boost. It's more of a curse. But yeah, obviously, like hot dropping, we've had our fair share of it in CSA, Max. We know Inco can be hard-headed. What's your quick take? Do you think we're still going to see hot drops today between them and BTR?
Oh yeah, they're both super stubborn. Oh yeah, oh yeah, this is happening, Jason. Do I like it? No, it's horrible. I hate it. But you know what? At least it gives something to Blank and John to talk about during the games in the start of the match. So you know what?
True.
In that sense, it's entertainment. Does it make sense? No, I find it to be very bad. But you know, they're going to keep doing it. It's very bad. Yes.
We know it's the opposite of very bad, very good. And one thing that is very good about the show here for all the players as well is the fact that we've had the Infinix GT20 Pro being the sponsor here at PMGC 2024, the official smartphone provider. And we got it from the kitchen. I'm surprised. Mine? But the fact is, I think the greatest thing about this is this has also been the official sponsor the entire year long, right? So thinking back to PMSLs, thinking back to PMWC, like this is a phone that all the players have been able to use for quite a long time now. And if you want to play like a pro, you can pick one up for yourself. But also, while you pick one up, make sure you check out all of our social media channels as well here over at PUBG Mobile, whether it's on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, or TikTok. And speaking of PUBG Mobile Esports, we still have tickets left for the finals, kicking off on the 6th of December to the 8th of December. And if you get one of these, you can actually get a free draw for some PMGC 2024 skins, not to mention to be entered into some events that are live at the venue. And you have a chance to meet Hot Jukes and wax his beard for him. As we did here before, he put the bet that Inc. are going to be top 3. So I'm excited to do that if we're there. And you know as hell, I'm going to have a lot of fun ripping every single one of those hairs off of his face. But our teams to focus, we should maybe look at here. I'm not going to start things off this time. Let's start off with you, Hot Jukes. You have Major Pride, BTR, and Alpha 7. Why'd you pick these 3 teams?
I mean, it's obvious, right? Major Pride obviously just went crazy for the entire day off the rip. So, I mean, there's no doubt you got to put them at least on your list. When it comes to Alpha 7, we saw them heat up in Miramar. You know, Miramar is where they like to just hang out and make it happen. Yeah, that comeback was crazy. So, it just goes to show that, hey, in these future days, you know they're going to come out strong. Hopefully, we can even see that today. And then BTR, right? BTR starting to look a little bit like the BTR of old, right? I mean, I'll take it. I like to see that
I think
performance.
my dog could only hear that. Hot Jukes.
That's right. That's right. Because I mean, at this point, it's shocking that I have to even say that, but in that kind of way. But I mean, BTR are performing solid. I want to see them hash this thing out with Inco.
Okay, and then Max, I believe you had Spirit there, the only person to put Spirit in your top 3. Why'd you go for Spirit?
Because it feels good to see Team Spirit back to performing well on the global stage. Of course, it's been a day, you know, we want to see that continue, hopefully. But like Nomi in particular, such a standout player. I think it's about time that he gets an MVP title globally. I think we are reaching that point. I was talking to Blank a little bit earlier about Nomi. He is still, you know, a bit split. He's pulling the Matic Classic, but it's going to be the Nomi specially. I don't know how to make it rhyme, but he is still a little bit split from the team. But regardless of that, he's still bringing the points on board. Just be careful because, as we saw Hot Jukes, the Alpha 7s, the Vampires, the BTRs, they're heating up. So if you're split and one of those teams come your way, you know you're going to have a bad time.
For sure. I mean, we saw yesterday too, a lot of the play. I mean, especially like off the rip in Sanhok, the zone went south, and every single team that landed there is the team that performed at the top, right? So you have to utilize your opportunities, especially early on, because you know these teams, these team spirits, Alpha 7s, they're gonna get more warm as time goes on, right? They're gonna get more vicious. So if you have that opportunity to put some points on the board really quickly, yeah, might as well do it. But Twisted Minds.
Well, yeah,
honestly,
Robs is back.
we should have all picked this team today because we definitely need to keep an eye on these guys, Jason.
Yeah, and we saw that Robs got taken out. I think that was after match 3, I want to say. I'm not 100% sure on that. And we saw Freak come in, but he's going to be back in the lineup here. And honestly, they need to figure out some sort of way back into this, because if they have another bad day, it's going to be pretty much a death sentence for them to try to get into top 11. Now, you can kiss top 3 goodbye for sure if you have a bad day today. If you're them, top 11 is going to be a little bit more difficult as the days go on here. And I don't necessarily know what it is. Like, they have the caliber players. They have Coops. Like,
I know.
One of the most dominant NA players we've ever seen come out of the region. But they're not really hitting what they need to.
I think I know what's going on. I was chatting with some people, some analysts and coaches in the back in like some of our cool Instagram groups. Do we have discussions happening over there? And I didn't even really think about it in retrospect, but some Twisted Minds are like renowned IGL fraggers. And I think that when we're looking at the games, right, Jukes, especially looking back on some of the map feeds from yesterday, it does seem like there's a big lack of direction. Like, we're seeing these weird splits because maybe players like are just so confident in their fragging capabilities, which of course they are great when it comes to taking fights, but maybe a little bit overconfident at time, taking off these splits. And again, no real big name IGL on the squad. So I think that's where they really are struggling here. So we need to see a good direction for this team going forward.
Yeah, for sure. We need to see just like one crazy pop-off game. Might as well see it in the Sanhok coming up right now, because I mean, well, actually,
no, it's Sanhok. No, it's
yeah, it's Sanhok. Yeah, okay, I understand. I got a little confused for a second. No, but yeah, when it comes to Sanhok, you know, that's a map where things are going to get unpredictable. We talked about this a lot, right? If you get that circle, you got to perform good. And I think Twisted Minds, they kind of need that. They need a little bit of that favor just to kind of get that momentum going. Well, you know what I'm saying?
They had a good rotation, right? They came in and got on the west side of the Southwest Island. But once they got in that position, it's like they just sat there till they died. They didn't really make any plays off the back of that. Maybe that goes back to what Max was saying about not really having that strong in-game leader to help lead the charge for your team. Because honestly, you can't come into a PMGC with just 4 fraggers. You need to have that smart-minded player who also can be a fragger, especially if we look at the likes of Doc, who we'll be seeing in the next group. A lot of in-game leaders these days can frag out and are kind of required to be able to frag out.
Yeah, I'm not just thinking about that Botation game, Jason, to be honest. I'm thinking at the Quarry finish, we had southeast of Quarry on Erangel. I think that game, they had such a good position and they got split, and I think they lost a player or two to Hoxie from MSJ that just wrapped up behind them, and it didn't seem like there was any synergy at that point in time. Again, this team has so much potential, but we need someone to take the lead when it comes to this team, right? And we need someone to call the shots, and they need to all follow that kind of IGLing. If that happens, Jukes, they can destroy every team in this lobby for sure, but they need to have a plan today.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, it's kind of crazy to watch though, because I mean, yeah, that Botate, it was sick. That if you're an IGL, that's a great call, right? They got to a great spot in Sanhok, but they're just losing fights. So, I mean, when it comes to rotations, there's definitely some room, I think, for improvement. But I think when it comes down to just old school fight IGLing, we need to see some work on that, because they're losing a lot of fights I think they should have won pretty easily, Jason.
Yeah, and I kind of our attention to another, and actually for me, it's standout teams of Group Yellow so far. A team I honestly did not expect, considering they qualified like a week or two in this event from the Pro Series, have been strong. Currently being in seats, they had 2 seconds. Limbs, too bad, right? They had the second 9, and his finish was 7. But I feel like for me, Max, this is one of the surprise teams coming.
Yeah, because have a team sometimes has never played Globe. Some of the players have, but like this squad this is a first time for them, and they impressed me. They are playing the exact same playstyle they had back in their home region in PMPS. The main issue that I had, and this is also something that was happening back in PMPS, Jason, which is they get in these late game scenarios, they can frag out, they can bring home 10-15 eliminations, but like we saw versus Vampire in the northern fields of Quarry, they struggle to wrap up the game. There's like little minute mistakes that teams like Vampire are so eager to punish, and that's something MSJ needs to be so careful about. So just a little change. Though, Hodrix, can we forget about the San Martin rotation in Miramar?
What San Martin rotation?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What San Martin that never happened.
Yeah, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. And that's the thing is that, you know, like there's so many different factors. You know, like sometimes you get player fatigue and IGLs just kind of make a call that's just so bold to try to win the game, and they just get absolutely obliterated, you know?
Yeah.
But when it comes to Mir and Sejong, right, I think you're totally right. Like they're one of those teams that definitely need to kind of focus on that end game execution. I think that's why Major Pride's performance was so impressive to me, right? Because I mean, when it comes to like what you should do in end game fights, I mean, they put on a clinic, Jason. I mean, they didn't make hardly any mistakes at all when they got those opportunities,
which is blowing my mind considering CSA they made so many mistakes almost every single time when they got into late game. If they ever got into late game is the key thing there, Max.
Yeah, I mean, they would just go for these weird splits. Like, why are you doing that? You could win the game, and then they would not win the game. But you know what? They got a win on the very first match. But we did have that big question yesterday, Jason, at the end of the show, which is, can we see Major Pride continue that domination of yesterday going into day 2? If that can happen, that'll be a big surprise, but it's going to be a rough day 2 because other teams are ready to step up.
Exactly. It's going to be a rough day for a lot of these teams if you did not prepare over the course of the night. And of course, today, as we are going to load into our first battleground, our first match here of day 2 of Group P. So let's throw it over to our commentators to kick us off with John, Allen, and Blink once again.
And we are back for some more PUBG Mobile action here at the PMGC. Group Yellow has been an interesting development over the course of yesterday, and we are going to be looking forward to what we've got in store today. Over the jungle we go from Docks to Camp Alpha.
Back in the locale of the jungle. Happy days for all of us here at PMGC in the group stages as we're heading up towards Camp Alpha, as you said before, John. Always like to kick it off here with a Sanhok. Always a lot of fun to watch in terms of the plays and the action that does come on through. A lot of talking points made over on the desk there in terms of what kind of teams are going to step up. We had Inco versus BTR as well in terms of that almost hard-headed nature coming through from Inco of just kind of brute force at times, which is but you know, didn't work out too terribly, and it was actually Bro Harame deciding, let's leave, not worth it for us. Harame, bro.
I mean, it's so devastating for them. We've had to actually separate BTR and Inco to opposite ends of the map here on Sanhok. We got Inco over on towards Cave, BTR all the way up in Camp Alpha, so they aren't going to meet for quite a while, you'd hope.
You would, and with that kind of circle, it does look like it's more leaning up towards the Northwest Island, in which case Vampires in Hattin, fairly pleased with that. No one can Vampires to take a crack at that one if they might like towards the early portions of this game. Likely more or less looking at a stage 2 decision on that one though, I'd say, John. Rather than
definitely
going too early
for them to okay, all right, we're sorted out. We'll go again. But Genfos over on that east side, I think, could maybe slow the Vampires down on making that rotation.
I just wasn't finished.
I thought you said John. That means I start talk.
Oh, I see.
Maybe.
I was just, you know, it wasn't a signal that I think we had predetermined.
No, you're right.
I'll stop saying your name though. But RSG on the other hand, take it down. Team Spirit, John.
All right, boys, I'm back. Let's do this.
No,
where the audio is breaking.
An elimination towards Team Spirit, which is pretty dastardly. I mean,
hello guys, welcome. Second day PMGC group stage, yellow group. Can Twisted the Mind get
one of their players gets picked
20 points today, please?
With that split drop.
And I saw the interview. Zaxi said he's gonna send Inco back to Brazil. See, even Zaxi knows that Inco is from Brazil, not NA. Okay, Zaxi was talking fact. Okay.
I think Mr. Max.
Welcome to DD Party. Yeah, one of the Team Spirit player got taken out.
The Nomi Foley. It's a bit of a problem for him over on that side of things. Again, You get it, you get it. I have kind of butchered Folly, but...
Welcome, guys. Thank you for being here. So today I'm not doing the Panda cosplay anymore. That thing was hot AF.
The same kind of impact. But yeah,
There's an echo? Wait.
It really does suck.
Is it bad?
No, me kind of early like
How about now?
this.
Is it better?
Again, though, there is some interesting factors around here.
Is the
I
echo
think you
better?
mentioned it as well. It's something they suffered from in the past. Though I think this is more.
Revo even
pace of
said
play
Inco
with
should
weekend.
go back to Brazil.
Yesterday, everyone was fairly comfortable with their drop spots.
All right, let's see. Wait, do we have an echo in the chat? Do we have it? Do we have echo on the stream? Oh, effect. Oh, 1 HP. Twisted to come back today? We'll see. Let's see.
Teams are going to start to encroach over towards position.
Also, I'm testing the new membership batch. There are still like few more like revisions, but I think overall the concept will stay the same. Well, our membership badge will be
across to
a leather axe
when it comes to these northwest
on the
island
trophy.
rotations, right? And DXAV
I asked the
now
designer to
they
design the
slowed down
like
with
the
RSG's
make the shape
They are
as like
now
a trophy,
continuing to try and go for that
kind
shot.
of like a badge, but with the leather
They are
axe on
fish,
it.
and Lamborghini spotted the barrel.
You send me what you want in
Not a good
Discord.
time
Check
for
DMs.
them.
Alright, I'll check it after the
Around
stream.
Kitsune,
You were
Massive
talking
as well,
about
seems to have thought
the
better of his
Athena's
approach to
arena breakout stream, is it?
Yeah, unless
Oh, no.
there's a nade here from Effect that takes down Lamborghini. I think
Bro,
the game
taking
actually
loss.
does end here for Team Spirit.
So for the first match,
And with that not hitting,
right,
yeah,
today we
they should
do
be
have the
perfect.
spinning wheel going on, so
I don't think it's really possible
whoever will
to get out of
donate
this
or
situation
give
too
this
easily.
sub or join my membership,
Again,
you
when
will
I look at Team
unlock
Spirit here,
the
you
lucky
do
spin,
somewhat feel sorry for them
and
for
I
they
will
have
do the
been
push-ups
ganged up on by
based on the
3
team,
teams,
based on the
let's be
results.
frank. With the Muerte as well as RSG and now DXavier. It's a rough position. to
Why
be in.
everyone
I think
hates
all teams
Inco
basically
so
have the
much?
same idea that we can kind of call.
Because
He's very nice and
they
early here. It is interesting that DXavier doesn't go for this northern rotate up towards Latin as opposed to going for this one. It's
because they
massively
transfer
fun
their
over on the
Brazil
south side. It's a miracle that
PMGC
Max
points
got
to
across
NA,
here, by the way.
and then go to PMGC.
Yeah, he's actually managed to make landfall.
That's why.
I mean, he retreated out of those sight lines, got around that little curve of the headland there. It's not ideal,
Because they found the
but
loopholes
take
in the
what they can get and
PMGC
actually
rulebook,
maybe give themselves an opportunity
and they
to get
managed
a
to
full
transfer
swing
their
across. If in fact
PMGC
they
points
keep
from
this pressure
Brazil
forwards,
to
then
NA.
allow the
Oh
backstop
no.
duo to establish
Oh,
sight lines.
Coops!
He can start to go for the swim. That's what he's waiting
Getting the
for
kill.
here. You can see now
RSG
Kitsune's on
got a
the
kill
dry land
also.
on the far side. Lamborghini though has broadside. He's completely exposed to this angle, somehow dodging through the hail of
Ooh,
bullets.
Coops
Matic not so lucky.
knocking people left and right.
Down in the meantime, and now that's
Coops
just
is
making it
back,
so
or
hard.
what?
That's RSG taking another from Team Spirit.
Paidenji.
it's just
What is
rough.
Paidenji?
It's
Stop
really
using
rough
Google
right now
Translate,
for
bro.
Team Spirit. Again, I'm not entirely
Type in
unhappy
English.
with Team Spirit's play here. I think they get caught off guard. It's one thing to be like, right,
Xifan low-key
RSG
loved
is gonna
Inco.
assault us from the south side. We can maybe
Yeah,
make some
you know,
changes to that
I
in the
love-
future. It's another
I love to roast the
thing
Inco.
east as well. Save it on
Volume,
the-
everything's
that-
fine, right, guys?
I think- but for tomorrow, they'll be chilling.
What is it
May
me?
have been
Is it
doing
my
that
stream,
homework,
my
right?
internet,
If you look at what Team Spirit are doing,
or the
you can
casters? I think
know
their
what's
mic is like
close
cutting
by.
off.
Okay, they normally swim.
Because the
Let's just
game
do
sound is
the
okay,
West Island shift. This
but their
seems like
voices
a
are cutting off.
DXAV
Mafioso got knocked.
cut Team Spirit out here, and it absolutely has worked, right? They play. that
Where's your
backstop
yesterday
on the-
hoodie?
on the
Bro, I
line up
threw it in the
against
trash can.
Team Spirit's position.
That thing was too
And
hot.
it's just Kitsune
That thing was
left
too hot,
alone.
Sam.
So I like DXAV's,
Everything's fine morning,
position here.
Cleon.
I like their rotation. The difficulty they'll face is getting
Oh,
across.
BDR
With Team
zone.
Spirit gone, they can steal that
Inco doing the botation.
Fend off with our.
Oh, well, this is gonna be a hard one for Alpha 7. Wait, what the heck? Wait, the voices are cutting off.
As well. It does make water crossing in the first place. It's typically something they kind of want to go through either much earlier or tomorrow. What is more likely their play is to hold in bootcamp for as long as possible and play an edge over towards that endgame of zone 3, head towards Hatton Bridge potentially, or make that crossing over towards one of these eastern compounds on Northwest Island. That's all I can really see happening. It's very hard to play a Sanhok when you've got 3 teams all bearing down on you from minute 4 in the match. So it's more likely just going to take yourself out of the game. Force yourself to play what I would call a more awkward play style, which is that edge for a lobby that's quite center of the
Do you live in
moment, but
Canada? I used to live in
it's gonna give you the
Canada.
chance
Currently,
that
I'm
you
in
need
China.
with these matches to head on forward.
Just
I'm
for
gonna
now.
say, John, me and Max were having a bit of a chin wag about this team earlier, John.
Why don't they
saying that,
show
the
close
early
range fighting
game
instead of long range
towards
fight?
That mid to late, actually very good. Very impressed by them yesterday. They had a little bit of an unfortunate run-in over on.
Not sure.
Other
PL
than that,
normally has
getting towards that late
better
game, the splits they took,
broadcaster
all looked
and the
fantastic. Looked
spectators.
at the level of
Like
a
the
grand
software is
finals
better,
team.
I think.
Unfortunately, the team fight is just not
Is
good.
casters mic glitching?
A little bit of a close call for final.
I see,
there
I see.
from Mirror and Sage
Okay.
though,
Good to know, good to
all
know.
of Inco are on that southwest point. In the meantime, whilst Team
Is
Spirit
bro
have been
dead? Oh no, bro's
struggling to
dead. No
extricate
push up
themselves
for me
from boot
today.
camp and doing so unsuccessfully.
Oh, Jetta G, what up?
BTR have taken the top of the mountain on this northwest island. Vampire were not.
And Jetter G with the new badge. How do you like the new badge, Jetter G?
After a transition
Champ?
across that north side.
What do you think?
Major Pride currently hold a very strong position.
blue
over this
trophy.
circle. They've got Elementrix on a flex out
With the axe on it.
across to a compound to the south of that hilltop.
I think that's like 2 month batch, I think.
And all the river
2 month batch
Major Pride
for
right now set up to
Jetter
rack
G.
up a lot of eliminations if Elementrix can survive.
PL spectators sometimes
Major Pride
react to
yesterday,
casters'
they
questions
had a few
too.
games
Wow.
where the circle came over
Is
towards
it
them,
that
but
advanced?
not at such a lightning pace.
Do they somehow
kind of play their position or really wanted to take it off them in
integrate
that mid game? So
Chat
they've got a lot of
GPT?
presence that way.
In it or
I was
something?
sort of confused. It's not a team that I expected to be up here in first place. At the
Absolutely
end of the day
great.
yesterday.
Glad you like it, man.
Yet
Jetter
they
G.
were able to hold on
Thank
to
you
that.
for being a step with me.
My
Oh, DD got knocked.
But if it does, it'd be a pleasant surprise. In the meantime, Alpha 7 in this game, 55 stable position to overtake Team
Oh,
Spirit's
DX is
second
fighting
box.
RSG.
Big opportunity.
Wait, why? Their voice is so lagging, bro.
Outside. RSG, they've managed to add.
Kinda
4
wanna switch to
eliminations
PEL, bro.
take almost all of them over the wall Spirit.
What's that 72.4? That's my heart rate.
They've been able to pick
Vector.
elsewhere. DX Xavier losing 1. And now the fight after a previous team up against Team Spirit. Friends turn to enemies as they will go blow for blow with one another. Across the bridge, Demuerte on the north
Foops, man.
side. Gonna
I'm interesting.
be able to get rid of No Fear here.
Whoa, no way. Major Pride got the center zone?
Again, this puts that compound down on the south.
Wow.
Edge where 2 of their players hold at a massive premium. But there are only 3 players. Elementary
MSJ.
Yeah, let me just
Getting closer to the zone instead of gatekeeping other teams. MSJ may fight Inco here.
If they had the 4th player on side, they don't, so rather just go for a group up. Again, if we look at the map just a little bit, it sort of is telling right now where Horror is from No Fear. From
It means you're
Horror
going
is
back to
currently
Canada?
Demuerte. Why that engagement
Yeah.
between Team Spirit, RSG, DX Xavier, as well as Demuerte was a bit of a weird one because there is so much space over towards this north side of the map.
I will be
typically
like,
massively expected DX Xavier to take that hatting
I will be like,
after
roam
some
around
of the
between
gameplay
China
from
and like
yesterday,
Canada.
especially with South Plane.
Does
If you
PL
take
have
Xavier,
map stream on their streaming platform,
hatching
Xifan?
crossings
For
given here
PMGC, I'm not
should be
sure, but
decent
for
and it does
PEL,
drop down
they
eventually.
do.
So yeah, it
For
was,
PEL,
it was
they
a
do.
curious one because I think now all 3 of these teams have put themselves in a precarious situation. I'm not trying to bail Team Spirit out. It's just a case of.
Oh, but we also got Thursday by
I think
DRX.
They suffer
Oh, DX is still fighting
because of some
RSG.
questionable
DD got the knocked
decisions from these
again.
3 teams. I think
Are they gonna
RSG
push in the
is probably
compound?
only
Yes,
team
it
that
looks
I was
like DX
happy with their
bursting
rotation
to
decision they made.
RSG's
If there was an
compound.
end goal in mind,
DD
they
got
had
thirsted.
confluence,
RSG
they
down to 3,
assumed that
is
Team
it?
Spirit was
Yeah,
making
they're down to
that
3.
crossing on the
But
water.
4 Illims
They
though
took shots, they
for
took advantage of
RSG.
it, but it was always a case to get to this on that southeast side.
The team qualified
DK
from
was all-
PL.
Their plans felt
PMGC
a little
qualifiers.
bit more loose, let's say.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I did kind of praise DX Xavier for
Right, so you are right.
Just making sure, it's not me, right? It's the official stream is like lagging. Their voices are cutting out.
Across the water, though, right? After they been able to take that position, they looked like they were going for.
Wait, it's actually Vampire fighting
south instead of going
MSJ,
compounds further
MSJ, and Inco somehow got into the compound.
DX Xavier had just gone for the dive.
Interesting.
rotate,
Oh,
they may
Vampire.
have just been able to get across nice and safely. So
Oh,
the
Inco-
next step after that initial
Inco
what I think
exposing
is quite a
themselves.
strong move for DX Xavier seems to be a misplay.
Yeah, there was kind of 2 options for them, right? It was either head up towards the north side and take Hattin Bridge, swing round Camp Alpha, or go for that crossing by the water where the shallows are. You can kind of just walk straight across. I think they get maybe too big for their boots here and take the task over towards. They don't hold a position, but the sight lines over this bridge cross pretty If you get lucky on the sense that the circle does shift back down towards the south side, giving them more control over towards the north edge of ruins. But yeah, it's an interesting one. It's certainly an interesting one. I think this could have definitely gone very differently for a lot of teams at the moment. I think Dumwete did go out on that north side. They just stayed out there for a little bit too long. In the meantime, it is Horror with just a couple of their players left over in Camp Alpha. No one really playing alongside that one. I think if I was to play at the moment, probably would be
Yesterday, Twiz was playing with Robs. Major prize center up.
It looks to be even better. Is this a place where they can
Where is Alpha 7? Oh, Alpha 7 haven't crossed it yet. Oh, Alpha 7.
Start to take out some of the players that
Alpha 7 will mostly get wiped here by DRX.
The mix for a strong position here as
Yeah.
well.
Alpha 723.
They have a lot of protection up towards the top of the hill with this next circle shift as well. They're kind of isolated. They have rotational opportunities to
Inko's
get
dead.
up to that northeast side if they need to.
They need to
and
fight a
get
vampire.
towards Twisted Minds a lot further on the edge. This southwest side
Xifan, you should play Game for Peace.
hot now because MSJ.
But
are
I'm
ahead.
gonna
This
talk
is
with
their
China.
transition phase out of the
If I play
mid
Game for
game.
Peace,
Let's see
the
if they can
randoms
make
are
it
going to
work.
be Chinese though, which
Yeah,
means
again,
I'll have to speak Chinese with
really
them.
like his rotations. I think they play set themselves.
Caster volume very low.
It's just those full-on brawls. They just
No,
don't
I
do
think
very
it's
well when an
it's
isolated
their
team
problem,
between
not mine.
them and another team. It gets a little bit rough for them. PTR taking down the last player there from RSG. Good pickoffs actually from the high ground. But yeah, for MSJ. When there's Inko as well as Vampires down towards the southwest side, this is certainly a position where they can kind of capitalize on those teams having to fight one another and them just having some little bit of impact, you know, getting a few words into the conversation here and there, be that a casualty or a bit of damage.
Yeah, it seems like BTR
Oh yeah, there are a lot of
and
Chinese girls
DXA
playing
here
Game for
acting a
Peace.
little bit symbiotically
I
there.
think Game for Peace has
Now,
way
the
more
remnants of
girl
our
players than
SG,
PUBG
of
Mobile.
course. You guys can get symbiotic with it as well with our Venom collaboration here in PUBG Mobile.
John Mike was good, but Blank's
Play the
mic
game, go and
is
watch
cracking
the
a lot.
movie, have a great time with
Wait.
it. Hopefully these
Oh,
teams are
nice
having a great
nade.
time with it too. As Alpha 7 try and cross
Yeah,
over.
this will
not
be a
having such
really,
great
this
time
will
here.
be a
They
really,
beat
really
Alpha
hard
the
cross
edge
for
a long
Alpha
time,
7.
and they are the next to get caught
DRX
up in
beat
the
them.
DRX net. Looks like
Right
Brennan
here.
trying to get up onto try land, but it's not going to be easy. Another nade over towards Revo takes him to half HP.
Yo, Chief, back in the
Derek's
chat.
had a venomous bite down towards this south side. And they've been
How do you
holding
like
this very,
the
very strongly.
new badge, Chief?
I think for them it's been way easier because there were so many.
I wanna
teams on
see
this
the
south
purple
side
one
that
in the
they
chat.
Brutalized one another.
And
on
when
the
green
approach
comes,
positions of DRX.
Green will be having the
Realistically,
golden
being
trophy.
The garbage men of the lobby at the moment. They are
I wanna see that as
taking
well.
out the rubbish as the stragglers move their way in. And Alpha 7 were just struggling. They had to wait so long to make this play in the first place. McGrellin in the water. Kaisei is currently just passing that information back over towards them right now. As Nate starts to
Vampire
follow
actually
through.
rotates
Next
to the
circle
north.
on our
Okay,
screens
interesting.
very shortly. We'll see
Alright,
where it's
Inko
gonna go. Send the
Inko will
support
fight
right now.
MSJ.
The Twisted Minds will have to leave that high ground
For this kind of zone.
Likely will be a crash. And the difficulty now for Major Pride is there is going to be
It's going to be a
quite
hard
few
push
crashes.
because Inko will
That
get
compound
pinned by
right there
both
does-
DRX and
does
MSJ.
have the capability of holding two teams. and
Why
that's
nade?
a scary prospect because
From
there is
Hoxie.
multiple
It's too
teams
short.
all in position to make that rotation.
And another.
Now, for Luke's as well as Twisted Minds, this is probably the perfect time to go
this-
for it whilst there's still teams fighting out on the edge and the blue hasn't started to push in yet. Both teams being quite passive right
Oh,
now.
inactive
Only
flexing
willing
with
to make
his
that approach
long
for
range
fear of the
spray.
sightlines that surround the lobby.
Suppressing
I don't
DRX.
think you can make that
But
approach
that
until BTR
might
makes it.
expose
Maybe Vampire
themselves-
could still be where they are,
expose
but
themselves
it's just
to
such a difficult
MSJ
maneuver
though.
to make when
One
everybody's
nade.
looking out for you. Major Pride actually all moved down to the south. edge
One
of that
nade
map,
will be
driving
it.
up a
This
lot
will be
of
it.
ground, but that, as
What do you
said,
think?
is very smart,
Oh.
intelligent play. Towards Inco,
No,
they're all
Nenabete.
behind the same rock. One in the right.
Oh
side,
my
but
God,
does not
Nenabete.
land. Through a nice slip from Nenabete, but there's the offhand as well. Inactive needs to go towards DRX, but it is a wild way from the south side on the bridge down onto Inactive. I'm sure struggling to make the approach despite some good openers.
Oh my God, his mic is
Again,
mic
for
is
MSJ,
cracking a lot.
Perfect
Wait, did
positioning,
Vampire crushed on-
great holds, the sightlines were there, but they're unable to
Vampire
take the
crushed
fight
on
at all,
MSJ?
and they crumble on approach. And again, this is a
Yep.
team that was inside a compound, John. Very odd to see here. Vitali for Inko looking to go up against
Inko's
the
out
Vampires,
with
where they
2
will
Illims.
finally push him
Not a
out.
better start, I would say.
Illims is the team that started in Hatsin, so has had a bit of an easier time than other squads. Vampire very much enjoying
Oh,
playing
Tony K.
his placed out at the moment.
Stone got
Great
thirsted.
kickoff from Tony K.
Vampire
Not
down to
quite
3.
got the knock on that though, unfortunately. And Stone
Major
will fall.
Pride still holding the center compound with
Vampire
3
having
people.
a decent amount
Loops
of
with the
control
full
over this
squad. Where's Loops?
western side of the
Oh,
circle.
Twisted
DRX
Mind fighting
just
BTR?
able to stay out of it
Oh.
right now. They are the
Is
bridge
Coop still alive?
trolls in
Coop's
this
still
lobby.
alive.
And on the north
No, who's
side,
that?
BTR finally having
That
to descend
Coops?
from the high ground and just go.
Who was driving that stupid buggy?
Second to limb up on the board, doesn't have time to recontrol the buggy here. Satar swings around the side but finds nothing. His team's already done the dirty, and that will be Twisted Minds out. BTR get away with it clean.
Oh, Twisted
it's a
Mind,
curious
2
point from
illims.
Doran. I can see it working out if he actually gets the rundown, but
Ugh.
yeah, for Twisted Mind.
Imagine Twisted Mind is
Again, this is what I
out.
was talking about with Loops. They took a knock, which is why their push was delayed, but they instantly send over towards this position. Maybe they spotted the cars rotating out. And it's a smart choice from Major Pride, because again, they know just as well as we do, that compound can hold 2 teams. They don't want to be facing a crash from 2
You hear
separate
players on
squads
complaining
when a
about the
fight breaks
headphones
out,
that's
'cause
low and can't
likely
hear
a position where it's
properly.
like, look, we're on the
Normally,
edge here.
every
Best we can do right now
player,
is to third
they all
party
have
that
a
engagement
mixer.
in the Loops compound. And
At
again,
least
the
when I
circle
played the
moves back
2023
down to
PMGC,
Pride.
they
So,
like each player has mixer
Major Pride,
in
but
front
the
of their
rotation-
desk. They can adjust
Can't
the
fault them for
teammates'
fact.
calm and also the game volume.
They were able to do
It was not an issue.
on the BTR.
At least
they may have won the fight with Twisted Minds,
last
but
year's
the war
PMGC.
rages on, and it looks like they are on the sharp end of the spear here. It's a real tough time to get away from this. Look at the cover that just, well, in fact, you can't look at the cover because it just doesn't exist for BTR. It is a complete broadside their zone. You're just not getting away from it. Opens up a lot of opportunity for Major Pride to keep.
Wait, no one is telling Blank to fix his mic or something? You may need to like replug his mic or something. Good thing about BTR is they often lose player. That's a good thing. Are you like a BTR hater or something, D?
I think he took a knock there from Vampires off on the distance. Good nade from Humbian. Take down one of the DXAV players. There was a slight slope down towards that eastern side where DXAV can play and kind of hold off those angles. Hyunbin
In PMGC, we're using like local comp. We don't use in-game mic. We mute in-game mic in PMGC. We used.
It's not one you typically see here on Sanhok, where it really does go down to.
We have 2 headphones.
6 teams still alive.
Like we use one earphone, one headphones. Headphones is for team comm.
The circle once again.
And the in-game, like the in-ears are for the
Response from
game
Navy
sound.
as they're able to put one back towards Loops, but they've got some players on the outside, meaning that they wouldn't all go down. If it does manage to
You're
land,
already 300
shots
points
from
in
Major
Lias Bar?
Pride, they've just got
Bro,
some
did you just
brilliant
open
angles here to control
host
the
your
ball
room
compound.
yourself and just trying to
It's
play with your
so
friends
hard
and
to
ask
make
them
this
to
break. You
help
have to go
rank you
clear
up
over a wall.
or
There's
something?
no smoke cover that they've been able to lay down early.
No, they're
on.
not using a software. It's just like their local. It's a local like software or something. It's not like some app you can get on the phone.
On the back lines, but there is still response. Tony K goes low, but doesn't get eliminated just
That
yet.
looks good.
There's a lot of damage pouring their way, and their health bars are
but a little bit
blinking right
overcooked.
now. It's a terrible
But
time
it will
for
be
them, but
okay.
somehow
They
just
should be able to
survived for a
clear
little bit longer.
Vampire.
Tony K, the
But they don't
last
have
to
a
go
zone,
in,
though.
as DRX able to keep them at bay.
Tony K is
12
out.
eliminations now for DRX on the south side.
Major
Racking up
Pride
the last
moving
one
out
there.
of the
Not gonna be
compound.
case 'cause it goes to the play
Aggressive.
zone. And in the meantime, Major Pride
Fights a
flexing out.
full
They're gonna take down the remnants of DXAV,
4-man
and
squad, though.
DRX will move in from the coastline.
Oh,
but Major Pride have
2v
so
versus
much
3.
control here. A nade over to the backlines. The re-knock
Oh, what
on
is
the
that?
jump in. So
Just
is
giving mass to the
low,
enemy
and
or
they are
something?
crunched against the blue. The nades keep on coming through. The shotguns
Oh,
ringing out amongst the
wow.
hills on the northwest
Major
island.
Pride.
Stand their ground. Nobody can move into their territory.
Elementary sort of just had this situation where it was like, I get the first pick, second pick. I'm going.
Major
It was
Pride.
Very well played just from him. This is why I showed himself.
Play Lias Bar with Chief today. He's gonna cheat though, Chief.
It's still Major Pride versus a Korean.
You can look at my screen though if you're gonna play.
What was just a case of them push the compound, understand they need to take space and not just rest on laurel. So again, yeah.
Wait,
full
chat.
involved,
Fix his mic, bro.
good decisions, and it's getting more and more difficult for me to be too presumptuous about Major Pride and their performance
Fix
at
the
PMGC group
mic.
stage. Very much deserved that win. We'll see how they fare when a circle isn't on their side of things.
Yeah, they definitely still have a little bit more to prove, but right now they are clear ahead on the top of the table. So let's head back to the desk.
Major Pride, the kings of Sanhok, it seems. They picked themselves up another
Wait,
chicken
did
dinner
yeah,
in the
Major
first
Pride
match of the
won
day.
yesterday,
That is 2 years
right?
in a row, and Major Pride defending that #1 position in the group. Someone
Major
pinch me. Am I
Pride
sleeping?
is
I
going
never
to
thought I'd be
PMGC
saying
Grand
that, man.
Finals, boys.
I feel like I have to apologize. I'm sorry, Major Pride.
How much money they will win? They will win a lot. I mean, wait, let me check how much money they will win.
They are popping
Good
off.
question, actually.
And some people I think are going to say, oh, circle luck. They knew on phase 1 it was going to go Northwest Island. You send it instantly and you got these strong compounds. You can hold on until the very late game.
Guys, there's only
Liars bar
time.
isn't for
Why
you.
are
You
showing
can't
us
lie
6
to
people?
anyone. Just, you know, tell truth every time.
You can hold on until the very late game.
Guys, there's
Having
only
a
4
good
of you
time.
playing. Why are you showing us 6 people?
Wait, let me check how much. What's a prize pool? Do you have a prize pool yet?
Get out of here.
Hey,
The group
bring them
stage.
all out, dude. Bring out their celebrate.
First 7 man, because this team to say they'd be #1 at the moment in Group Yellow after 7 matches played is something that would have
Wait, I don't see
never
the
crossed
prize
my
money.
mind, but you
How
gotta
much?
give them credit, because
How much
not
will a
only
team
are they
get if
making
they get the
late
first
games,
place in the group
they're making
stage?
smart decisions here, and more importantly,
500,
Hardrick, they're showing they can frag out,
50k or
which is
something,
so tough to do.
or more. 50k or more, guys. Xifan, will you watch League of Legends World Final? Yeah, I will watch League of Legends World Finals.
the caliber-
Yes.
Going around,
Bro, what
looking at all the other
MP
teams,
from
making
India?
them do push-ups and screaming, 1,
Wait, what?
don't you look dumb? 2, look at you, dude. I mean, they punished
And
all
that's
these
it,
rest of
right?
these squads in
I don't
Sanhok.
expect anyone to
Hopefully
do
there
one
will be no rehost. All
all I
right,
can do,
but
see
now let's just play
All you
Liars Bar
gotta
in between the games.
Oh man, Major Pride can
Wait. I'm making sure you guys can hear the volume from Liars Bar. You said you were what? You were 300 point? Wait. I for sure win. I won more than 2 though. Why is wait, so guys showing I only won twice. What? Do you guys know how do you attract people into the lobby? You write goals only. Only girls lobby and people will join. 100%.
Devil.
See? It worked. When you have a lobby
Devil.
named only girls lobby, people join instantly. Part of this one, Chief. You join next one. Just open your lives bar and get ready.
Let's hope
The
this
boy's
bunny's
good.
still got luck.
This Chinese guy hacking, bro. This Chinese guy hacking. I'm dying.
Three aces.
Liar. Liar.
兔子，你这么不老实。
Guess it's showtime.
You know, I'm just playing, because I want to play with the chief, bro. That's the only reason, I play like that. I just want to play with the chief. This is not PMGC. PMGC hasn't started yet, bro. They're gonna wait.
Was Team Reject in PMGO. PMGO, Brazil. They beat Alpha 7 out and won the championship.
Is the game starting?
That was the only tournament where we saw a team hot drop in Erangel. I believe it was
game starting?
by Rosbox.
Was it
right?
once though?
And it was a lot on the early part of the tournament.
Okay.
It was surprisingly so. Yeah, but then they got away from it. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. So,
That's stupid ball.
they got away from it.
Is the game starting, guys?
Just a team to even
The countdown. 1 minute. Okay. We won't have
I
time.
do believe that was a
Commission on
one-off
this.
scenario, guys.
I
You know what I'm
like
saying?
Max how you were like, thank you, Hot Jukes, for just proving my point.
Like, and then
I
it
mean,
stops like,
exactly.
what? Wait a minute. Like, kind of makes
Wow.
sense. Wow, you would have thought.
Well, beyond the hot dropping, one thing when it comes to Erangel that we always have to talk about is Vampire. And looking back to yesterday, Vampire's performance in Erangel was a massive
No
boon
drop
for them
clashes,
in the
no.
leaderboard. But similar for
Not
Alpha
yet.
7 when it came to Miramar here. So Max, I wanted you to quickly maybe talk about Vampire here and their kind of success when it comes to the most played map in the pool.
Yeah, the best map in the pool also. I think that when we're looking at their success, some people...
Shifan,
I've
could you
seen some
stand
comments-
up?
I see you guys
Oh
in the
my
chat,
God,
be
bruh.
careful, saying,
Are you
but they
guys
dropped the
serious?
walls, they got a quarry
You guys
circle,
are doing
that's
like
what they
a-
want. No, they are that good at rotating.
My outfit check of the day?
They can have circle
I'm
go
not
towards
wearing
Stolber area, go on
the tight
Military
shorts.
Island, and they are going to be able to perform. They will make.
D
that
was
rotate. They will
lying,
suffocate
all right?
teams
I don't even
outside
have a
the circle,
tight
which is like their
shorts.
Specialty at this point, it feels like, and they will do well. So. No, wait for bad circle.
Wait, Shifan, did you play Wukong on PC or console? I played it on PC. I have the live stream. You can go watch it back if you want to check that out. Hello, Genos. Yo, Genos with the silver trophy. How do you like the new badge? Genos, are you married? I'm not married.
And I'm sure they're willing to do it again.
I am not
Hey, I'm happy to
married.
see Vampire proving they can play at not just an invitational here, as they've had a pretty damn good year, to be honest. But as we're about to approach our first Erangel 3 of the day, the question becomes, stop the pain that major...
All right, let's go, Erangel.
Here. Well, we're going to find out as we jump into Erangel for the first time with John Allen and Blake.
Tomorrow I'm dropping a vlog
Major points right now
of how I won the San Diego vlog. How I won to play Galaxy Cup.
Good. One of these top. Playing first, Erangel today from over by Novo up towards Georgia pole lane.
I know, dude. It's an interesting play here down from that south side towards the northwest. And again, these teams have been catching themselves down towards the southwest side of the map quite a few times. Major Pride, yeah, my brain's telling me no, but the leaderboards, they're telling me yes. Right
You
now,
can
and
be,
I
you
don't
can
really
become a
know what
member.
to think
There's
about,
some
honestly.
payment arrow. I was
mean,
experiencing the
Fairplay
same
today
thing
absolutely
actually,
owning
Case
the
Media,
lobby.
because
hopefully
because some like
continue. I really
region
hope it does.
limitations
Again,
or like the
it's a
VPN you were
weird
using, I
map on
think that was a
Sanhok,
problem.
because as Max
That
said on the desk, you know, they instantly
that
make
the
that
cause of the
rotate towards
issue.
northwest side,
So,
and it was
yeah.
filled with plenty of good decisions.
Pick one. PUBG Mobile Game for Peace. I played Game for Peace, so I would play. I would have picked Game for
I want to
Peace.
see a good Major Pride game where the circle is not on their side. I don't know, man. I feel like I've been a hater right
When
now.
are we going to see your girlfriend? You mean the cupcake? You will see my girlfriend after this match.
But you know, right now my heart is happy for Major Pride.
Spin?
That is true. I think that's going to be.
We
the
already have
general
a pick.
opinion, other than if you're a
Oh!
Major Pride fan, in which case
An
they do
extreme
nothing wrong.
west of circle.
Absolutely deserved every
Interesting.
single one of the points they've got. To be fair, they do kind of.
The spin will be activated when I receive a super chat or someone become a new member or I receive
Are we going to Quarry again?
gifted
Let's see.
membership.
Can Nomi stay alive?
Wait.
Yeah, it's rough. It's really rough.
Oh, BTR.
Nice one from Gem 4 to start things off.
Wait.
Excellent takes up the shotgun.
BTR normally drops Water Town or what?
I mean, they drop around similar locations.
Is it max quality? Yeah, like the quality for today is kind of ass. This is max quality from the official stream. PL has better one, but like they're speaking Chinese, so.
Yeah, and they're not going to be hot dropping with Inko, which is generally what you kind of see. Although Inko and Aura may be in a little bit of trouble with one another, close by on the east side of Rosok in the meantime. Yeah, they're just dropping over the way. Okay, a little bit further away than I thought. Hang on a minute, inactive. Might be quite far away, but you got a 4x.
If
all of a sudden it's
if inactive hit
not
that,
be able to hit any of those shots though.
20 push-ups on the spot.
Allow him to descend, touch the floor, grass, touched, and now Aura.
The sticker is like in Xifan having an organ. Nah,
way, bro. Maybe go in for a fight, but they are far enough apart where it's not necessary to do so.
Yeah. I will say my dude had great.
Man, what's happening?
He was
Wait, what was the how's the Twisted
see.
Minds performance
I'll
in their own in the PMSL?
Could be done, especially in. I would say.
How's
it's
their
even more,
performance?
of a factor.
Are they like the mid pack or like the the one who's
good
leading?
back posture, considering you are
Or
looking
like
down
what?
your phone a lot of times, so you guys at home, make sure you're taking breaks when you're playing PUBG Mobile. We know it's a great game. But
I feel like
I said
I
PUBG
feel
Mobile
like,
FPS.
the
I said
caution be in the hands,
I
not
said
in the
PUBG
spine,
Mobile.
Right? You don't want to be clawing
yeah,
the spine.
you don't want to be shrimping up. No one wants to shrimp. Don't be shrimping, guys. Not good. That's what all the kids are doing on the block these days. They're all shrimping.
Those rotten kids, they're all shrimping. Oh. Hate those guys.
I used to shrimp.
But now
I
you
used to
lobster.
curly fry.
Oh.
Don't do it no more.
Good times.
Maybe a little bit.
You shrimp.
MP lost one player already. Yeah, they lost one by
Catch
2
myself.
BTR in Watertown.
It's all in the chat.
Twisted is top
Yeah,
2 in PMSL.
I think.
Yeah, I do.
Damn,
have,
then they're
nice little
definitely
island
not
there.
the bottom
It's too
team
small for
here.
me.
Honestly, what's happening, guys?
It's too big for it.
What's happening? The format is the same like last year. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the
They will do group stage first.
Yeah, I think
Then eliminate 5 teams. The top 3 goes to grand finals. The rest of the teams will play the survival. And from there, go to the grand finals and stuff.
Too many green beans and drank way too
Oh,
much
the
of it.
first place was Spirit. Second is Twist.
Oh, dear.
Third is
Well,
NGX.
yeah,
I
sometimes.
see.
That's just how it goes.
Well, this is kind of surprise.
Alpha 7, they were not drinking their milk last match. They got cut out by DRX. Oh,
Play PC,
so
PUBG
carving his
PC
name
isn't
into the wall
fun.
there with the knife throw.
I feel it's fun. It's fun.
Yeah, I think for Alpha 7, it wasn't necessarily a bad
Especially
rotate
when you
from them. I think
can't
they were quite
control the
far
recoil
over
on
the
PC.
eastern side, and because there was a huge amount of teams that actually headed for the southeast side of the map, it was a
If I
difficult
look
push
at
for
something
them,
they forgot to mention it, sorry,
realistically.
no problem.
So I
Cleo.
don't mind
Thank you.
too much that they went out early in that game. I think there's definitely potential to get some better nades over towards that bridge.
Who's the best
area.
player from
Again, it was
Major
so
Pride?
late in the
Is it
circle when
Becca?
they decided to rotate in that there wasn't too much opportunity
Oh!
to get too much done. Say what immediately out of the vehicle. A good
Get
trade,
bodied,
really good
boy.
trade. I think
Get
you've got to stand your ground in those
bodied.
moments, honestly.
Wait, he just turned down one player and left?
Away. Elementrix trying to
What?
go back
I thought they were
on
gonna
in.
commit to the fight.
The DP doesn't actually take
He just
shots.
turned
They're
on one
more
player
concerned
and
with staying
left.
alive as 3. They don't want to overexpose. They don't know where the rest of MSJ are. Although
PUBG PC is 100 times harder than mobile.
Come through for them just
Well,
yet. It's a dangerous game to go for the spray downs when you don't
I
know
think
where that backup
the difficulty wise, I think it's pretty similar.
all
It's
of a
just
sudden,
like,
it's
are you more used to
just,
mouse and
back
keyboard
up,
and like
they are
playing
players
on their
after
phone?
that early pick from BTR.
Yeah, still 84 points, man. Incredible point scoring so far. Like, very much ahead of everyone else. 25 points ahead. of
He's
second.
alone. Well, obviously MSJ didn't watch the kill
No, I
feed
wouldn't
or
be too
something.
unhappy,
You know,
actually,
if
this
they watched the
was
kill
just
feed, they would have
confirmed
knew
top three at
MP
this
down to
point in
3.
time, with Team Spirit, Major Prize,
Even with
Alpha
Don
7
Knock.
going through on that direct invite. I do think if you're a Team Spirit fan, you have to be worried.
Oh,
about them dropping
no.
out that top
Alpha
3 because,
7
they do not fare
Lost
well
one early.
in survival stages. Mafioso getting taken down on a rotate downwards. Second time Seiru's popped off this game.
No, Coops got taken out.
Certainly is.
Oh no.
Team Spirit, they've managed to take
Oh no,
quite a
2
few
knocks,
finds.
3 knocks on Lord.
Effect
3
not
knocks
so
on Twisted
consuming.
Mind.
Smoke was
What's
just
happening,
about
boys?
there, so maybe difficult to confirm that.
What
flush.
is happening,
However, it looks
boys?
like Team Spirit are just getting pulled apart here in the valley. Is everybody seemingly going all the way over to Primorsk?
Wow.
Far southwest, but everybody wants to group up around the northwest side of Quarry.
Seriously?
They want to get ahead of
Inco
that,
has more points than
forcing
Twisted
teams
Mind?
together in a way that feels a little bit unnatural for a stage 1 circle.
I personally think
You're talking
that
about
Team
PUBG
Spirit
PC
needs to rethink their
Esports?
strategy right
I
now.
think it's the same
I
thing.
know
It's
they're
all
saying
Battle
sticking to
Royale,
the plan
right?
at the moment.
Like,
The plan's not working.
it's just a matter of fact that are you more familiar with the mouse and keyboard and on phone? But if you're talking about the stress wise, obviously it's different because they're playing FPP.
Too many more shots he'll need onto Robs here.
PUBG PC is playing FPP, I think.
Twisted Minds. But yeah, we have seen central lobbies in the past, but nothing quite as much as this. Especially over towards Quarry as well.
Could you check Athena's
channel
channel in your phone is legit just for a moment? Not after the stream. I'll check it after the stream.
Spirit. I get that they want to try and get some big points from taking a central position. It's just
MP's fighting everyone. What?
Sadly,
Stone got thirsted.
More along the lines of what Loops and Demuerte is doing.
Who's the best player? I think it's Hoxie. Hoxie the best.
Even
like,
DXavier.
not like best. I would say best fragger. Not necessarily the best player. Sorry, I like I worded it wrong, but like
holds in the early game.
I'm talking about the fragger wise because
it hasn't got them.
These players often get most of illims.
Towards the end games of Wrangles, but it's kept them in the conversation.
Wait, 2 knocks on Vampire.
Every single team in the top 4 has taken casualties here. As Vampire lose one of their players, they've taken another knock up on.
Even a newbie can be good in PUBG Mobile if they try, but PC is too hard.
Some points back on this game.
Really?
After losing one of their players early.
Honestly, I'm kind of interested, right? If you put PUBG Mobile and PUBG PC in front of like 2 people who's like not familiar with the game at all,
to 54 players pretty early
which
on.
Game they can adapt fast.
Circle to dictate the pace. I would love a shift.
Have you checked out Hoxie's clip? No, I was too tired yesterday. There was like too many remakes yesterday. Wow, the circle just keeps going.
Yeah, West Coast is a big feature. I think if I was Mirror say John probably moving further down towards and taking the central.
Wait, did the Coops ever make it to the grand finals in PMGC?
Likely going to be your best bet going forward in this game. I think that they're concerned about teams coming from the north though at the moment, instead of trying to push down to 2. Vampire's down to 2 players quite instantaneously, despite having that Primos drop at the start of the game.
I think Coops never played in the grand finals, is it?
And as Jason was saying, Arangel yesterday, huge boon in terms of the numbers they were able to put up, getting 2 dinners on this map yesterday alone.
Federales for Harame, bro. Just he's gonna turn around. Not gonna go for that fight too much.
Coops and Tony K haven't played in PMGC finals.
Just wants to get away.
Never made it out of the group stage. Wow, that's how you know this lobby is competitive.
And there's the spray down onto Eugene Demuerte. They've moved forwards to try and deal with it, and out goes the roll up. Potential for already enacting this res as well, as across they go. They know that sightline was only 2 players. That's going to force both of those players.
Harame, bro.
And up they go. In for the backup.
To do the push up.
Straight into the backlines. Yappy goes down first. Unfortunately, they get the spray down, but Pusher's there. Looks for the shots over towards it and holds his line against Harame, bro. And that Harame, bro. Picked up a nice little turn for Harame, bro, but they couldn't find the shots. It looked like it was open season on Demuerte, but they managed to make it work.
Yeah, that doesn't happen without Fuchs, man, though.
This trophy looks sick. What trophy? The badge?
Great off angle, which I don't think Harame Bro had any idea of existing. So when they made that full pelt push over towards Demuerte, they were just taking.
I remember there's one time they forgot to check the bush or something. They missed the qualification to the next stage. Is that for the grand finals? I think Coops. It was at a Watertown, the garage, the squad house.
With 4 players, which
is there was like one camper hiding in the bush, and they got Coops' team so bad. Is that for like the championship or for qualification for like the grand finals?
Has to have a lot of other teams. I mean, Vampire bore the brunt of it. I mean, it's kind of the same idea as what happened to Team Spirit back in Sanhok, right? It's just a lot of teams moving into your immediate rotational paths.
Do you know Fates Mela? Yeah, I know Mela.
Fortunately, it's not a river crossing. It's not as exposed with Vampire, which means that they're able to hide away with 2. But it's that same.
I mean, people perform and then go.
They just
even Paraboy, right?
There's 2 of their
performs like so many years and
surrounded by
drop. The performance kind of dropped down a little bit. It's kind of normal. Like no one can be in the.
In terms of the landmass that's still here.
No one can like stay dominating
towards that eastern side, but you have the fielded area that kind of cuts through. You can see it here with the circle heading up towards that north. You got the fielded area that cuts through.
I think it was PMGC West finals.
You got this plateau on towards the north, and you got the swamps down towards the south. So a lot of really odd area to play, a lot of flat ground. So rotates towards this end game. You're getting a little bit more difficult with a lot of sight lines that are provided to a lot of our squads, and with that dead area that really is quite tough to play. Mirror say John.
Do you know Harame, bro, in Hindi? What is that?
East here.
Spray down. Federalis, last player to hold and takes down Team Spirit. Major Pride, hot on their tail.
Oh, nice.
We'll go for a little bit
you gotta
more aggression
you
as
gotta
well.
hit
Becca
that.
in danger, gets pulled out. The reload can come through for Federalis.
Holding a
And now
nade.
Evo station
Good
up
one,
to the
good
right.
one.
The nade's
Federal.
cooking. The shots from a third party as well. The angle's cutting across, and Federalis has the nade. It looks good, but it just goes a little bit long. Doesn't take the damage from it. Steps out, and the shotgun lands. That's Major
Harami,
Pride
bro.
down and out. Our top 2 teams swept aside.
Alpha
but who
7
can
down to
take their
2.
place?
Alpha 7 get pushed by MSA. Korea versus Brazil. Oh, wow.
They know they damaged this team earlier, so it's a good follow-up onto what is a very diminished team.
Korea the last one. 1v3 incoming or what?
Korea, though.
Korea.
Not a player to be trifled with.
And Erin, the third party from Zeus.
Oh,
Alpha 7 now
oh.
1v2 for Carrillo on the inside. Jae-Suk tentative, so is Final. They don't want to go
Playing
into this
very
one anymore.
patient.
They know the third party exists from Zeus across the way. Out
Oh,
to that eastern
nice.
edge, but
Nice
Carrillo
swing
wants to fight
peek.
himself. It's probably not the right
Nice
decision, though.
swing
Turns
peek.
the corner into 2 sight lines
And
will
Profire.
get cut down.
Harami, bro, 2
Some kind of
pitches
play
up so far.
considering
Yep.
forever. Sad that they lose Sabu on the sidelines there. From an off
Oh yeah,
angle.
no one except the Faker, exactly. No esports player can stay dominant. I mean, even Faker, I think from like season 8 to like season like 11 or something, Faker was like not performing, but like he just got back to form.
Zeus at the moment.
Yeah, Faker is probably like
towards center of this circle.
the most long-lasting
Very
esports
nice
player.
position to play. It is a spot that you can lose quite quickly though. But this is not going to be likely a position that's challenged out until much later.
Bro, is Finjay in the chat? Finjay, are you in the
Smokes
chat?
will be essential.
Type something, Finjay. I want to see your purple trophy.
Understanding the lay of the land. And if that compound that Zeus currently controls stays within that circle,
Oh,
they
simple.
will need
CS:GO?
to hold on to a lot of utility and try not to take too many fights early.
A lot of the
But like,
east side of that
between
circle as
Simple
well is
and
being
Faker,
controlled by DXavier.
if you guys
They're
have to
currently on
pick
a
one for the
2-2
GO
split,
title,
and they are
which one would
stopping
be?
anybody from
Which one
really
would it be?
rotating around that way. That's where Demuerte wanted to go for a while. That's where BTR are potentially going to look to rotate across, but instead,
For which
they're
team
gonna
is
force
GK
a
first playing?
north-south
I don't know. I think
line
GK first will
of
retire or
teams
something.
into this next circle. You can see there DXavier holding out that east side. They are sticking everyone down here and forcing BTR to look for the fight against Aura. That is a big shift away from this east side, though.
Wait, does
DXavier
that
may have
RSG
to
has a full
relinquish that
squad or what?
control. The south side looking still ever more treacherous.
Yeah, for DXavier, there's likely a crash in their future. I mean, they could play over towards that road side potentially. That's likely the only thing that they'll be able to pick up going forward. Federalis, once again, the action is coming towards.
You don't think a Paraboy can come back to the top?
A lot of good control. He does
I think it's going to be really, really hard.
He is
like, I feel like PL is not like League of Legends,
Bro, Harame.
where you kind of have like unlimited like new blood, you know, playing new talents like PL.
He wasn't able to grab as many eliminations that I think he
Like
would
the
quite have
new
liked,
player
but
wise,
still,
player
I
pool
mean,
wise
it's
is
been a
kind of
phenomenal
dead.
game from
I feel
him
like
on that side to stay alive this long.
I think from RSJ's position, they've got sightlines up towards Federalis's position, which means that it's really quite difficult to approach it.
Is Twisted Mind trying to do too much? Honestly, if they play like Inco, they could get a way higher placement point and a kills.
Towards his position, most teams are looking at the hilltop that sits out to his east and not really committing to that shack. I think as soon as a team, maybe Aura, just decides to go for that crash, things change a little bit. But as it stands, he is fairly safe, even just as a solo, to get in towards those top 7, top 6 maybe.
Yeah, it's the reason why T-Spirit like sent so quickly over towards that shack as well, because it's one of the few shacks in the game that actually has that cover on either side, and then it's fairly empty ground down towards the south and the north. So it does make it actually quite easy to hold your northern edge.
Eco
like
hate is unreal.
Do have sidelines looking up that
I'm
way,
just
but he never has to
teasing, just
expose
teasing.
himself. As long as he's got smoke,
Not hating, just teasing a bit. Teasing Eco a little bit.
You can always smoke off his south side,
that's,
and then just play off,
you know,
off the back.
hate keeps the team go strong,
we'll see
you know.
What happens going into the future, but I imagine there will be more crashes to come over towards that.
But Yinko is definitely performed way better than I thought. Honestly,
teams are looking to dig
currently
themselves
11th
out.
place, right? They are outperforming Twisted Mind, bro.
Of this glut, but Demuerte have found themselves sort of paralyzed into this position. It's really unfavorable. They've been
no more Panda
rotating
Xifan. That's
around
for
left,
Halloween
west,
special, Sonic.
seems like now they're looking for this fight. And lovely off angle from DRX, though, makes it a little bit easier for them as Neil Zada gets taken down almost
I haven't watched
immediately.
the match stream, but like,
Maybe Duarte
bro, if they play like a little
opportunity
bit more
to make
passive,
something
I feel
work
like
here. 3 of their
they could,
players
like,
alive, and Eugene
survive
is
longer.
here for Tresley. The nade's going to come through for Loops, but not going to quite
because
connect.
Twisted Mind is definitely a better team than Inco.
It's time-based.
It's
for
just
them
like
because
the
as long as
difference
they
of
can
the
hold out for
points
the next
right
couple
here.
of minutes,
It's I think is
the
mostly
Blues
because of the
likely gonna be
different
thing
of the
that
play
actually
style.
takes down Duarte.
Inco is kind of
I
like a
think that these
passive
nades right
play
now
for
are maybe
position,
somewhat
right?
unnecessary
They got a good
from
zone.
Loops.
Sometimes they get a good zone, like
It's
second
not
place
likely
finish
you're
and
gonna
stuff like that.
find this shot and even taking
But like
this
Twisted
push
Mind
is
plays
crazy
kind of aggressive
from
and trying to
Nino.
do a lot of things,
Do not like that
especially
at all. You just
when
have to wait a little
you
bit.
like first
Honestly,
2
that's
days
it. Just
in
some
this kind of
patience.
tournament, all teams
Look
you
at
don't
them,
really
they're scared.
you haven't
Sat
played a
inside
lot
the
with these
warehouse,
teams.
like, well,
So
we may have
some
both
teams may
read the pudding.
surprise you with their strat,
That is
and
an
that's
unfortunate turn
when
for Loops.
your
But
whole
Duarte,
team
I
can
think
get
they're
a caught
showing some
off
real
off
class
guard.
in this match. I think their
I think
rotations,
that's
maybe
probably
short they were
one of the
styling
reason
out
that
over on that
Twisted
east
Mind
side.
is not
That's maybe the
performing
one
well.
fault I'd give them right now. But they are being dynamic with these rotations, and they are finding those opportunities, navigating them well. So hopefully they can transition away from this south side. BTR, though, on the north, they have pushed in ahead of DX Xavier, actually, cutting in front of them in the queue. Not too polite, but BTR...
Wait, Alpha 7, Freeman 77K said,
goes down, however,
Major
and
Pride
DXAV
will
will
not
go out
qualify
without
for
a fight.
top 3. Mark your word.
Yeah, DXAV.
All right, we'll see. We'll see.
Main assistance right now that BTR has, unfortunately, are downhill.
Well, yeah, MSJ fighting Inco?
Is along the way.
Then the Beta got thirsted.
Which is big. In the meantime, it's Lux versus Duarte. It's a 4v2. It's a tough fight.
Ooh, in he goes. Not going to quite find the connection there. BTR having a real tough time. I think DX Xavier may have just swept that fight over on the northeast side. Indeed, down go BTR. It's a really nice approach for DX Xavier. That blue zone not being a factor. Tresley on the off angle as we hop back over to this fight between Duarte and Loops on the south side. Foopsman steps in, gets one. The shutdown is there, and Loops are just being taken down one by one. The death march of Duarte. Able to do a lot of damage, and it will be the end of Loops.
That it will. And there'll be no symbiosis in this location with our Venom. Little event going on in game. Check out the movie as well. I've heard it's meant to be very good.
You love to see it, literally. Inco on the southeast side. And push past J-Suk. Last player for MSJ. This mid game not as successful as they have had in the past.
Inco needs to push up to the solo.
But not much more than that. Losing players to that Zeus off angle.
Oh.
And the nades go through. Inco still struggling.
Oh.
It's a solo who is very exposed from this western edge. I'm surprised that Hyunbin and DRX have not taken shots out this way. They may not have sightlines just down towards him, but in come DX Xavier. They're sailing straight.
You sure you don't want to kill the solo first, Wancho?
Their duo may be under pressure now, and immediately
Sure,
they're
the
just
solo
gonna
may
get rolled
surprise
on
ya.
it.
Yeah, DRX getting torn to bits there. DX Xavier making quite a bold push, actually. With DRX going out, they will take control of that spot. Very central position as well. And this is an interesting spot to finish things.
New Venom movie's trash. Well, you don't like it, Bruce? I think it's I like it.
One thing that DX Xavier has always
like
been
it.
very good at is controlling large amount of spaces, open spaces at that.
This is what I was saying.
Compound play is good.
You
but
may
I
want
would
to
say
clear
that
the solo
open man
first.
play is even better.
Zeus still taking shots, though. It's traded back and forth. Maniac moved forwards. He is isolated from the rest of Zeus. J-Suk solo going up against Inco. Let's see if he can get the job done here as he's up to the wall of the shack. Has a little bit of cover to play around. Both of these players not
Wancho
quite
clutch it up.
stepping out.
Let's go,
Not
Wancho.
enough, but out
2
he goes
kills.
and just about able to get the second shot to connect. Wancho stays alive for Inco, and they will play on this 3 on the southeast side.
Yeah, that's fairly sad. And with some of the nerfs going through to the shotguns overall, tags him in the ribcage, and because it's not a full-on registered hit, won't get the insta-gip on that. That's sad. I mean, J-Suk definitely has impressed me as one of the best fraggers on side.
Trash movie. Well, I haven't. I didn't watch the.
Yeah, this is a full reset.
I didn't watch the 1 and 2.
The circle does go down their way.
Really strong.
I just watched the new one, the Venom one,
the
new one.
7 into the top 3.
I mean, yeah, there is definitely, if you're talking about logic-wise, yeah, there is some like scene where it's kind of like not making sense.
Aaron again.
For example,
Shots.
the alien
Zeus is not a bad
creature.
team, and I think they've been
That
finding their
creature
footing
can
inside
just
this lobby.
sneak into one
They
of
came from
the
PMSL EMEA's,
like research
Abrasive
facilities,
Unknown,
you know,
right?
without
Did put
being
to shame
detected.
quite a few veteran squads,
You know, you can
in terms of
that like
the skill
alien
and
can just
performance
like
that they were able to
sneak
provide,
into that. That was
in those
crazy.
finals.
That was just crazy, right?
It's a whole different beast to tackle.
If they
coming
have
over
like
towards
a
an international
CCTV, they
tournament.
would
I
like
think they need to
catch
get
it.
used to the fact
You know,
there really
that
isn't
that
any
part,
teams
you
to go
know,
off
is
the
kind of
back
like
of. It's not always going to
it's
be
not
just
really making
positioning
any
based.
sense.
They have that position. They
But
can
hey,
fight
it's
other teams.
Marvel,
I
right?
think the lucky thing, and I always say this, and if you've listened to mine and John's commentary for a long time, you'll know that I always say that mechanical skill is much harder to teach than I think Zeus already mechanical.
If RSG didn't push up the compound, eat the chicken.
Player in
We'll
Aaron,
see.
he's really able to through a lot of scenarios.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been great to see his ascendancy. Last season, he's a rookie running through and actually give it a really good go here in Group Yellow.
First two parts are way better than a new
impressive,
movie.
even
Oh,
though
I have to see the first two parts then.
Tables are still it takes is one big game up and
Wait,
back
is his
in
mic
that
still
conversation pretty
cutting
quickly.
out?
See if they can find
No way.
a little juice out of this game here because like 3 players that they do need to push side, but
It sounds like he's rapping, bro.
The big
It's
one at the moment is 4 match days, right? It's not I love the spread. Some mistakes in those first bring it back up around, but so today is very important. It's not in terms of trying to get towards the top side of the lobby, but a middling position would be fantastic for them.
Absolutely. Harame Bro are finally fully eliminated. Federales can go no further. They did get spotted there. A little bit of damage done though to Aura as they now are on 3 players, which is unfortunate.
Thank you,
losing
Baba.
Malik. On that side angle, so 3v3 Zeus versus Aura on that north side. Xavier still on 4 players alive and into the top 7 now. The placement points will start to rack up as we climb up these tables.
Yeah, I didn't catch the part where how did RSG lost 2 players?
Get back on over to
They
his
had a
team.
compound
Xavier,
for
the
days.
major roadblock for these north side teams.
Yeah, pretty much there was that instance where they went over towards that ditch, and that was the most dangerous portion of the game. Xavier, and there was just
Vampire
see them on that angle, and they could take that
fighting RSG in the compound.
1v1, but now so many more angles have been opened
Tawny
up around
K.
the map.
Thailand versus China.
To take these shots without those sightlines.
Which region's better?
Vampires have been going on with 2 for quite
Can
a
DD
while,
clutch?
John. And they've been doing honestly quite good work with it. They've taken down more and more players, and now God, the final.
Wait, have you
player
guys checked out
for
the new
RSG. If they can flush him out
M7
and the
skin?
circle,
That is
does not head
crazy.
down towards that
The new
southwest side,
M7 skin is
unfortunately for
crazy.
them. But this is still a good position to play off the back of.
I think it's better than
Zeus
Glacier
just made
M4,
a
guys.
really bold play. They tried
It's
to rotate
better than
ahead of
Glacier
Aura
M4.
based
I
on
think
the
there are
knock
so
that
many
they were able to
skins
achieve, but they've lost their
out
full
there
scout.
better than
Darkness
Glacier
down
M4
to
nowadays.
Xavier, very much in nade range here. This is a very difficult fight for Zeus to be able to control with Aura on that flank, able to get this res off as well.
They did 2
they're
split
ahead,
and
but
lost
they've
2.
Lost that outpost, and it's going to make things
Bro.
so hard for the backline of Zeus. Sorry, and Xavier can just continue.
Oh,
to
is
put
DD 1
nades down.
HP?
It depends how much they have left. I think that they weren't able to get through too many fights in terms of the death crate. Vampire's main goal
Tonic
right now
getting
is
close.
to take down God, because it's getting tough dealing with these angles on the side, as well as trying to deal with a player who is within the midst.
The new
So we're
August
gonna go
Fire?
for a
Bro,
2v1
check the
push,
new
fully setting
M7.
up beforehand.
Venom. Check the new M7.
Steps in for the stunner. God turns the corner.
Oh, you don't wanna
with the
pick from there.
shotgun And looks for another chance, but his ankle's just a little bit too exposed there. Tony K sweeps the leg. Vampire do manage to get the first stage
You think
of their task
TC would
done.
perform better?
Now, can they
I feel like
transition
TC would probably perform better, honestly.
Inko, sightlines over towards Muerte. Not so much over towards Vampires at the moment. Pusher last.
I think
left alive,
TC
but
has
way to
better
go at this point in time. Right?
teamwork.
There's not many opportunities for him to make a step up here. Even for Vampires, I mean, heading over towards that northern side to try and break their way in. There is open.
Xifan may have got a new
Uh-oh,
skin.
Also these squads. Good shots from Inko though. Inactive finding Lamborghini.
A really important pickup as well.
I low-key
Parachute
wanna
is down.
play because of the
Xavier,
new
they're on
skin.
2 players now. And they are splitting their focus. Eren stepping wide, but back into a nade, goes down. It's up to Rita now for DXavier, but there is an opportunity. 2 players for DXavier. Eren is down and the blue zone is pushing, but I think behind that tree, he may have some cover. Inko is such a major
I saw a comment from my
ex.
People were saying that PUBG Mobile should add a feature where you can dismantle upgradables. What do you guys think? I think that would be a killer feature, man.
As well, and Inko have commands.
We should be able to have the choice to disable, to dismantle the upgradables we don't want, so that we can get our materials back to upgrade to new ones.
Take command of and keep under control. Vitaly picking
I mean,
himself a refresh on
PUBG Mobile will probably not do that.
Really big for the end game.
Wancho landing a nade on Paragin, fighting DX. Oh, Inko once again.
You're really wondering when they're going to
top 5 finish
towards this position. I think they're still really worried about.
Yo, Green. There you go.
A player behind. Again,
any comments on your golden trophy, Green?
They have had good control, but when is that push going to come through? And they keep
the golden one will get better. This is just like the first draft for the membership badge.
Go over, but there's no players left behind that tree. They've already been picked up by No Fear. As Aura turned things around, they were
thought of this crazy idea. Man, that's a killer. That's a killer idea.
Managed to restabilize, and now the nades come through. DXavier cut down to 2. Can Rita stay safe from these Aura angles?
RSG should let JDE come to play. Man, if it's JDE, I don't know, man. JDE may end it up with the twist, bro.
His profile low, knows that every single second that he can stay undetected is value, and more points added to the Zeus tally.
It's a miracle no one's really tried to assault DXavier's position. Everyone's kind of relying on grenades here. But yeah, I think Inko certainly had an opportunity just to send over the top. Up goes Rita. Adeti with the drop. That is real unfortunate. He knows he's forced in this fight. Aura's going to be coming over the top side and will pick up that elimination for themselves. It is horrid timing on that prone for Rita there.
Goes out.
Goodness me. Covered by Venom, the last stance on the banner there, but the nade did connect for Paragin. It's now a 2 versus 3. DXavier up to 10 eliminations. Blank, they're already into second place. They have pushed ahead of Team Spirit.
Wait, Ace, you're up this early again? Did your baby wake you up, Ace?
6 points at least.
Dismantle upgradable guns. Less money for Tencent? I don't think they will do it. Yeah, that's what I figured. But like, there's so many upgradable gun skins we don't use because of the new ones, right? It would be so much better if we can dismantle the old ones.
That might be good, but again, doesn't quite find it. The buggy roll down for 1. Paragin now in a 1v3. Tries to stay up behind the buggy. Can't quite get it done. It's Aura to keep things going. The north
secure their first ever chicken dinner. Actually, a significant chicken dinner for them, considering their current ranking. This will boost themselves up. So
realistically, it kind of felt like towards the end game that no one
a really good boost for them.
Everyone was just willing to sort of pinch the points from the sidelines. DXavier technically come out far ahead from anyone else just because they made that aggressive play. I think that they played that game very well. There's some very neat maneuvers and a good fortress essentially set up.
Sure, PUBG would lose a lot of money from people pulling just for materials.
Nowhere to play off the back of it. A lot of moving parts that game towards that end game, but it really just was.
Do you like the new M7 gun skin, Nice? Are you still in the chat? Green, have you checked out the new M7 skin? That skin's crazy.
Over towards DXavier, made the push, knowing that there is cover in that ditch. Maybe it's a different story ahead of them.
DXavier couldn't quite hold.
Have push up the. Oh wait. So Team Bro got how many kills? 2 kills, right?
And it will be.
I'm gonna do 2 for Harami Bro.
Back over to the desk.
I almost forgot we had a team from Nepal playing in this group, to be honest, with how kind of
M7
massive horror have been throughout these 2 days.
So right, I forgot. Ace is one of the. And Ace doesn't really care about skins in game.
To be out of the group and
because he never used one.
If we ended things off before this match, but this is a big win, honestly. They needed. I think just for the mentality.
Did you max out the lock?
Well, it kind of gets the nerves shaken out of Mod Jukes.
Oh yes, indeed. Yeah, I mean, you can see those nerves were definitely out because I think I saw them throw about like 30 smokes just to move up. Like, yeah, 30 smokes just to move up like 5 feet.
Two
That was
push-ups
pretty
is too
crazy,
easy.
you know? But hey, it worked, and it's a game like this.
If
that
you
could
see,
definitely
then you'll
catch
care about your
confidence,
M7. Wait,
For a
what did you do
non-North
with your
American
UC in
viewers,
game, Ace?
5 feet is more like 2 meters.
What did you
for
do?
sure. Oh, that's right. Yeah, something around there.
Are you just saving all those for like so that you can get the like maybe
I don't know.
the axe suit in the next update or what?
Baby, it's Miles.
But their rotation, of course, they drop in Yasnaya Polyana. They got all of the loot over there. So that
No
explains why they
shorts.
had, like,
You
so
guys are
many
sus.
down
Why do you
smokes
guys want me?
begin with, is because
Why do
they
you guys
put
want me to?
Yasnaya on their
Want
own.
you
They
see me
couldn't
wearing
fight
shorts?
with A1 like they would do
You
back
guys
in
are
TSA, so
sus.
they're enjoying that right now. Free loot and stuff.
I wear shorts.
And very
I
slow
wear
rotates, and a lot of the teams
shorts
out the
only
side
when I
to the western
when I
side
go to
towards the
gym.
late game were fighting each other. And it just allowed them to play very passive on the edge and wait for that opportunity to send it.
You don't have enough
at the end
mass
for that win.
to get the
So it's not
materials
like a big
yet.
elimination game. It's just passive game. Sometimes you got circle that comes your way, and you can use that to your advantage.
4
Leverage
kills?
that
No, they
circle
got
to get
wait.
the win.
No way, they got 4 kills. Did they get 4 kills?
Knows he's forced. Minko. I mean,
Right down across the way.
Oh, they got 4 kills. All right, all right.
Inco's game, man. I don't know how you
Okay,
feel
okay.
about it.
Two more,
It
two
could have
more.
been an Inco win.
Yeah, it could have been. I'm surprised they didn't make that push later on in the game, right? They had the notch, they had the opportunity, but they just
Yo.
held back. And I think that's what is
Bro,
like
you know,
literally
I
holding
wasted
Inco
all
back
of
in
the
general is
UC on the
indecision, you know, like that lack of just immediate execution. Because if you look at a team like Alpha 7 and some of these other squads, I mean, even Major Pride,
guys,
they
my-
look to
my
be
cam-
like,
my
whenever
camera
the
just died.
decision's obvious, they all move instantaneously.
Wait,
And Inco, I just don't think they've really got that yet.
I think just like Blanco was talking at the end of that game, once they got
I
the initial
wasted
knockdown to DK,
all
I
of
thought,
my
oh,
it's back.
that's
I
like
wasted
the prime
all of my
time to
UC
send
on
it.
the
Yeah,
on the
no doubt.
stupid
I said
esports
decision right, Hot Juice,
Scar
they
L
didn't go
skin.
for it, but I hope they can look
I
back
spent
on this
like
game in particular, be like
80K
more aggressive. And that's gonna be
UC
the
trying to get it,
kind of,
and I wasn't able to
play
get
they
it.
needed to
And
try
then
and
I waited like a few months later. Then you got like
at the end when they could have
and you went back to store again.
Xavier, though, right?
and
They
then
didn't have
get
necessarily
it with
easy
like
path to
5,000
get to
UC or
where they
something.
eventually finished off was because they had to fight Bigatron, then they crashed onto DRX, completely overwhelming them and setting themselves up nicely for some points. And considering the top 3 teams were already out by that point, it was a great catch-up game for them to kind of, you know, take away from that lead, potentially push themselves into top 3, which is, again, if you guys aren't familiar, top 3 from the group stage here goes directly to the grand finals.
Yes, sir, indeed. I mean, yeah, CG Xavier like hold that little ridge line so beautifully.
17
position, right?
You
But
go
they were
with
still able to just
11.
hold
Wow.
on
Wait.
and get some straight up elimination.
How
That
many
aim
push-up did
right
I
there on
say?
Inco was
If
just
Inco qualifies to the
perfectly
survival,
placed.
if
That
Inco
16
qualifies to the
points
survival
from
stage,
them. But of course, you guys
how many
got the
push-ups am I
flowers.
going to do?
7 points?
Did I say
We'll
40?
take that all day long.
Yeah, no, really good match here from
Did I
Mara.
say 40?
I'm so surprised, actually, Jason. We saw Xavier get to that central position against
Shut
DRX
up, Cleon.
without losing a single player.
Camera
And
was
he
not
won at
off.
one point in that game, like that is just absolutely wild. And even before that, it's not just they went for that rotation and were passive until that point. They won a fight versus BTR that I can talk a little bit about the BTR fight. It was a little bit odd. The BTR went into the dip on the road against Xavier that were right behind them, and you had Zeus to the west of them. They were kind of creating a really bad situation for themselves, but Xavier see the bad spot, take the fight,
no.
win it, don't lose a
That
single
is a
player,
mistake,
have
bro.
even more pass to put
That
up that
is a
rotation and just send
mistake.
it, and got a little bit lucky
Oh,
on the
no.
circle that ended up going their way, and we're definitely happy that Inco were not willing to fully push them, but yeah, a risky push that ended up being super worthwhile.
Shifan,
for
once
them.
you
So
come back here, you gotta train me. I gotta train you, bring you to a gym. You need to get more. Wait, do you know how do I keep myself motivated?
Getting zero
You have to
eliminations
put
from
a
that position
deposit to the
felt
gym
like
to hire a personal
horrible
trainer,
result for them,
and
considering
that's
like
what
they
keeps
had-
me
they had their own
motivated,
position, they
Ace.
had the positional advantage completely against them, and if
Because
they couldn't
once
get
you
the
spend
shot
money
from
on the gym, right?
Yeah, I mean, look at
The money you
also,
can't get a refund.
price still gonna
You
be
have
up there,
to,
but
you know,
looking at
obviously
that
you have to
story
go
fight
to the
you bring up,
gym
Jason,
and
I
to get
don't really
the
wanna focus
to get the
too much on,
trainer
like, Loops
and to help you, you know,
that
to do
one. I
the
more
to do
wanna focus on
the
Dumwete,
bodybuilding
how
and stuff.
good they played that
And
position,
that's how
which is
it
they
got me
pressed into a
motivated.
wide angle to the eastern side, and all Dumwete had as free real estate in that position were 2 warehouses.
So
which,
I don't
as we
think
know,
I'm the right
they're in multiple
person to
positions,
get you
have really
motivated.
strong angles you can
Like,
play from with third-person perspective.
Ace, my man.
Dumwete knew that, so they went for these wide angles.
When
and
you
kind of
spend
circled
money,
all
that gets you
of
motivated.
in that warehouse.
You know,
and then they just
obviously
had
you
no escape route
don't
that
want
no
your
one
money
was
got
aggressive
wasted.
with, and Demuerte just completely obliterated them.
Yeah,
They
and
were
also
able
like
to initiate a
personal
rotation
trainers are
in the
expensive. I know.
circle. So, yeah,
Do you know
I
the
think Demuerte
range,
had a really good
Green?
fight
How
there, but
much
Loops, we're still waiting to
does
see something from
the
this team by
trainer
Jason, so they are
cost
definitely a side.
on average?
Mir and Sage,
How much
I
per
gotta
hour?
Give them credit as well. I mean, for a team who
A 100?
this basically
100
well, one of the
USD
last
or
teams,
more?
For them to send it into Alpha 7 and win the fight, I guess relatively cleanly.
Wait,
I think
RSG
kinda shows
dropped to
that
bottom
they don't
5, guys.
overrespect anyone, and they're willing to
RSG
take fights
drops
that
down
maybe
to
some other teams
bottom
wouldn't, or willing to take,
5.
like, the proper fights, and I really want to give them credit for that because they did win out on that one. Obviously not having like the greatest finish at the end of things, but it's a good sign for this team in general and the mentality they're bringing into these matches.
I really want to use that fight, Jason, as like the definition of a crash. Like they just full sent in the building.
What does
and they
stream for
even had
push-ups
cars on
mean?
the roof in the swamp area. It was absolutely massive.
Basically, you have this. I have this spinning wheel. Once other people donate or join the members,
day one is
I will make it a spin, right? So the next viewer got the team around me, bro. So I would do push-ups based on their kills. So that's what happened for those who are new to the stream.
But they need to get over that hurdle of actually getting that.
Depends on the gym and the
At
trainer.
least with the way they're playing at the moment,
Cheap
they're set to
gyms are
qualify,
50 per
I should say
hour.
it a different way. They're
50
set to
per
make it into-
hour for the
Yeah,
trainer,
because
right?
more reps
And does
they
that
get,
include
the better
the-
they're going to become? Because
the gym
as
fee?
we talked about before,
Like the
only
monthly
Moxie
fee
really
for the
in
gym
terms
and
of their
stuff.
starting roster has played at this kind of level before at PMGC last year. So for this team to already be playing this well with such little experience,
Use
I think is a
expensive
really good
trainer,
sign
then you
for them.
will
I'm
not
curious
feel
to see
lazy
where they'll
anymore.
get to at the end of
Exactly,
this
Dark
whole,
Venom.
this whole shebang. But as we transition to talking about maybe Vampire a little bit, because we did talk about them coming into Erangels as being one of their better maps, you have to kind of give them a little
50
bit
is
credit for them
definitely one of
lasting
the
so long, and I
cheaper
kinda want
ones
to
in
go into that
US.
map, because it was Schweppes
I
and
think
Tony K
the
as the last two surviving.
Yeah,
I think the average could be like maybe 70, 80 or something.
Early. Like it happens to every team, even the best.
The
team in
separate?
the world.
Okay.
It happens. You lose a player, lose two players. Like, oh, rip, that wasn't quite what we wanted. Let's try and adapt. And here, Vampire,
You're going
like,
on
you know
date today.
what?
Wish you
We've
luck.
got two players,
Yo.
we don't want to fight. We're just going to stick to the western
Cherry
side of
G,
the circle, which we
good
know
luck.
because of the plane path and how the circle kept shifting. There's not too many teams to the west.
Oh, the
Either
games
they're
are pretty
the southern,
fast today.
The eastern or the northern side of the map. The western coast is going to be relatively free for the mid to late game section. And they just hold on to the west, avoid fight after fight, and they get like so far in the match. I don't
So
remember
the
how
gym
many
I go to in
points they got in
China,
that match. I didn't check it out, but
it's like
they got
around
so far
50
when really any other
USD
team
per
I think would
hour
have kept to try to go for
per
these
lesson,
positions and would
and
have
then
died
lessons
doing
an
so.
hour.
Vampire know they have to
It's
be
around like
respectful.
50 bucks per hour.
Replacements, they maybe
But the
would
thing
not have
is, you
gotten
can
if they
buy
were
if you
getting too
buy
aggressive.
just
So
one course,
I love
one
the
lesson, it's gonna
mindset
be
change
more
of
expensive.
Vampire during this
So
game.
if you have
And,
you have
just
to
showing
buy
them
there
they
like maybe
respect the lobby, they know what they can
32
do, and they know
lessons
when they can't do
and
something
more,
play, so they just
so they can
play a bit
get
more
so they can get it
Just give
cheaper.
credit again, like
That's
3
what I
points.
what
We
I'm
said
that's
so
what I
many
meant by
times, like,
putting a
this last
deposit
year,
at the
that
gym,
1 point can make the difference.
and
They
that
are
will
1
keep you
point right now
motivated.
from getting through into the grand finals directly, where Team Spirit's currently sit on 61 and Vampire on 60. So every single point
In your
is gonna
city,
matter, and
it's
that's why I was kinda
$10
surprised
a
not
month
to see
for
more
personal
snakes. But
coach.
speaking
No
of
way.
snakes,
You're talking about.
Jason
Are you talking about the
Mir
gym
and
fee?
Sejong, he did a phenomenal job.
Your
surviving
country
as long as he did, and almost
personal
even
trainer
pulled
costs
the 1v3
only like
against Inko.
$10.
Yeah, you wanted to see snakes, Jason. So he was like, you know what? Just for you, Jason. We're gonna snake it up.
We had a discussion, right? While watching the game, it's like we
Strategy Yo, Ace, what are you talking about? You learned that from me? Nah, bro. I have no kids, bro. Who got 2 kids here?
Even if we're gonna lose it, we kind of have to commit.
Who got 2 kids here?
Is Juke's back? I heard him say, yeah. Oh, he's back on.
If we want to take lessons, we have to take it from Ace, bro. Dude is strong. Ace told me once like he's aiming for like having 5 kids in his family, bro.
Okay, so just you and me, Max. What Hotcheeks was saying was he really loves Max and I. He feels like we've been doing a fantastic job here. He says we deserve a raise, and yeah, it's appreciated, Hotcheeks. But we are about to head into our second Erangel here with 30 seconds left. Bigatron Inko, man. I mean, well, even ignoring Bigatron Inko, can we stop getting zones towards Corey? Like, there's other parts of Erangel to be played out, guys. Like, come on, RNG.
Wow, I'm amazed. These matches started really fast today. That's a good thing.
Are going to be, well, I guess Inko more so going to be hard-headed yet again.
$10 for a whole month for personal coach,
did not hate what was
and
happening
$20 for a
here
gym membership.
You're seeing
What do you mean? If you pay $10 a month to the gym, they will assign you a personal coach,
that is fine. If you
and
wanna
you
have the
can
same
go
kind of
there
area, but you just don't clash,
like,
that is completely okay.
with
So, like,
unlimited
for me,
times and hours.
2 thumbs up, Jake. You can't see on camera. 2 thumbs up, Jason. for
2.
what's happening between Inco and BTR. So yeah, like 1 for both teams. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I got you. If you said 3, I'd be a little bit worried, you know. But obviously, as we are about to head into the air and go, I mean, Alpha 7, they're kind of waiting for their moment to strike, as they did go down to Mir and Sejong before. But obviously, Miramar is their big playground yesterday, where they had their massive comeback. But all in all,
let me get a
day one kind of already being 2 matches in.
They're
We've seen
back.
Horror already be able to step up, where they've been extremely quiet. I still want to be kind of critical of them, even though they did win the last match, because the passive style they've been playing is not going to work. The sweeping edge, it's not going to work out well for them. But hey, they got the win nonetheless. Maybe they get some weight off of their shoulders, and we're about to head into that second Aaron Gill, our third of the day, with John Allen and Blake.
That is right. We are back once again as we go into match number 9 of our 24 match set for Group Yellow. This time the plane path from the northwest side going over Georgia Pole down towards the military base. Blank, we just cannot get away from the southwest side of this map.
Yeah, it's becoming a bit of a problem now for a lot of our teams. I think they've played a smaller map than Sanhok at this point in time. We are literally just around Gatka and Quarry. So hopefully we get something a little bit different, though players may be getting quite practiced at this as part of the game, honestly. And it's nice to see DXAV get so far into that last game, you know, after we talked about how we quite like their northern approach this one, where they leapfrog DRX's position in Gatka and then play down from that north side. I think it gives them a lot of options, because they are always in the best of positions to pick up a south spot in Quarry. But we'll wait for this first circle to hit on our screens and see exactly where our teams are going. Alpha 7, though, not having a very good day at all. Not showing up where we'd expect them to. I mean, you can still see the gun skill is there, but some of their rotates just aren't quite working out. And I mean, fair enough, they are probably one of the furthest away from that southwest side, playing up in North Georgia, and have to rotate.
Hello, Zendex. Good morning.
A lot of teams to get there.
I will
good
throw in the
afternoon.
caveat that, of course, it's only been 2 matches, right, so far today, and it's kind of what we saw at the start of yesterday, and they ended up in the top 3. Same for Team Spirit. These 2 teams seemingly in the same boat when it comes to definite potential, but right now not realizing.
Yeah, this is match 3
of this day.
improvements
BTR
on the production
not
side.
Going to find a pick just yet on towards Major Pride. I'll never say never, but right now they have not been able to find anything, and it seems like Inco aren't going to hot drop them either. So teams have figured out this drop, and I mean, that's the advantage of having such a frequent return to this location, is that you get to know exactly what's
Nah, this is not Jiggle Ice Cream.
pace, and it's very likely.
I ate it all. I don't have it in stock and at home. I ran out of the Jiggle Ice Cream.
I think that with some of these teams tightening up those rotations, tightening up those positions on the map where they assume players might be coming through, yeah, it's getting more and more difficult as time goes on. But we don't go down towards the southwest side, John. We head up towards the north here, with Alpha 7 maybe having a better run of it in North Georgia to start things off. They get a ton of loot on board with Creo, even split looting over towards that north side. There is a knock and a flush.
How to marry Crush without telling her?
Towards Zeus right now.
That's called a rape.
I love pretty happy to pick up that one.
That's called a rape.
Encounter, I would say, with how low he's got.
Yeah, he's still going to be able to wrap a couple of the bandies around the Quarry position. Oh, I thought Quarry was just in the circle, but no, we're not going to go back to Quarry this time around. Maxman celebrating over on the analyst desk.
I got a feeling once Twist of the Mind
out this time. We're going up to the northwest side instead.
Twist of the Mind gets a chicken. I think their performance will get skyrocketed.
Because we haven't seen a lot of these northern rotates over towards Saverny, which is going to be the difference maker, I would say, for a lot of our squads in terms of showing off some of their skills when it comes to those rotates, because they just haven't seen how a lot of our other teams perform. Marin Sejong finding an initial pickoff over towards Major Pride, and again, it's Evo Station to go down first. Tough look for Major Pride of these last couple of games on Arangel. And I think both times it has been Mirren Sage.
Wait, how many of you are married? How does like the marriage work in your country? So when a new couple, right, they're trying to get married, right, get the official documents and stuff. I think both of the person, they have to be present.
Points, and they are looking to
or they can just sign a document and they can, you know, and mail it
look to
out,
transition
and
away.
that's called
There's not
like
too many
get
players
the
near
official
start of their
documents
rotation, so they can
done.
get the speed
How does
to be
it
able to
how
figure
does
out
it
where they
work
wanna
at your
go
country?
next? The
Do we have
rotations
anyone with
around
experience?
Everest in general can
Because in
be
China,
quite
I
tricky
think
if you transition up towards ruins or one of the compounds in the foothills.
you
of
know
Everest,
the
maybe
girl and
even
the
top
boy
of
they
Everest
all have to
itself,
go
which
to
could be prime real estate.
what
It
I
is
don't know what
a
it's called.
big opportunity to leverage that into the rest of the game. However, the top of Everest generally quite contested.
Yeah, and always is. Always is. Major Pride, they're going to try and pick
Oh.
a box compound. A little bit more awkward when you're playing as just 3 because you can't hold on to all 4 of the buildings, which just means there's a crash point available for them. That was that replay, and it was definitely a close encounter indeed, down towards that side of the map. I think Darkin actually just dropping over towards the north side of
In
Quarry.
India,
And
your
it's an
marriage
interesting pickup
lasts a
there
week?
for Shreks
Wait,
as
what?
Because usually that
Chief.
is a full-on drop over towards
Correct
the west
him.
side and Primorsk. So likely a little bit of a change
Mythbuster.
there from Schweppes. He's feeling himself. He was confident from yesterday, getting, I think it was 6 elims in one match, and he was the only guy getting the elims on the team of Vampires. So he saw the parachute and decided, you know what, I'm just going to take this fight. It's a solo.
Yeah, for now.
You
stays
find a
alive,
girl,
so
you talk to her,
Vampires
ask her
already
parent,
off to a better start than their last
dad
game, and even
first,
then, they
you
were
wait
able
for the
to
answer,
pretty
then the dad
successfully
permission, and you can
get to
marry.
our top 3 now.
Wait,
It is
which-
still
which
very,
country are you
very
from
hotly
again?
contested for
Cleon?
these top spots, right? You've got DX on 69.
in your
Major
country, the
Pride
parents
currently
has
the
to
only team
the
that
parents
I don't
have
wanna
to
say
agree.
safe,
Do they
but
have to
is
sign
very
anything,
unlikely to
or it's
top out
just
in the
like the
next 2 to
cultural
3
thing?
matches, of this
Can a
top
new
3.
couple
However,
get
you
married
can see
without the
that
consent from
with
their
a big
parents?
game, anyone down to maybe even 8th place, right, can find that jump up. So it is a really, really tight table still as we go through to our halfway mark on day 2.
Yeah, it's been frustrating for some of our teams towards that top side.
Wait, it's true?
Like Vampires, Team Spirit, Alpha 7, Pierre because
Marriage is a
Not
business?
so great
Wait,
matches
what?
at the start of the day over these first 2. It has allowed a lot of our teams to kind of catch up a little bit over towards the middle side of the table, where it is just that one game away, like you say. They had that buffer there before, and if they'd been able to get even just like 5 points per game on those last couple, it might be a different story. So kind of tough.
Like, what do you do
But
in
this does
India?
mean the competition
Like,
is firing
You
back up
celebrate
again.
the marriage for 2 weeks?
BTR,
Like, you invite
they've
guests
moved
over
up to
for,
the
like,
north
2
side,
weeks?
Close by Sora.
That's
Not
expensive.
too close as to start to worry about it. You can see the oversight they've got down to the south coast. This is a little bit of a gamble that it's going to go to the north side, because if it does, they've got great angles and a great hold to position for the shooting range hills towards North George. There's a lot of transition options, but getting back down south could be a lot more troublesome for them. I wouldn't be too surprised to see BTR leave a player back towards the river and retreat if there's a team that encroaches from the south side, so that they have that information, that potential route to go back down to the south.
Yeah, there's a chance they do that. I don't think this is a horrible spot to play if you are BTR and where they started in the game. On this northern side, I mean, you have the rotate down towards box compound. You can even
How you
cross
get a
back
lot of
over
the gifts in
Rosewood
Chinese
Bridge.
weddings? Yeah.
There is potential to move. It's just a question of how hot it
In
gets,
China,
'cause
people
even
send the new
Sunken is
couple,
potentially a place that they could go in the future.
the red
I think this
envelope
is what makes it quite nice.
filled with the
teams
money,
taking
filled with the
more
cash.
advantage over multiple positions of the map. Again, it has been odd for me though. There has been a real focus, almost determination from these teams to play on the south side of the map, which we're getting a lot of clumps of squads all sat fairly close together, uncomfortably so at this point in time.
Does seem the way things are shifting. Harrigan. He's got so much loot sat around him, but he doesn't need any. He's happy. He's already decked out. He's got the goodies. DXavier taking a ruin split right now and peeking in with Levi's towards the compounds in the foothills of Everest. Currently, the top of Everest, I mean, it's a lot less
And then you can
contested
get
than
married
I thought
in
it might be,
McDonald's
but
if you want.
Team
How about
Spirit potentially
KFC?
are
You
gonna
don't want to
change
get
that.
married in KFC,
Like, they are
bro?
headed that direction.
You know what? Like, while I was a kid, I normally celebrate my
with this circle
birthday at
towards the
KFC.
northwest side, it does make life
Or
very
Alpha
difficult,
7 chicken.
as you move out towards
For God's sake,
the ocean.
finally.
Getting a lot of
RSG
war
down
involved
south,
here. I think
Team
a
of
lot more
Spirit,
teams would want to confirm
Pachinki,
over towards that
Inco.
northern side of the map, which means there's going to be a lot of
They're
these
trying to wrap
eastern
around to the north
rotations,
side.
wide rotations.
Will the circle go north
I
or
personally
south
think
or
we're
center
gonna
up?
see
What do you guys
a
think?
lot of teams getting caught up, tangled with one another in these coming moments. It's not going to be easy. It's really not going to be easy because we just cut out a whole lot of landmass in stage 2.
I think that it's probably not unwise for a team like Aura, maybe even BTR to head all the way out to the Zaki side of this circle, try and get out of it. But we've seen a lot of times where the whole lobby has kind of read that same approach, and it's forced out a full shift for everybody to go out to that side.
Doran
does
is out again. Oh my god. Is Doran struggling or the whole Twisted Mind team is struggling, guys?
Though, is really where a lot of metal is going to be tested.
Bro, Green, you said what? I like Isadora.
Yeah, because this game is hammering away. And these swords will not be forged easily. And some will break.
Is it true that in China you have to pay money to girls' parents to marry her? Yeah, it's like for some families, yes. Maybe for I don't know, but like I guess for the majority of the marriages like that.
Players now on there.
If a boy
taking a wide rotate on that
wants to marry a girl in China, you have to pay.
I think you're BTR as well as
the girl's family.
You're
like,
more than likely just going to hold these positions, though. I think
the money.
You want to be in a strong spot.
We called it
as opposed to pushing out towards Zaki.
Like tidy means like a money for marriage or something.
Away from these spots as well. Because
I don't know how to work, and I don't know why they're paying it.
Towards these teams, to spread though, rotating in very.
It's kind of like a tradition in China. It's not cheap. Some girls' family ask a lot, like 1 million or something. It obviously depends on how wealthy like your families are.
Side. Loops moving up along North Coast, potentially one of the more secure teams now in this location. I like what DRX were doing. They're forcing teams to go into that east side. They know that Alpha 7 is holding on the east side of North George. They sent someone to scout out over the bridge. MSJ might hold them out.
No, I think there's a logic behind it. I think
that next rotate, but I think they're going to trim down the lobby.
I think it's for
being this blockade in the way of that West George bridge. Vampires forced to go into the water instead, and they might actually be able to get the full swim across here.
Actually, I read something about it, but I kind of forget it. I think it's for some like security issues for the girls, because once you get divorced
from this position, I think a lot of teams would assume that Alpha 7 is
like for a man, you can get married again easy, but for girls, right? Once you get married and you want to remarry, right? The situation may be tricky.
Options are a little bit limited
so
when it comes to rotating out. I mean, the best thing they could probably do
the
is
money, right,
through this urban environment over towards where Alpha 7 is playing, and just
not
team
the guy's family pay to the girl's family. That's kind of like
a higher placement in this game. Luke's made a smart
kind of like security deposit in a way.
Compound, just the Isazaki is a strong spot to play. That
maybe because of the regional girl. That could be true. Yeah, that could be true as well.
On the circle, it's likely going to have to be a push over down towards.
Yeah, they're also like scammers.
One of the shacks that
I saw a news where like a Chinese girl, he married and divorced like 20 times something in a year.
On the southeast of where Loops sit right now,
and the reason why she's doing it is trying to scan the money
on the southwest of that hill, but the hill itself actually fairly uncontested. I think Loops are going to head over there now. BTR and Zeus currently in the saddle that sits. You can see just on the minimap there, Loops encroaching on the northwest side, Zeus on the east side of it, and BTR trying to stay alive.
All right, let's focus on the game.
Between the two
we're way off topic.
As well, a little bit further south.
It is
refresh.
Tough stage 3. I mean, going down from the southwest side in Quarry up to here, I don't think it's really got that much easier for a lot of our squads. There is that ridge side that you can play over towards the eastern edge of North George, which currently DXAV is currently holding in. Great sight lines from that position, but you do have to hold towards the north and the south. Can get a little bit tricky. Zeus, though, making a mad dash as there too towards something playable.
You guys are capping.
RSG.
They lose one on the rotation, but maybe give themselves a little bit more leg room in the match as a whole. There's still 16 teams.
Oh, you've been married 20 times in a year?
3.
Well,
only 13.5 minutes.
She's dating multiple guys at the once, right?
Circle forcing everyone to
and
go
he's trying to getting
crossings,
like
crunching everyone together again.
Get the guy's family to pay
numbers prematurely
the price
here.
And the moment she receives the money,
a lot of teams have found
she just find executes or like
they can't really go for this fight. They know if they do,
to get divorced,
wipe them down immediately.
Then go married to the next guy. where the next
will
guy,
bear the brunt of it. Two players on the inside. Paragin
pay her
immediately
family,
going in
then
for that off angle for that.
she
And
goes
as
to
the
divorce
nade
again.
downstairs,
So that's
Effect
what
goes down
she was
first.
doing.
Levi's hops
Team
out. They know
Spirit,
they've got
clean
the
wipe
high ground.
on
Lamborghini,
DX.
Paragin.
Oh, you packed the
Lamborghini
got
goes
taken
down
out.
to Duarte on that further north side.
Oh,
But
Nomi.
Team Spirit, they're in, but Effect is the
Wait,
next
Nady didn't
to get
know?
knocked.
A
Huh?
tough spot.
Nomi.
Xavier responded insanely quickly.
Wait, what is Nomi
He
doing?
is in.
Oh,
They have
there
to
you
jump
go.
off the res here. In assistance from the stairway.
Kitsune just confirming the flush, and Nadeti goes down as well. So they've managed to fully crash in here, but Matic still needs a Muerte pushing in, shifting out to this eastern side as well.
Inko is actually playing really smart. You see, they're holding the split on the east side.
They have to be thinking
They have the
they are in a
south
lot of
squad
danger
house to
right now.
themselves.
The nades come through. Muerte keep Foopsman right around the wing, but Paragin has to turn tail. Slink away. The last player for DX Xavier. Team Spirit want that second place spot back.
I think the real question right now for Duarte is how long can they stand to be out here? Foosman does send off because he needs to go assist the rest of the team with BTRs coming in from that northern side. I think DX Xavier respond really quickly over towards this position, but I think because they were holding that wide split, unless they were able to capitalize on a couple of knocks, that was a bit of a struggle to make work, and so DX Xavier actually gets pushed down in that situation. I think Team Spirit pretty happy with what they've been able to achieve here. Still assuming there's a player inside this building, and not sure if he's actually pushed off or not. Wasting maybe a little bit of utility on that.
Only losing effect on this crash, I think, could be classified as a success for Team Spirit. Loops and BTR, meanwhile, on the northern side. Loops have been slowly moving their way in. BTR, a little bit tangled up there in the
Wait, what, they're doing
Loops
magic
don't
or
want
what-
any part of
something,
it. They're
BTR?
confused about the knots that BTR are tying themselves in. They actually try and dip back through, but
This is Alpha 7
turned
chicken.
away a little.
We'll see.
Nino
Does
taking
he got
low,
knocked?
and Aura down the
But
hill
play
now,
zone.
going to be turned on the wall. They've been in
Empire's
this combat
out.
for a while. It is going to be Loops crashing.
Man.
BTR not going to try and third party. They want to transition further into this circle.
Are we seriously gonna hear the caster rapping
Bad time
and
all round.
beatboxing
Aura
with
picking up
the
a
cracking
decent chunk
mic?
of points for it.
Yeah, and this is the difference between BTR as well as Aura here, is that they both
Should we
selected
switch to
positions
PL?
that they could actually have more options down towards the south side of the map, and Loops was left with not the greatest of position, but one that will work for the time being. But if it moved far down south like this, they were always going to find themselves in a really difficult position. Now, BTR coming up against Muerte, and Team Spirit have already had some impact in towards this fight. It's a question of whether they want to third party this or not, and they do desperately need some elimination points to maintain their position towards the top side of the lobby.
Tell you what, Muerte have
Looks
had
man
been
in the
switched
front,
on
1
so far
HP.
today. I've
Oh!
been enjoying watching their gameplay, but it may just draw
BTR.
short here in this match. Lepardo, the
Last
last
one alive.
stand for BTR.
Lampard.
The roll-up not going to plan.
Ah,
Team Spirit
nice
maybe now look to flex
nade.
out, but BTR are fully down. Team Spirit, can they have an impact? Because Foopsman is down, and they may look to transition, take control of this hillside. In the meantime, on the north edge,
Well, one
Aura have tried
chicken
to move down south, and Mirin Sejong
can
has
really
started
boost
to
up
put
your
the
momentum.
screws on.
Especially for the
knocks come on
players.
through. 2 players down. They've lost Seiwu, but there's still
6
3 players
kills
active.
for Hora.
It's not bad. It's not bad for them at all. There's a shot from Matic over towards Foosman. Good stuff. They needed some impact on that fight. There was already a knock that went through, and they desperately don't want to be fending off the position. If they get rid of the Muerte, they've got a whole bunch of space to play on this eastern side.
Oh, you see how he instantly switched to Shadi?
There's Major Pride. They're still
Becca,
on
one of the best players in Major Pride.
North George, but trying to find the last player of Loops. Evading their sight lines for now. And actually dropping a
Wait,
nade, dropping some
guys,
damage.
Inco may
There's
win
Major
this
Pride
game.
still alive. The circle.
Inco may
Snap bang on
win
top of
this
Paragin, the last
game.
player for DX Xavier, and there's no one near him.
Inco's rotation is on point in this
He's taking
game.
shots out to try and third party the fight over on the east side. As Duarte go down to Team Spirit, MSJ conclude the fight with Aura. The north side is tidying itself up a little bit, so now Paragin's going to start to have to worry. The hillside on the southeast flank right now, though, I think is going to be a pivotal location. Inco currently control it, but Team Spirit could transition down there as well.
Yeah, it always is a nice spot to play in. I think with it being slightly far down towards that south side, it's going to have a little bit less impact.
If Inco wins this game, I think
tying up their loose ends over towards the
I may
edges
need
of
to
this
start
circle
to
where
do
they can
push-up
still
now,
confirm fights with one
so
another.
that I can finish the 40 push-ups.
To clear out these buildings, Loops do have one last player still in. He's wanting to send over towards Major Pride and hopefully strike an alliance.
Major Pride still haven't been able to find it.
Inco always make a comeback no matter what. It's
cheeky.
It's building their
Hiding on these
genes.
angles. Becca.
It was building their genes.
And the nade there, and Alpha
Yeah, when it
7
comes to
continue march
qualification,
in.
Inco can always, do the
Thinking
clutch
keep Lutz on the ground
qualifications.
floor, that means that they're going to have to
Which is
face
kinda
Alpha
crazy.
7 first. Or, well, he is rather is going to have to face Alpha 7 first. So if Major Pride can just maintain the top floor, that's all they need to do. But that is a good nade to bounce off.
I'm excited to see what
now
Becca do
Major
here.
Pride need to take care of
Oh,
Alpha 7.
they're into a 3-stack?
2, and immediately
Not
they're
sure
just
that's a
getting
good
out of
idea,
there.
though.
Spotted
You can
by
easily get
Mafioso,
naded.
Not quite able to get enough damage to find a knock, but will put the fear in them.
Easily get
He
naded here.
advances with that auto shotty, the Mini 14, not quite good for the spray down in the open yard. The burn on that door frame as well, going to slow the approach for Alpha 7, but the nades keep on putting pressure against Major Pride.
Yeah,
Slow down
I feel like
soon,
they.
and there's the nade, there's the
It'd be
burn.
better that
Alpha 7
they fight
are
them
able
in
to
the
take down Major
3-stack.
Pride as well.
Honestly,
So 3 eliminations.
the
on
apartment
game.
building. I mean, 9 the 3-stack.
Continue from North George.
Why not 40 push-ups in the Inco jersey?
for
I don't have
Major
Inco
Pride to
jersey.
play in. Alpha 7 do a fantastic job. of
After
clearing
all
out
the roast, I
floor.
doubt Inco will send me a jersey.
I think what they were hoping,
And I don't want to buy one.
Down towards the south side,
No.
maybe have a little
So
bit
maybe
more
I'll just
impact.
do 40
Over
push-ups
towards
in
that north
an
edge,
HP
but
jersey.
the Midtown RSG has
Just
been very
kidding.
much
Wait,
So
RSG
Alpha 7 now
fighting.
think about what their
Oh!
next plan is.
Twist! Oh no!
Wow. That is an
Where's the
incredible
smoke,
spray
bro?
down coming
RSG,
through
what are you
from Ross
doing?
and Coops.
Why are you making these rookie mistakes?
Minds managing to get into a decent
Why are you making these
overtime
rookie
position on
mistakes?
The entirety of North George.
Get Bay up!
They are probably the team
Get
that
Bay
should,
up.
by rights, outlast this West Side engagement, which means that Inco is going to be the major threat to them moving forwards. Team Spirit as well. They've been a little bit slow. I feel like they could have transitioned down south a little bit earlier, taken on Inco on that ridge line that I've been talking about, but it's a difficult rotation.
Wait
to make.
for your
Even
teammate,
RSG go
DD.
try and get the remnants of Zeus dealt with, but they're 3
Wait
players.
for your
Is it gonna be a match?
teammate.
Maybe not, as he goes in,
Did
steps
he get
through
thirsty?
and has a little bit of danger
Okay,
sent his
okay,
way,
okay.
but finally Rita
Goes to clutch it
is
up.
eliminated, and RSG can look to get the res. Alpha 7, though, going to continue to put pressure on
Inco
from that
with 3
northwest side.
ilms?
A circle pops over towards
Guys.
Carrigan. Team Spirit, Inco.
Can I take
Alpha
what I
7
said
all need
back?
to Move, but, Mirror and
Oh,
St. John
Inco
actually
versus
have
Twisted
very
Mind.
nice
Wait,
ridge line to play off
interesting.
the back of. With multiple angles to be helped because
They're
they can move
challenging
towards the
Twisted
north
Mind
side
this
of that
compound.
ridge and play
Interesting
down towards the
decision.
south.
Why didn't they go fight
I
Team
don't think they really
Spirit?
exactly how much space they
Oh my
currently hold.
God.
Nomi on one
Coops!
hell of a scouting mission. Does get up towards this ridge side on the south. You wonder if Inco's probably heard him in the vehicle.
Inco moving out.
Oh
this way. I think it's a
my
bit too bold, and Look
God.
at that immediately, Team Spirit. They transition down. Nomi does get knocked, but that's resable.
Kasune
Only
versus
one player for
Vitali.
Inco in position to try and get there. Matic a little bit late on the regroup here, but Kitsune can
Still
hold
holding
down for
an
the
aid,
time being.
Kasune?
A 1 versus 1 that's in his wheelhouse, and now Matic is here for the backup. Needs to
Vitali
be
low.
careful on a split approach, and Inco cannot move in to back up their player here. Vitali is on his own against 2 players from Team Spirit.
Yeah,
and
that's a
Matic's
weird
blazing
ass-
down. Kitsune
That's
holds the
weird
line.
ass
Get this
decision by
res.
Inco, but
This is
like,
the
yeah, we need
transition
to
I
fight,
wanted
so I
from
don't
Team Spirit.
complain.
I think Inco leave too much in the
Wait,
wings.
why
They've
is
given up
Bay
so much
here?
ground.
RSG for
Sure, they
third
might
party?
get a couple of points, but they may have thrown away the game.
Oh wait, Guts got
They
one.
had to hold someone on that
Guns are
back line.
crazy!
I think though for Vitali,
Oh!
it's a case of right, I need to go regroup my teammates and let them know that there's a team off towards our east, as opposed to thinking that he potentially will be 3 there. But
Wait, Alpha
really
7
good
came
play
as
from Team
well?
Spirit. They play it nice and slow and effective.
Inco 7, 8 ilms.
They don't want to go into a one dramatic there. Alpha 7 though again past him, and then back and play a Mafioso.
Where's that nade come from then? Carrillo on the off angle there finds it and actually nades outdoor, but not quite in time to connect. 3 players from Alpha 7, 2 on the back lines for Inco. They still need some healing on through for Nenebete, but he's more preoccupied with Lloyd's in. The ordnance goes back and forth. Wancho up into the window. A nice high bounce there. That should seal. No, it's going to find in the knock. continuing to move forwards. Carrillo onto the inside. They're scouting from the top rope, but it's not really.
I mean, if they can get this amount of Illims, it's W pushing up at the compound. But like, positioning-wise, I think the fighting Team Spirit is better.
The mark there. A nice bouncer around the corner, just goes far. Revo breaks out wide. In short work there. Team Spirit, though, still have oversight on the south side.
Alpha 7 plus Inco equals to Inco 7.
During that fight where he was able to get one shot and
wow.
over towards
Alpha 7, 8 kills.
In which case they were forced down to just
8 kills
one gun on that ridge side, and they couldn't really afford to take another knock there.
For real needs to do push-ups now for Inco.
Hell for lever on that fight
40.
on that southern compound without worry of any of these off angles
40
from that ridge side. So yeah, if
push-ups
wasn't in that position, he wasn't able to get that knock. It might have been a different story where they opened themselves up to some shots coming through from Team Spirit. But again, a good thing that Mafioso still played back on that line.
Oh, MSJ got the
these two
circle
counterposed ridges, and the shift goes up to the north side for Mirren Sejong. This is good news. Team Spirit on that south ridge did have a lot of oversight. Parajin, by the way, has been surviving for so long for the Xavier.
Doesn't mind in qualifying.
Second place spot to keep Team Spirit at bay, but the race is on. A lot of these teams are towards the top of the tables, Blank, so there is big potential for a big shakeup, right?
Can someone tell me why PUBG Mobile adds the MP7 in the airdrop?
Yet to come.
I'm sincerely curious.
Spirit, I don't know. It feels like maybe a fourth place here for them because they are on the fast side of the circle.
It's not a bad pistol, but like why it's in hot? Why it's in the airdrop?
So play the slow side of the circle and just kind of wait Team Spirit out. For Team Spirit, they need to get a strong push over towards the Xavier, basically take down Parajin, but he's been waiting. He knows he needs to pop a really fantastic grenade. It's a question of who moves first here. And again, Alpha
you're gonna push up.
So many
yeah, Alpha 7 needs to push up.
Head back over towards the Wizard Tower.
This is a pretty open rotating. Team Spirit have a broadside. They're going to take so much damage if they don't find some cover soon. You can see they have to draw short.
Why do you feel like Xifan is going to get knocked here by Alpha 7?
They are really pressured in now.
Hoxie knocked the Mafioso.
Mafioso goes down first. Hoxie able to layer that. And with Alpha 7 drawing the attention of MSJ, now's the time for Team Spirit to try and make their approach. Hoxie gets a response over towards as well. Gets that flush coming on through. Team Spirit mounting up as they go for this crash. The nades out. They are trying to snake
smart pullover
and get across the roadside.
By Team Spirit.
A little bit of damage. Nomi up to the ridgeline.
Smart pullover.
Not going to have a say-so on this rotate either, with them already being backed off. But there's the Molotov. Parajin doing a lot of work here. Matic needs to be very careful. It's getting hot.
I mean, it's a good Molotov. Keeps him at bay. Next one goes in from Nomi. Both sides.
Nice dodging,
Parajin. But they can take control of this compound. Actually, it's not the worst thing in the world, but they do not know where he is. Molotovs go up towards the front side of the building.
Bro, are they sure they want to waste this many nades on Parajin?
I don't think they realize it's just the one on the backside.
Which team is winning, guys?
Might have some influence here.
Team Spirit, MSJ, or Alpha 7?
Soon if he steps up.
To an extent, they don't really need to fully commit to this push Blank. They have a little bit of the circle. Alpha 7 don't. If Alpha 7 make the move, MSJ's attention is turned.
Xifan, you want to see me playing EWM, bro? I played it with my sniper.
Across the road, capitalizing on exactly that. But Alpha 7 hunkered down. They slowed their pace, which means that
Alpha 7 is in zone. Both SMJ and Team Spirit is in zone.
Now they're biding their time once more. But Alpha 7 gonna have to move first.
He's curious that Mirren Sejong don't put more pressure over towards that western side.
Oh,
Revo should be a confirmation.
Nomi,
I mean, he's so incredibly low. They'd have to tag him immediately. With the blue pushing in, I just don't think it's possible to get him back up now.
5 seconds until that push in. Maybe able to just get that res, but it's dangerous.
Mirren Sejong, they have played this game out very well. Good understanding of the terrain around this area, moving back up towards that north side again off the back of a good rotate over towards North George and those apartments, and then slowly working their way back out.
Oh again. Right. Oh, there's a DX Ferrari.
This is what I'm talking about.
Where's the Lamborghini, man?
Coming through. Jake's got a lot on his shoulders, but is able to weather it.
Is Lamborghini playing?
Good work for him.
With Final down the hill, there's no way that crash works. McGrellan
21 bullets.
Open ground now with smoke cover as his only friend. That tree sure is there. But Final knows exactly where he is. It's going to be a nade trade. Who's going to find the knock, steps out into the smoke, waits for the
Okay, we're gonna knock.
and in the meantime, as
Sorry,
soon as
the
that
last
attention
one.
is drawn, Team Spirit, they go forwards. They take
Did
down
they kill Peregrine?
They don't take
Yeah,
a
they
knock in
did.
response, and now Hoxie's under pressure. We're down
Oh,
to
the
2
off
players.
angle
Those
from
north and
MSJ.
south ridgeline both coming into play, and there is that first knock over towards Kitsune, but Nomi still has the off angle. Final knock.
Hoxie's so good. My God.
Hold down for his teammate here as Jae-Suk turns his attention out towards Nomi on the off.
Oh.
Hoxie, nade on in. There's no way you
Hoxie.
get that player back up. Matic out on a broadside.
Hoxie's
Will not
the
be able
new
to get a
goat or
trade,
what?
And it's all up to Nomi in a 1v.
Hoxie's the new go to what?
It's tough. No, I mean, this is we've.
Bro, Hoxie be like, Nomi, you took my MVP yesterday. Today is my day to get it back. Oh, never mind. Nomi, Nomi clutch or what?
Here,
Okay.
Probably going to try and confirm it. But that's the best he can do there. I don't know if he quite got it there, but many more eliminations as possible is good news for them. But Maroon State Jong
Hoxie.
so close to a chicken dinner multiple times.
Who's Hoxie
throughout these
again?
2 days. Finally
The guy in the black, the guy in the white.
That is what you want to see, right? They have been able to finally transition.
Komi, MSJ winning this time.
And play a strong end.
Hoxie.
The control they had from that north side was really well juggled. I feel like Team Spirit did the best
Wow.
they could have done from that location. They made some great rotations, but they were...
How many kills did Harami bro did? How many kills for Harami bro?
But Maroon State Jong actually have a very nice ridgeline to play off the back
They
of.
win now with 0. I think
So
Twisted might
eventually
win now with 0 too.
It's too soon. I'm not ready. Wait, what? I didn't prepare. I didn't have my
Confetti's
confetti
not
and
here yet.
everything. No, it's not.
The guy with the
Make
glass
banana bread for them,
to the
man.
right side.
Like the white one. Oh no, but what a game really from MSJ. I'm so happy, Jason, to see them
Well,
wrap up a game. I talked about it a bit earlier.
all
Back
the
in
goal-
PGS, they struggle to wrap up the games. They could get no second, third place.
Are
finishes,
wearing
the bunch of
glasses.
eliminations, but
Faker,
actual win here
Hoxie.
in PMGC Hot Jukes, like I'm sold. Please more of that. I am so happy. To see
Damn,
MSJ finally
glasses is the
Yeah, it
eyeglasses
wasn't
is the
like,
way,
you know,
guys.
the win we just saw in the
Eyeglasses
last game,
is
you
the
know,
way.
These guys weren't just big chilling.
All right,
no, they
I'm
got
about to be golding
active
the Liars bar.
whole
Let's go.
way. Look at that, a dozen eliminations.
Do you have a lobby ready,
right here.
Chief?
I mean, Nomi, great job of him just to kind of like shut down and deny that point. But still,
Hoxie's
I mean,
PMRC MVP?
I mean, what more could you ask for here? 12 elimination chicken dinner? That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
It's a little
Look
bit
at that, 4
scary,
for 4.
actually,
4 for 4.
because Hoxie, like we saw yesterday,
Oxy, crazy. You're joining me? Okay. As you know, our usual girls lobby, people join fast. This is our lobby name, and people join fast. Look, all the Sims are gonna join.
Liar's deck.
All the Sims are gonna
Devil.
join my lobby
Devil.
real quick.
Devil.
Okay, my lobby name is Girls Lobby. Shino the Sim. What's your name, Chief? Are you joining from the lobby ID? This is so long though. 109. Ah, Chief Fog. There we go. If you cheat, Chief, I swear to God. See, I told you guys, Chief downloaded the game just to play Cupcake. We caught him in 4K. This guy downloaded the game just because of the Cupcake. Because before the new character gets released, he'd be like, yo, Xifan, I'm downloading this game, but I don't see him downloading. Once he saw me playing on the Cupcake, he'd be like, yo, Xifan, I just downloaded this game. You want to play?
Please don't do me like that, guy.
Close my stream, Chief. You cheater. You downloaded on stream. You downloaded on Steam.
King.
I know y'all ain't got all these kings. Somebody bullshitting.
1 king.
Liar.
Let's hope this bunny's still got luck.
Did the game start? Oh, they're taking the long ass break. Let's go. All right, 1 dog versus 3 cupcake. Let's do this.
One ace. Two aces. Liar.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
Here's to taking chances.
Are you serious? Why I'm getting rid of like a book? Something wrong with my cards.
Guess it's showtime. Huh.
I'm so predictable? Am I? What is this guy doing? What the heck? Look at this rabbit.
Two aces.
No way he calls me again, right?
One ace.
Look at this rabbit. Look at him.
Liar.
Oh, Chief helping Xifan out. I think this is your fate, Chief. I think 1 bullet is enough.
Let's see if
to
luck's
take you out.
still on my side. Huh.
What? Wait, you can do this? Wait, is he hacking? Wait, how did he turn his head at 180 degree?
One queen.
One queen. 3 queens. 1 queen.
Get bodied, Fox. Get bodied.
1 queen.
Hello, BB. Yes, we can do this. We can do this, but I don't know how he turned his head 180 degree. We can look down, look up, look left, look right, but we can't. What he did, I don't know. I think he's hacking or something.
Queen. 2 queens. 1 queen.
1 queen.
One queen. Liar.
Ooh. This Fox is pretty good.
Here's to taking chances. Try harder, darling.
What? What? This GM guy? Are you hacking, GM?
Two queens. 2 queens. 2 queens.
Okay, I got away. I got away. Got away. You're in trouble, Chief. You're in trouble. Hello, Tony. You're late indeed. I did like 4 push-ups. Bro, are you doing like math assignment or something, Chief? Why is taking you this long to put 1 card?
Queen.
Is this guy you?
1 queen. 3 queens. Playing with fire sugar? Liar.
Huh. Boom.
Guess it's showtime. Try harder, darling.
Bro, this guy's hacking.
One ace.
Liar.
Ooh, being bold. Thank you, Chief.
You're all gonna be fine.
Bro. Alright, me playing against the experienced players and a hacker. Let's go. Can't be more fun.
2 aces.
Two aces.
Liar.
This guy's gonna do the spin again.
Here's to taking chances.
Ooh, I killed a hacker. Let's go. 1v1. 1v1.
1 ace. Liar. Let's hope this bunny's still got luck.
Screw the cupcake. Rhino is our boy. Rhino is our boy. I'm talking to the hacker. What the heck? Wait, what? Is it King's table?
Two kings.
One king.
2 versus 1, bro.
1 king.
Drop the cap, Chief. You're lying. Oh no. Oh no, I don't want to die, bro. I have my baby cupcake on my right side. Okay, okay. Two versus 1. Oh. What? The hand you what? 5 queen?
2 queens.
One queen. 1 queen.
2 queens.
Oh, I'm getting a VIP treatment. VIP. I'm the VIP in the bar, man.
Guess it's showtime.
See if you're losing this one. This hack is crazy. What the heck? Oh, I can't even see his cards. It's all like question mark.
One queen.
Drop the cap, Chief. Drop the cap. You're so safe, Chief. Why are you so safe?
All right. You got me. Huh?
Chief, he's playing so safe. We're holding hands. Let's go.
Two kings.
Liar.
You can't trust the beauty by your sides, man. You can't trust the beauty only by your sides.
All right. You got me.
The match just started. One second. Let me just finish this one.
Two aces. One ace.
Man.
Two aces.
Let me see if Chief can. Oh wait, what?
Let's hope this bunny's still got luck.
All right, Chief, you let us know if you win this one. All right, I'm gonna go back to the watch party.
For them. Twisted Minds, oof, 18 points. Yeah, they are certainly struggling at the moment.
We took a moment to talk to the coach of Vampire Esports during the break. Seven managed to catch up with Satani, I believe.
Fun game.
We've got a little interview to play.
Died?
Oversee them.
Oh, come on.
Primosk. Have to wait and see.
Yo, Tani, I updated the membership badge.
Told at the
Just in case you didn't notice. How do you like it? I think yours are the new tier. The new one. There's the Browns.
This has been the best form that you guys have been coming into an international event. What has been the key factor to that?
I think it's all good, I think. Yeah. Nothing to say more because yeah, you know our
Yo, Tani, thank you for the gifted membership. There we go.
So yeah, I think it's keep along with
Let me get to the spam.
All right. Hey, well, I like that. Schweppes has been absolutely destroying in Erangel. Hopefully, he can continue
Let's do
with
push-ups.
that. Maxman back at home.
And congrats.
What does it feel like being a team that's currently
Mangal
outside of the circles
for getting the membership
with
from
so many
Tani.
teams in focus towards that center play?
As you know, Vampire is the Vampire. We don't want to play like anyone else. Just kidding. Honestly, we drop on the too far off the map, so we cannot play the too fast like other team do. So yeah, we still play the thing that we always confident and we playing on.
All right, let's see who we got.
Confident. We know what you guys have been able to do in the past when you guys are confident.
Zeus.
Confidence. I actually
Okay, this is a new pick.
You after the matches that we have played.
I think the whole group team this tournament they performed really well because some team I just watched them and I don't think
Xifan, have you watched Naruto? No.
Good at it, but here come to play on this group yellow.
Stream is slow?
So we proof of that. So that's why it's surprising that.
Some teams will definitely stand up. You're kind of being a little bit broad there. I want you to tell me which team.
Major Pride?
I agree with that. Well, Sir Tanny, thank you so much for your time. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Seven, for that insightful catch-up with Satani. I mean, he looks very cool, very calm, collected at the blank. There was one thing I noticed, is that Satani's wrist is looking very bare. Let's get a new watch. Let's get Vampire into those finals, earn that money, so he can adorn himself once more.
Yeah, now I think it's like not
Hey,
slow.
I don't got no watch on. I'm chilling.
Not
But I guess
slow
I do have a
anymore.
bracelet, so kind of makes up for it, I suppose. My timepiece is not there. In the meantime, though,
Naruto is a
we will
childhood.
be looking
Well,
back at this game.
when I grew up, I watched the Gundam.
Vampires. Yesterday was not bad in terms of
I watched
getting
the
those
Gundam.
chicken dinners, but it did look hairy elsewhere, right? And I think they were playing a hyper-aggressive playstyle over towards that edge clearing.
Oh, not on Twisted Mind, bro. Not on Twisted Mind. You're already that last. They only got 18 ilms. No, 18 points.
A couple of days for them at all. Yeah,
Yo, Tony for another gifted. You don't like the Zeus pick?
Towards Pachinki, first time they've not had
What
to
team you have in
go
mind?
over towards
Zeus.
someone else's drop spot.
Tony, name one.
Take up that position, they can happily go
And I think
in
the
that
spin will
compound
just
for
give
the
it to
time
you.
being.
Just maintain that space, see if they can just transition into the next circle.
And
Push the
Shams,
lines.
congratulations for getting the
Two
membership
of them
from
in the same
Tony.
vehicle. I'm okay with that. I'm okay. So it's when you start to get 3 and 4 in the same
DX?
vehicle, that's when I have a problem
That's
with
a
it.
really
But
strong pick.
To be honest, only 2
That's a really strong
vehicles, I
pick.
mean, at this stage of the game, for Twisted Minds, I feel like they definitely want to be finding more and
Let's
gathering
see.
those
DX.
into
Oh,
the armor
DX is
that
currently
they
second
have.
place.
Because they do start to burn away, right? As soon as you get into conflict with those vehicles, the damage starts to pour in.
Second
You lose
place.
fuel. It's a little bit dangerous. So I think that they do need to think about maybe gathering 1 or 2 more. We'll see if they're able to do that. because
Do you guys
they're drawn
think
a little
Twisted
bit
Mind
short,
has a
close
chance to get a top
RSG.
3? What do you think?
See, Lightning's got his bike on board.
You
as
want to
well.
get Alpha 7?
Yeah,
Well-
they're definitely in the thick of it right now.
Alpha
I think
7.
that's the difficulty with this position on the map, where there is not a huge opportunity to get more vehicles from where they're playing because a lot of them have already been taken up.
There's no way Twisted Mind can get a top 3.
Getting up.
It's
top of the
done.
hill. 2 players in their vehicle.
They
as
can only
well.
play
Twisted
survival?
Minds might
No.
just
Oh, RSG.
into this forward position. RSJ now, Lightning in danger with the bike roll up there. Feet off the pedals. Needs to burn the corner. Really
No, no,
nice.
no.
Molotov
Run
there
away,
for
run
Lightning to
away,
slow things
Lightning.
down, allow his team to maybe give him some backup, but it's not going to work as Robs launches the nade out immediately with the pump action. And first
Are they gonna go aggressive on
goes the
this?
way of Twisted Mind.
DD's like
They've
1
got 18
HP.
points, but they racked up to 19 here.
They have
Is
to
it time
leave.
for them to step up a little bit further into this tournament, as Maxman would say.
You can bet your
No.
life they can? No, no,
Something
you don't
else.
want to bet your life. You can bet on 40 push-ups, do 40 push-ups.
I think for a fair few of us
Representing Xifan.
tables, it is getting a little bit more distinct between
How many teams qualify to the final? Top 3 teams, top 3 qualify to the final.
I think
From
for
4th to
Major Pride,
11th, we'll play the survival.
Yeah, they had that first great game.
And the bottom 5 will just get
From there,
eliminated.
not much else has happened. They do have that central spot in the circle over towards the west of Pachinki. They have been getting quite deep in towards these central circles, but not exactly been able to hold on to those positions, John, which I think has been the difficulty.
That is
You're gonna
the
think
name
the
of
easy,
game.
bro?
A lot
Oh,
of
man.
teams finding
You're the
success
guy, you're the guy.
transitioning out of that middle
Only
game
Tiamba
position
representing
role
PL. Wait,
to be
which
able
group
to
is Tiamba in?
successfully and
Will Tiamba
do
play
so
next
whilst
week?
maintaining the options to
Tiamba
rotate
play next
the
week or
lane.
what,
It's a
guys?
really, really difficult task. And we saw that MSJ able to do it in that last match. Vampire looking to do it again here, pushing in from that southwest side. Luckily for them, the circle has not gone super far out to the west for the first time in a long time, which means that they have had a little bit of runway to gather speed, gather steam into the circle. They're going to exhaust that over towards Major Pride, already taking a point.
What's the order? Is it yellow, red, blue?
Starts off well then for Vampire, picking that one up. I mean, he was super split off from the rest of the team. Able to get into position. Again, that is the difficulty with making those kind of rotates, John, towards that dead central arena. Is sometimes some of your teams don't quite make it in. Circle seems hell-bent on moving this back over to Quarry, so that's exactly where
You see
we'll
how
head.
many teams moving to the
For some of our
center?
teams down towards that south side. It's not actually that big of a deal this time around because
Let's see what
teams
Inco will
did
do.
shut their way over towards that
Man,
eastern
Inco
side,
50
which
points
gives more
already.
opportunity to some of these rotations for
What's the
teams to
cutoff,
set
guys?
themselves up
What do you
over
think will the
towards
cutoff
east.
will
Not
be for
all
top
happened
11?
Instantaneously, with a confirmed down towards the southwest, but yeah, a lot of teams are now on their bikes.
Getting a hoof onto the west side. I mean, it just doesn't stop going west. What is with these circles, man? We need to get some change up.
Oh,
These teams
no.
are so familiar with this territory now. Little flip
Oh,
there. Oh,
okay.
Watch out. Dodges that one.
I'd be like, no way, the spectator
back on
caught
the
him in
road
4K.
again.
I mean, he's fine. He's fine. He's okay.
Barcelona? Yes, I remember you.
They're just passing through Headshot Hill.
You're a
It's a little bit
Costco?
of a difficult terrain
Will you
to
change
pass
your
on,
name?
but They'll pick themselves up an airdrop on the way.
I'm talking about top 11, guys. I'm not talking about top 3. Top 11.
Rotate over towards the south side Gekka. You know, I think that's all we've done.
90 like previous PMGC? Wait, previous PMGC 90 is like the cutoff for top 11?
It just feels like they're lacking in some other areas in terms of gameplay, but
I mean, Inco's not
that
too
last
far
game
behind.
definitely shored up some of those questions about the team in terms of the firepower.
You bet RSU won't get into
as the
top
guys are saying
10?
on the desk. A veteran for the team and basically solo held it down versus Team
I
Spirit.
got a feeling like RSU may clutch it, you know, may clutch it in last day and get himself like top 11.
The most amount
Something
of
like that.
success basically towards that late game. And I like the backstab he had over towards Team Spirit because he knew that as soon as they cleared out that final player on DXavian, they'd want to try and take control of that high ground.
Wait, are you guys sure? Top 11, the cutoff is the 120?
Coops trying to challenge.
I mean, I played in it, but like,
has been a little bit
oh
bold
no,
with these peaks, but it
Coops.
works out this time as Coops steps into a hail of
Ego
pain.
challenge, then he lost.
That is a tough time, but they will be able to go for these reses. They got 2-2 split for Team Spirit right now. Twisted Minds kind of in the middle of it with Zeus as well.
2
on
more
that western
days.
Edge, so surrounded.
I
but
think after
very, very
today, the
central, so safe
cutoff.
for the time being.
After today, the top 11 is probably gonna be like 60.
For Twisted Minds, where they're positioned on the map right now, this is a game for them.
It's gonna be
Get
hard.
maybe at least something
It's
on
hard-
Team
gonna
Spirit
be hard to
on
say.
that high ground.
Top
Not
11.
willing to let them get out too easily. It's a 2-2 split they're currently playing, but they have a lot of sightlines over that way. So
I
Twisted
think
Minds
maybe
are
some.
pretty much locked
I
in
think maybe
towards this
around
spot.
like 90. 90. What do you think?
We'll be heading stage 3 pretty shortly, actually. 10 seconds to go.
Where's
Most
DX?
teams have found themselves.
That's what I'm concerning
decently
right
central.
now.
I think it's only Vampires who assuming that the circle cannot go any other way than Quarry. Luckily for us, it does head back up towards that north side. So very much a fielded finish, which is where we'll see actually quite a few teams.
Wait, where's
start to
DX?
Box and
I don't see them.
brawl going into the next 5 minutes for
Oh, I
position.
saw. They're in Pachinki. Wow, this is gonna be a hard one for them to play.
Out on the east
BTR got
side,
knocked
3
by
players
Becca.
alive with DXavian to their north. That's not where you want to be, especially today. BTR, they try and move into Major Pride territory and get rebuffed. Satar the last to stand. These
Oh, BTR
chopsticks
so dead.
not going to work out for BTR this time around. Evo Station holds his nerve. Major Pride, they lost the player early to their rotate. I think that went over to Vampire.
Wait,
if I'm
Zute in
not
the chat?
mistaken.
Where's
so they have
Zute?
been playing as 3 for a long time, and this hold looks pretty solid. I'm convinced.
I mean, quite a few of their wins.
I don't see Zute in the chat.
3-man situations. I think that almost puts them on the edge of their seat when they play just a little bit better.
I just cursed RSU right now.
Marin Sejong
Well, they.
have
Oh, just
that
shut up.
2-man
Either weekly,
split.
either any price on the
Across
weekly
the compound,
finals.
it's
There's
down
no
towards
weekly
the south.
finals. There's no weekly
So just
finals.
having oversight
They're playing 4
for
days, and that's
BTR
it.
as well as Major
Bro, this
Pride.
guy looks like a starlight.
There is a team that off in the distance. I believe that is Inco. Swinging wide around their spot.
Ooh, he's got the name.
DX fighting
John
Inco.
could third party this as well. Remember, Satar could have an impact. The smoke is there. Puts the pin back in. Actually, just retreats here. And waits for them to push in through the smoke. I mean, moving back up along this chopstick isn't the worst idea. You get cover from these little stanchions on the side. And Marin Sejong unlikely to push all the way in, given that they have the buildings up top. So a little bit of protection afforded to you. The difficulty is you're very vulnerable from that north edge push. So if Inco decide to move south,
Cut off for last year,
Devlete try and move
116,
across,
125,
you're
and
basically just
126.
done.
Why do I feel like we will have like a lower cutoff this year?
Alpha 7 keeping things nice and calm over towards.
Why do I feel like that way?
Managing to loot a lot of these smaller compounds as we head on through, whilst having 2 players over towards the ridge side, getting some lay of the land out towards the east, where Tumwete currently hold a large space in the field.
Archduke
with that
aggressive.
compound
Ah!
in Gatka.
Good. So this is not the spree you want to lose.
What a response coming through. Nearly going down and will go down, in fact, to Coops on the off angle, but it may be resible. However, in the meantime, Bay will start to move up. Matic needs to hold this down. They are still
RSG's lost hope.
split for Team Spirit.
Coops got knocked again.
So important to make work. Twisted Minds taking shots in the meantime. Effect crawling back. The smokes are there. They are just folding back away. RSG can't put too much pressure out this way. They can't overexpose. Here comes the backup.
Can they get the goods up?
The aggro here, and it's looking pretty good for them. But look at that flex out on the off angle. A rotate comes in from the side. The nade comes through. The flush looking to try and put pressure on as loops have sent up to try and get in and involved onto this one.
It's a frustrating tag inside the smoke as well.
Wait. Horror fighting Alpha 7? They wiped. They killed one of the Alpha 7 players.
Teammates. It was only a matter of time of how long they could actually hold this 2-2 split. Now they go for some more smokes. Matic doubles back. He should get this res through. They are right on the edge of the circle now and have to move further forward. Vampires actually get a very lovely spot down towards the south side as Zeus will...
Oh, there you go. Oh, wait, it's DX Lamborghini? Shut up.
Lamborghini moving forwards for DX Xavier, a new entrant into this fight. I think this is about 4 teams now have taken shots out towards Team Spirit.
Where's this car?
First full casualty.
Wait, where is Lamborghini's car?
Weathering the storm up to now, but they finally lost their... Oh, wait, there was a second player to go down there, in fact. Kitsune and Effect now left as a duo. Bay falls, and that is RSG eliminated, which opens up a little bit more room for Team Spirit, but they are already down to 2, which is not where they wanted to be.
Oh, wait, Inko fighting DX again.
Trying to contest for that second place on the overall standings.
You can understand why Nomi stayed behind to try and hold down that compound that they could move back towards. He was the anchor point, essentially. It's just so many teams come through all at the same moment. I think they may have been better off just regrouping as a 4, or even just regrouping a little bit earlier. I think they were waiting for this stage 4 shift before they made that decision. Again, with the way the actual compounds were set up on the north and south side, it wasn't likely they were going to get too much differential with the next circle.
Oh,
so yeah,
Vitali going crazy?
More necessary. Vitali inside the blue, struggling versus DRX.
Nearly gets that first aid off, doesn't commit to it, instead steps out. Yes, through the windows, the second round goes his way.
I gotta say,
the bell will ring for DRX. Inko stay alive. Still one more player actually for DRX.
Inko is something else with the team fights.
Side, a little bit further away, but still
these 2 Brazilian squads, man. These 2 Brazilian players, Vitali and then Anabate, man, they're really clutching it.
Caught up
for the
against
team.
It with Harame Bro. Nuzi goes very low to the nade. Range flexing out wide here as Rig is also in this scrap. The nade bounces just a little bit short.
Wait.
Vampire look to commit to this res. But
Which team was the...
down. Nuzi falls.
Which team was Inko fighting? Guys,
keeps on
is it DX?
And he will make Harame Bro suffer under the boot. Vampire able to stamp down, but Nuzi goes out.
Yeah, tough stuff. I mean, for Vampire, they'll stay as 3.
Wait, am I tripping? Which team were they fighting at?
They've had throughout a lot of their games today, and 5 eliminations.
They were fighting DRX
so far. That still sits them in with the
okay.
Xavier, though.
I thought they were fighting DX. I was like, what?
This crash is starting to get a little bit more rough. As
here comes DX.
Find an initial knock. In comes the rest of the players. And Effect has to hold strong as Kitsune's already down on a knock.
Second place up for grabs, and DX Xavier looks
DX is
Spirit fall,
looking stronger than the previous years, man.
To jump up into that third place.
They definitely look stronger than they were in PMGO.
Well, waiting around the corner, who could be able to take it from them? MSJ close by, and a roll up for DX Xavier. Major Pride.
Wow, 3 teams.
They see what's going on beneath them, and Twisted Minds are here to play as well. DX Xavier gonna fall, but Major Pride as well.
Twisted Mind, 4 kills
at the top of the tables. As Twisted Minds
I see you, Twisted Mind.
Down for the fight, but it's MSJ to now take them on. 4 versus 4 as the 2 teams.
DX got 7 out of it.
In the Twisted Minds, probably the best game they've had all tournament so far. As Zeus finds Coops. It has been a horrendous amount of teams looking out this direction as we move further over towards that western side, and Zeus has got hell of a compound to work with, but could go either way with DRX currently holding that north side of the map, which is so open. Not a lot.
Inko has higher points than BTR now.
Basically has to play anchor for them.
I may just I think Inko qualifies to the survivals
really well for such a long time. And now down to 3 players. I think that res should go through though.
4 players active on both sides. This is a second game now where Zeus have a good, strong compound. This is the time where they need to capitalize, right? We've been waiting for a big performance from this roster. This is the game to do it. They have a lot of control over the south side. The difficulty is that there's so much open ground to try and navigate. So we'll have to wait to see if they've got more left in the tank, because they've only got 3 eliminations so far.
Doran got knocked.
So back on with the fight. Another knock over towards Robs. A nade over towards Doran. And Twisted Minds are starting to falter under the pressure from Mir and Sejong. It's going well again for the South Korean strategists. Final, however, takes that knock. That nade comes in from Coops. And Twisted Minds still looking to put in the fight. But the nade downhill forces Coops out. And Twisted Minds fall.
Put it in the car.
Sejong stay alive. Can they keep Final in the mix?
They have to pop him in the back of the buggy. It's really the only way they get him back in here. They can't afford to res him out here in the blue. Won't be able to get back up again. There's some long shots.
Big carry.
Even longer
Yeah,
shots
Bate
back
and
towards him. Wow, did not expect the clap back to come through. Horror currently holding a
Like
really,
mainly
really good
Nanabate.
position. Nice split on them as well, and Alpha 7 look to challenge it. And I mean, this is a spot that Alpha 7 has multiple times in the past over several different international tournaments.
Wait, where's Horror? I thought Horror was fighting Alpha 7. Oh, Horror. Alpha 7 fall back.
Yeah, that open ground towards the Gatka fields, the compound and the hillside, both counterpoised oversight, but dangerous edge positions. Demuerte here, I feel, probably have one of the strongest spots. I mean, that split on the north side, I like it. I like it a lot, Blanca. Demuerte today have been impressing me.
Yeah, honestly, if you're able to get that northern
Bro, I don't even know if
strong,
Inco qualifies. Like,
necessary.
How am I gonna do with the 40 push-ups?
Well. So you have a bit of that high ground to support the rest of your team. Foosman does go down though. Finding that knockoff is really bad because I think Eugene will have to assist. Likely put himself out in the open.
Last bar after this. I'm taking a little break. I need to go to the bathroom after this, Chief.
I mean, Pusher from Demuerte looks to be the one to go for the assist on towards Foopsman. He did have to reposition his position.
Can we put the nails on the coffin now? That twisting the mind's over.
One player, you might as well send them out.
They will, like, you know, go home after this.
Pressure coming through from MSJ, as you said.
Man, this is like literally the saddest story in esports.
Again, their biggest
when the organization has 2 lineup, right? You pick the lineup you think is better, and they play the worst.
Last time, it went well for them. Can they do it again?
That is crazy.
Yeah,
you guys know that's how
in the game, actually.
heartbreaking that is for like the org owners and the management, bro. That's gonna be crazy.
The western side of the ridge, on the low ground, so you can take shots over towards other.
Pick the squad. You think
Alpha 7 understand just how influential this
that they can perform the best, right? Playing the grand finals and stuff, and then boom,
towards Horror.
They dropped their balls.
Skyler is kind of the. This angle is going to be so important. It's a bit key for Horror here. But he's not able to find too much out of it. It's a good Molotov.
But I could say 100%. If the Brazilian Twist of the Mind is playing this, they can play 100% better than the BGMI spot
looking
currently.
Pretty infernus on the top floor there. Oh, they're stood outside the door. I thought they were inside there, but no. Okay, that's what's protecting them.
That is so hard. That is so sad to see, honestly.
Good, but they're still there. They're covering themselves with smoke.
Like Farial was putting up. I haven't watched the EMEA, but like Farial was putting up a great show in EMSL Americas.
It's basically a dead position. Tony K could also impact on the third party for Vampire on the south side. McGrellan leads the charge for Alpha 7. DBS in hand, 2 players on the doorframe. Unleashes 2 shells, but not going to connect. It goes down for a response. Comes on in with a nade for a second knock to Alpha 7. And there is no way you get
Horror.
Oh, what a way to hold
After
out.
that chicken dinner, bro, this is not even the same Horror now.
Tony K looking for Sky, and he finds the shot. Zeus doing a lot of work from the south side. They're flexing out in the meantime.
Oh, you imagine Tony K got him? That'd be crazy.
And he won't even take Sky out.
It is impressive.
Mr. BR has the most kills. I'm not sure if they have the most kills, but their performance is really good. It was really good.
Nade over high. Goes a little bit long, but just about enough to take down Hoxie. There's 1 nade sent back in response, but it's only 1 player, and I think Seiru sort of has to give up the ghost on Hoxie here. But if we know Mir and Sejong, they're a team that likes to try and confirm the assists onto the teammates. I think at that point he should have just left.
He was trying that run out. Those nades were going long. It felt fairly intentional by Zeus, because you know that you're going to be tickling that damage in. You're investing 7 nades, 8 nades into that position. You throw them further back. It cuts off that retreat whilst also just slowly melting down the player, meaning that if you step back, you go into the blast of a nade.
Second chicken away.
If you stay there, you get melted by those gradual increments of damage. A really nice nade pressure from Zeus to be able to close out that position on the east.
And now Horror has set up that position.
I feel like if like RSG got placed in the yellow, like the red and the blue one, they can potentially be better because they have more time to adapt. Bro, why is lagging?
Say least, and now with just 2 players remaining, I think Horror just took a little bit too many casualties. It's so sad because Sky played a fantastic position on the sidelines, basically gave them all the information they required for when the
after they finished the qualifiers from PL, they only had a 1 week, and plus they need to travel to Malaysia.
Just that limiting factor.
So
where it delays them just
it's
enough
not
to get into this strong
that
position.
I'm finding excuses for them. They could definitely play better, but like,
difficult to beat them.
Yeah, these are the factors like you can.
Certainly, as the split has gone well. Unfortunate for Zeus that they lose Eren on the off angle.
We also need to
south,
consider
they have now got a very
judging their
position
gameplay and
with
stuff.
Maniac rotating into the middle. However, we have seen from Zeus getting into a too open position on this sort of a stretch out, on this sort of a flex, and paying the price for it.
What
so
are you talking
Maniac
about?
can
Get
stay
ready for
alive, that's
exclusive
great, but
images?
we've
What are you
seen
talking
this be a
about?
vulnerability for them before. This is the chance for Zeus to prove themselves. I really want them to get a strong game off the back, really get out of the blocks here, because this is a team that we've been watching over the course of the season, a big rookie roster, and it's their time to shine, but will they seize that opportunity?
I mean, equally for Muerte, some really good players on site here who, you know, not all of them joined the scene super recently. I mean, Foosman was definitely one of the guys on the block recently that we have been talking a lot about. Otto finding one great move around the smoke as well.
Oh my god.
Second knock. And Muerte's chances might have just been ruined there and then.
And look at this flex out from Zeus as well. If they can get rid of Mr. Borrow, they've taken out so much danger in this lobby. Mr. Burrow picking up those points, confirming
going
he's not gonna
crazy
go for the res onto Malik. That is going to go down. And Zeus with the flex out. 2 players moving over here. And Darkin stays out on the east side. But Foopsman has his number. He knows exactly where he is. The crawl out, but he's spotted. He steps up, gets that third-party peek from the back of the buggy. And Darkin does so much damage to them, leaving De Muerte on just 1. Mr. Borrow may have just won Zeus this match.
1 versus
8 eliminations,
Wait.
9 eliminations for Aura as they fall down.
3 versus 1?
This is a great way to close it down. Maniac is down and Retro is very low on the opt angle, so still more. And Aura nearly find a second pickup on that angle, but it's not to be.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for Mr. Borrow, he takes that even further. And I mean, the fight versus Alpha 7 was also incredible. I mean, the position from Sky, perfectly coordinated, and playing on the outside of the building, knowing that Alpha 7 was just going to send everything in the kitchen sink at them in that moment was the smartest of choices. And you don't have money sightlines to work with, when they're pushing, which is why you have Sky on that low ground. So I think
what placement is Zeus right now? Are they like 10th or something?
Through from Mr. Borrow right
or better.
at the end.
Yeah, Hora could have taken this chicken, honestly.
Outside of the circle. Unlikely. And with the scouting that they're doing for Zeus, they are going to know that they have pushed this player right up into the edge. They are going to have to move first. Rita not getting too aggressive, just trying to...
Come on, it's 3 versus 1. Just drop around, honestly.
It's not unlikely that it goes up fully, but...
It's not like he's going to win with 3.
Spray down, which you can convert on very, very quickly. This is wise from Zeus. I mean, they don't need to close it down right now.
No, they have a rough idea of where he is, absolutely.
Yeah, it's not like he can win with 3 with like 2 vehicles like running over and stuff.
And again, it was a pretty obvious position. They were just clearing all their angles first.
Big chicken for Zeus. Big chicken.
Was for De Muerte, which was to set up an angle on that loot crate using vehicles. And they probably could have done a huge amount of work.
Let me go to the bathroom first, and I'll be back with the 7 push-ups. All right, guys.
Compound in the field.
Go to the bathroom.
But yeah, for Zeus, really good game from them. They had a great starting towards the compound on that southeast. They did move away from them, but they quickly cleared out the angles over towards their east, which I think was the most important part of this game for Zeus.
Yeah, rookies on the rampage for Zeus to be able to take that one down from the southeast side. They had a really strong compound to control so much of the circle earlier on. but to be able to convert that in the open field, really good stuff from them. The damage numbers now being borne out in the results, and the first chicken dinner for Zeus.
Not only the first chicken dinner for Zeus, but also being the only team in Group Yellow from Turkey. A good start here as they're looking to claw their way up the leaderboard. Sitting in 14th place before this match did finish off, and obviously top 11 is what they're going to be gunning for if top 3 is just going to be out of reach. But Maxman, Hot Jukes joining me here on the desk once again. And we're starting to see that this group, as we kind of coined the group of death, really anyone can take it feels like,
right?
Max.
Yeah, like the group of death, but not for the reasons we initially thought, which is going to be because of the big names, right? It's like, no, the underdog teams are competing on a like fair level right now, I'd have to say, Hot Jukes. So I'm really happy to see them just giving it a hard time over to the top teams that we expected to do well in Group Yellow.
You're right. I mean, this was a perfect game for like teams on the second page. I mean, you got Zeus going in and putting up some points. This is a big chance for them to catch up. And I wonder just how far they're going to rocket launch themselves up these leaderboards. I'm not going to be surprised if it's quite a bit there. I mean, look at that performance. You got to be able to take advantage of it. And that's the one thing I love about this stage. Yeah, and you said it. I mean, Group Yellow has proven that they are the group of death because any team, if they get the right opportunity, they're going to win it.
I mean, the question for them is, can they continue to do this throughout the rest of the day, or obviously with the next 2 days to come? It can't just come down to that one match, can't come down to that one day if you want to be able to get straight through into the grand finals. But again, a lot of the teams are just trying to focus on making sure they can make themselves into a top 11. But for Zeus, I mean, them and MSJ, Mir and Sejong, playing kind of center here for I feel like a majority of these matches. Whereas if you looked at like Hora here, going for edge play and very slow passive play, but for Hora, it's been able to kind of work out for the fact they're able to get another top 4 finish here.
It's like the tortoise versus the hare, you know what I'm saying? And just like Hora's just slowly but surely just knocking away some points here and there. They got a chicken dinner already today. I mean, who knows what could happen? That's what I love about PUBG Mobile Esports. It's like there's so many different ways you can win. Yeah, we see metas and we see things that are just super successful, but there's different methods to the madness. And you know, all it takes is that one good zone, and you could, no matter how you play, you know, as long as you're able to hit your shots, you can put up some serious points.
Yeah, and especially because it's only 4 days for this group, right? One game, realistically, one game is a pretty decent portion size of your total matches, so it can be really impactful for your Zeus, for your Horas, etc. So it is going to be quite important for them to get these big games every once in a while. Though looking at the replays now, man, this hold against Alpha 7, that was an impressive defensive position that they were playing around, and Alpha 7 just came in crashing, and they were out. Like, that was a really good defense from them. So I'm happy to see that Hora, I was just sure they didn't take the fight like themselves, they got crashed, but they are winning fights now, which I'm stoked about that, Duke. So more of that.
Yeah, take it. We'll take that to the
Just want more of everything. I mean, that was also a 3v3 too. Obviously, they did have a 4th player, Sky, who was playing a completely different position for them. I think he was like southeast of them by himself. I'm not sure if he did apply much pressure from that angle, but again, for Hora to play, to be able to go head to head and toe to toe with the best team in the world. Like, you look at our power rankings, they're number 1 for a reason, and obviously the winners of PMWC. But we can see 19 points for Zeus to make our way down. Hora, another 14 picked up for them. Demorte, sorry, not Demorte. Yeah, Demorte picking up 12 for themselves. And for these teams who are in 10th, 11th, 14th position, this is a good amount of buffer for them to climb up the leaderboards, maybe get a bit safer going into the final day.
It's going to make things more challenging at the bottom. That's for sure. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath for 11th place here, Max.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath, I have to agree. They're actually talking about De Muerte also real quick. They were in 11th place before this game, so they were just on the cusp of maybe getting kicked in the bottom 5, which of course that means you would be directly eliminated after the group stage. So this is a very clutch game De Muerte got. Sure, it's not quite the win, but it's still going to put them a bit more comfortable position in the rankings. Though at the bottom, we have BTR here, and I think Hot Jukes, when it comes to early rotations, one location I don't agree with going too early on is going to be Chopsticks. I think it's a very mid to late game position to go into because you kind of locked it down in that spot, even fighting Major Pride. So kind of odd to me to send it so quickly there.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those locations that in Endgame, if you're forced to like find a spot, take it for sure. But early on, it's so hard to leave. That's the problem, because you're just a straight flatland all the way around, unless you try to go to that one little complex through that little bowl that's right next to it. But still, tough decision. But you know what? It's okay, right? It's okay. BTR, they're still in that mid-range. They could still fight for top 3 as we look at the overall rankings here.
Hora 7th. I mean, not saying they're a bad team, but they didn't really wow me in PMSL, Max. And they're in 7th right now.
Hey, one game at this point. You know, we're just getting there, and one game can help you jump up significantly in rankings. Again, just like we talked about some of the teams like yesterday, Major Pride. Are we going to see a continuation of that? Major Pride, that was a yes at the start of the day. Hora, sure, you had a good start today. Are we going to see that continue heading into Miramar? That's the big question right now. But again, group of underdogs maybe right now for Group Yellow. It's looking good.
Wow. So
this is in it.
Yeah, and with Demorte, as we just talked about, being 11th place, needing that game to create a buffer, they actually don't really get out of the buffer. They were tied with Reagan's at 11th and 12th, and now they fall into 12th because of Zeus victory. So for Demorte, the climb still needs to happen.
I thought they were going to be more comfortable, but yeah, it was Zeus behind them that, because they won, actually overtook them. So it was a good game for Demorte, but Zeus are like, no, sit down. You're not ranking up any higher right now.
Taking a look at a head-to-head here between our first and second place teams. I mean, Elims. I never would have thought. I know I keep saying this, but it's just that amazing that Major Pride would be the top on eliminations, especially comparing to the likes of your Alpha 7s, your Vampire, your D-Xaviers, your Team Spirit. I could keep going on, but I'm not going to. But they are putting on a clinic here. Obviously, placements are starting to fall a little bit behind as D-Xavier is being a little bit more consistent, as you definitely see the top 4 rate. But this has been interesting, very interesting. And again, going back to the uncertainty of who the top teams are going to be or who the winners of these events are going to be, it's just filling right into that storyline.
I would say, Jukes, the top 50%, the top 50% of the time for DX, that's a really insane stat, right? Like in this lobby, that's huge.
Yeah, I mean, you want to know another crazy stat? 100% win rate on Sanhok. How about that stat?
It's pretty decent.
What do you think about that? That's
Max
crazy.
will have more of that.
I'll get more of that, please.
We only play it once a day and they won both of them. That's so crazy. I mean, we're going to go into Miramar though next, right? So I think we got to talk about that a little bit, boys, right? Do you think Alpha 7 is going to kind of do what they did yesterday, Jason? What do you think? What are the odds? What are the odds?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a me kind of reply.
Now that's 100%. That's
yes,
what I like
and
to
I'll
hear.
have more of that. If you take a look here though at Nomi, as you talked about Max being such a dominant factor, he has 12% of the points contribution for his team, which means obviously the like Matic, Kitsune, and Effect are also playing really well here to allow Team Spirit to be top 3.
Yeah, I mean, Nomi has been so impressive. It's kind of interesting because he's dealing with 3 players of Major Pride for the top fraggers. Like, oh, come over here, just 1v3ing the stats board for Nomi. He's so impressive right now, but they are slowing down, and Nomi is creating a little bit more of a gap for himself. But my team's to watch it. I'm looking at Zeus, and I did not even know they were going to win this game here, Jason. But like going into Miramar, they got some really solid rotates on that map. I really like what they were doing to the southern western side of San Martin yesterday in Miramar. So more of that Zeus thing.
Let's go.
Let's put it on a shirt and sell it at the grand finals. I went with Alpha 7 probably for the obvious, right? They did well in Miramar yesterday. Can they do it again? They're kind of going to need to if they want to breach top 3. But also put Team Spirit and BTR here just because I feel like they've had a really kind of slow day. And you can't really afford to be slow if you want to be top 3.
Yeah. And that's why I got Twisted Minds right on my team to watch, because I mean these guys have been slow like crazy. Hopefully we can see them bust out something big. You know, Inko is going to stay on there because I like the fact that we're seeing a good performance from them considering just how rough their PMSL was. I like to see, you know, the underdog story for sure. And then, you know, I got Vampire on there because Sir Tanny. That's why.
To be fair for Inko, it kind of gives me some hope for Guild going into the grand finals because Guild was atrocious when it came to PMSL EMEA, and be able to see a team like Inko in a very strong region be able to come back into PMGC and a performance like this, it's definitely possible. But as we do make our way here into Miramar, what are your expectations for some of these teams? Obviously, Alpha 7 is a big talking point. Maybe we'll throw it over to like Mirian Sejong, obviously, as we talk about the group of underdogs. I know you were kind of critical, Max, of some of the rotations, or at least one of the rotations yesterday. Yes. But I feel like what we've seen, at least in Erangel, their scouting has been pretty damn spot on. Either it's Jaesuk or it's Hoxie able to get information and be a pivot point for the team to rotate to.
Especially Jaesuk, I'm really happy you bring it up. He's been quintessential to how the team is rotating around the map a lot of the time. He's almost playing an RTS. He's playing a different game. He's on a high ground position, scouting and telling where his teammates to go. It's been working out great so far in some of the matches. But when it goes down to MSJ, they are so good when it comes down to terrain knowledge. I feel like Hot Jukes, no matter what kind of circle they get, sure, maybe they win fights, sometimes they lose fights, but they instantly know what is going to be a good position in this kind of terrain, in this type of circle. And that map knowledge, especially heading into a Miramar, for me is so important. So MSJ could be having more of that.
Yeah. It's,
Jesus.
It's critical. I mean, what, they were in 5th place before they're going into this Miramar match. So yeah, they definitely have been crushing it here. One good game. I mean, they could rocket launch themselves into that top 3 position. So, I mean, it really is getting to that point of do or die, because this is just these 2 matches left, Jason, and then we're halfway done with Group Yellow.
Yeah, we are going to be halfway done. That's kind of crazy, with obviously Group Red to come up next week. If you're curious, go take a look at the teams that are participating there. But thinking back to our first Miramar of yesterday, we had a little something happen in a little place called Picati, or also known as Picado. We had a hot drop, Max, and Harami Bro didn't work out too well for them.
Yeah, it happened once, so that was a positive. Harame Bro went for the trash loot, and Inko, just give it to Inko at this point. I don't fight them. I like what Harame Bro are doing. You're having the same rotation path as if you were dropping in Picado, while not dropping in Picado, and actually you have access to more cars technically, because you drop next to the roads around Picado and you get all of the cars for yourself. So I like what Harame Bro are doing, Jukes. No dodge Inko, get decent loot, center of like the entire map of Miramar. I dig it.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the right strategy. I mean, there is like this little itch in the back of my normal brain that's just like
this again.
Just thinking,
more of that,
just thinking, you know, like you're in 15th place, Harami Bro. So honestly, maybe getting active a little early could be a good thing, especially if you're able to win those fights. But honestly, like considering that, it's just too risky. You know, just play it safe, do what you're supposed to do.
There we go. Our top performers from Miramar. I actually love this. It's really nice to see. You can see Nomi, obviously, with his 9 eliminations and 1,800 damage done. When Team Spirit played this yesterday, they had a 2nd place with 14 eliminations and a 5th place with 8 eliminations, whereas Alpha 7 had a 2nd place with 4 and a 1st place with 13. So definitely 2 teams looking to do fairly well when it comes to Miramar here, Max.
Actually, one thing that's quite interesting looking at Alpha 7 in particular is I think we talk a lot about Alpha 7 here, Jason, saying, oh, Revo Mafioso are the fraggers. Carrier was like an IGL, can frag out, but this tournament, especially yesterday, Carrier was a standout, like not only on the IGLing front of things, but also stats-wise, like he was bringing the damage, bringing the knocks, bringing the eliminations too. So sure, Revo Mafioso are the fraggers, but Carrier, he's demanding respect at the start of this PMGC. He is up there. If you'd have not just 2 fraggers now, Jukes, that are popping off, like now you have 3, dude. Alpha 7 on Miramar, they're going to be deadly.
Look, Carrillo's a fragger. All right, let's be real. All right, he really is. I mean, he could definitely pop off. I think he's definitely kind of positioned himself more in that kind of like support role recently. But I mean, when it comes down to it, in a 1v1 fight, it'd be hard not to put your money on Carrillo. That's for sure, Jason.
I mean, he hits his shots in game and out of game when he shoots them. But one other player who definitely needs some respect when it comes to Alpha 7, McGrellin. Like, obviously, Alpha 7 have not had a global title until PMWC, and the big change to that point was McGrellin being on the roster, and we were kind of curious, would he continue to play with the team? We know supposedly he's going to be on the out at some point, but I feel like he deserves a lot of respect within that roster to get them that first global title, and he's been able to adapt to what the team's needed coming in as their pivotal 4th player.
Yeah, just explain also on top of that, right? Because it's theorized, Jukes, that Squash might be coming back on the team. He's still part of the squad, but like he just hasn't played yet. So McGrellin is approaching that like thinking, I need to deserve my spot in the team. I want to stick around, so I'm going to just pop off. And he has been like so important in the entirety of the full season, it seems.
I mean, that's what you got to do. I mean, you want a championship with the rest of the squad. I mean, he signed the jersey that I got hung up here. That's just world champions. You know what I'm saying? So I think you definitely want to just don't fix what's not broken just yet. So I want to see McGrellin continue on the team, because Senatexa, the player that left Alpha 7, he was with 9Z and they didn't perform that well. So it just goes to show, like, hey, stick with that core squad, just fix out those issues. I mean, Miramar's coming up, so I don't think Alpha 7's too worried.
Yeah, and speaking of Senatex, actually, he's a free agent now, as he's left or dropped from the 9Z team. And if Alpha 7 do somehow, let's just imagine a world where they win PMGC here, Max. If McGrellin ends up leaving the team and Squash comes in, McGrellin's going to be the most sought after free agent probably in the world.
I am Brazilian Paraboy. I demand $10 billion for me to be on your team, yes.
Yep. And someone write that check and sign it.
Speaking of writing that check and sign it, we're gonna head over to our Miramars now.
I'm back, boys.
All
Alright, so do I do the 7 push-up now or wait till this match is over?
That's my money. I need that for.
What do you think, Tony? You're the boss, the push-up king.
These are valuable things that I need to get.
Tony, what do you say? Do I do the 7 push-up now or wait till this match is over?
Oh, that is true. I have only seen it 3 times, and I feel like the 5th rewatch is really where it hits the sweet spot.
I like how you skip from 3 to 5.
Chinese PLs are very arrogant. They should have made their game similar to PUBG Mobile if they want to be better. No, it's not. It's not that they want to be arrogant. There's like some government are preventing it to do it.
Here. I wonder if Twisted Minds
they can't publish the game.
Just a sub for Miramar. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, honestly, I think you were sort of on the money with that one from yesterday. However, the Twisted Minds looked a little bit better on that last match. I don't know if they want to change
7-7 on the spot.
I could absolutely be wrong here. I think that... Is he in?
Yeah, I can see him. Look, in the middle of the map.
Yeah, okay. So probably momentum-based. Because from yesterday, I think that sub was not a bad idea. And I think that you described it well as in terms of like Rob's being more of this close quarters fellow with Free being able to mix him back with like this long-range gameplay. We are heading down towards that southeast side of the map. So a little bit different from what we saw yesterday. We saw a lot of northern gameplay, which was mainly dominated by a lot of the high ground.
Wow,
that is involved
I can't imagine do 40, bro. Inco, please don't qualify.
Which is certainly
I'm begging.
A possibility with this circle, but also that coastal area over towards the eastern side, which kind of cuts this circle up a little bit, where you can have
how many countries are in this tournament
on the western edge and very much isolated fighting down towards the east.
A lot of countries.
Definitely gonna shake things up here.
Imagine King 3 times GC champ, bro. Wait, if King gets the
a lot of treacherous terrain around
PMGC champ,
see how this is navigated.
He's probably gonna be the
in the coming minutes, but for now
he will be the player with the most trophy,
only 2
right? When it comes to PMGC
in the game, so plenty of time to make those choices, but getting there early can be profitable. It seems like
half-ass push-ups.
Hey,
Sebi,
into the north side.
that's the best I can do.
Have first pick if they can get through their loot phase quickly.
Yeah, I mean for RSG, having complete
girls push-up
loot in Los Leones is a
big
bro. Deal, John. I think that you can get a huge amount of
what count as
teams have already confirmed
boys push-up
already in terms of
diamond push-up.
So RSG's will have a lot of time to get exactly what they need, the amount of utility they need, and also be able to set themselves up in a position, maybe on the outskirts of Los Leones, to make that rotation if necessary, if it moves away from there. So for RSG, it's a rotate that comes with some risks, in which case, it could be if a few other teams make their way down here early on. However, it's all worked out wonderfully because no one else
you need to pull up. I don't have the equipment at my home though.
Yes, it's a rotation that, as you say, is just amplified by the lack of anyone else doing it. Hey, blank, no hot drop. It's good. Let's not mention it.
Superman push-up.
Yeah, I mean, they stopped yesterday, which was nice, and I think that was...
Xifan, weren't going to play PMGC? I already played the PMGC.
Really not worth our time.
I'm not going to play comp anymore.
And opted just to send away. It has somewhat crippled them on this map because it means you don't have your original drop spot. Some of your rotations are a little bit more wonky, but I think it was the right choice. Again, in the finals, there are some teams you don't opt to pull off from a hot drop until day 3. So I think for the fact that RSG just decided in the moment on day 1, it's like, this is not worth our time. Let's go elsewhere. We lost the fight pretty firmly last time. So it's not worth it. Let's head elsewhere on the map. And I think that's something you have to do. Again, these adjustments have to come through quickly. Yes, I was saying earlier that 4 matches is a bit of a boon to these teams, especially
don't play.
Stage.
It's taking a lot of time. Plus, I'm getting old, man.
But yeah, still need to
I'm getting old.
Zuxi taking the bench here, bringing Hans in.
No, Charity, I'm not young. I'm old.
Joining his twin in...
Xifan retired and I'm happy leaving with my wife, Chief. No, man, you better...
Zuxi has been pretty
you better say it all before
like
Chiefs come back.
Trying to get that sub back on.
Before Chiefs comes back.
9th place on the overall tables and fairly close by. Could still definitely...
Wait, he just... Wait, that car is...
So happy to see that. A little bit of a tumble, but it's just
wait,
like, no,
what?
That one's broken.
Why did he leave that vehicle?
Yeah,
it's no good.
Not sure on that one.
Maybe fuel.
Maybe that would make sense, but still, at the end of the day, it's just getting in same vehicle. But I think it must.
I should have been a training coach. Anything esports related is not worth the time.
Like,
unless
feels off.
Yeah.
Engine doesn't sound right.
The team, either you're coaching or you're helping with, can consistently get to PMGC, the global stage. Even if you go to the global stage, like the group stage, it's not still. It's not
quite split. Vampire close
Oh!
together. Jason very close by, but will not
It's
win the
still not
trade.
working that
Doesn't
well.
have the backup either, and that's a very fast.
Unless
coming
you
on
can
through.
consistently go to
Schweppes,
PMGC
Newsy
Grand
there.
Finals.
Newsy's very low. Vampire
Like
losing
Alpha
player
7.
early. It's not a good way to
Not
start
make
your
that
miracle.
will, you know.
No, it is not. Again, for Vampire, it has been horrible today.
Xifan, when's your birthday?
The points are
October
coming
22nd.
quite
That's my
slowly.
birthday.
Remember, you need to be in that top 3 to get a guaranteed environment.
And also, happy November
team that has a little
for you
bit
all.
of a buffer to keep them ahead from the rest of the squads here. Team Spirit with Moon.
Hope you guys have an amazing mount.
75 points with Alpha 7 taking
MSG
a little
too
bit of a
good?
step back
Yeah,
here
their
with Alpha 7
mechanics are
in
top
fifth
notch.
place. But as we all
Definitely.
know, this is their favored map.
Can they convert into a day 2 of success? Because right now it just hasn't been Alpha 7's day. Loop's going to move
Major
up.
Pride versus
Final
Loops.
gives away.
Major Pride should win
Rafinha
this
chasing them
engagement, I
away.
feel like.
Making sure that they've isolated this fight. They want to be the ones to fight Major Pride, but not too sure if you want that, to be honest. And Loops, they seem to have read that as well. They're like, oh,
Can we watch
actually,
Pharrell
no, we're
highlight
good.
of this
We'll
match?
see you
The
guys
Pharrell
later.
from
We've got something else.
Brazil? Oh, why my poor Coops?
A little bit of oldness
Oh
back over
no!
towards Twisted.
Oh
That's
no!
Good picker from RC. Again, this is what I was talking about earlier. They had so much time to.
Why
make
my
the loss there,
poor
so they-
Coops
they
getting
set
knocked
themselves up
every
nice on that
single
high
time
ground. The
at
circle just
first?
kind of confirming further down towards that southeast side. They opted to head towards the east of Los Leones, and it's already paying dividends for them.
Oh no!
Schweppes wants a bit
Lightning
more.
thirsted
I don't
Coops.
think they're getting Newsy back up though.
They with the oversight on all of this. I can't believe
I think
Rob's done
Twisted
this, to be
Mind is
honest.
done.
That's the only reason
Guys.
they've gone poorly in this engagement with Twisted Minds, right?
I think Twisted Mind is done for this tournament.
Because I mean, they are looking for some reses. maybe
You
just
see,
for one,
mistake
but
like this, you know, you
they can
picked
get up to
you
three,
picked up
stay
the
alive for a little bit longer.
you picked up
Could
the
be
squad you think they can perform, but they didn't perform, and at the end of the day,
Yeah.
it's a losing business for Twisted Mind.
Vehicle smoking. Take it into a garage. Maybe get it sorted on this game. Yeah, now the position's
'Cause
known. It's honestly RSG. doesn't really
Twisted
have any
Mind
chance
is
to
probably gonna
shoot
for
at
this
all that
lineup.
much. They're going to be locked in.
I think
towards
they're
position.
spending how much? Maybe 7K
on
USD, or maybe more.
Twisted Minds trying not to.
Could it be
rush
more?
too
I think
much.
they're spending around like maybe 10K
Wants
per
the
month.
res.
Let's
Maybe
say
needs the
Twisted
res
Mind
as well.
spending 10K a month for this EMEA roster, right?
We'll be able to do it. Twisted Minds. I mean, the fact
And then
that
they didn't even make it out of
RSG
the
have such
group
great
stage.
oversight on this means that
Boom,
Twisted Minds can't
a
just
losing
rush away
business for the whole year.
Vampires. Next circle is going to pop soon. Blank. It was a hard southeast.
Even
hit
with
for
the
first one.
partnership,
Let's see where the second
I don't know how
goes.
much they
Up
can
to
get
the
in from the
north side.
partnership,
So almost
but I
all of
don't
Los
think it
Leones
will
here.
cover the cost.
Yeah, I mean, back
Yeah,
out
just
that
from
much,
the
James.
team
That's it.
salary
Head
wise,
back over
salary
towards
wise,
the west
players'
because
salary,
this looks a
coach's
little bit
salary,
terrifying.
you know. That's why doing esports is hard.
Alpha 7 down towards that south side. We'll have to move their way up. Again, it's quite a few teams they have to move through, and it is that high ground on the south.
Pharrell watching this? Pharrell is definitely
high
watching
ground
this.
to navigate, yeah, on that east side of Los Leones, the south side of this next circle.
I think after this one, this lineup, I don't know. Will they get dropped?
Have actually pushed into a really strong spot.
Will this
on
whole
the
lineup
north
gets
side of
dropped
Los
by
Leones,
Twisted Mind?
up
I don't
towards
know.
Building some high ground there that they can occupy and will challenge Inco for it. I feel like this is probably one of the safest
Coop's definitely the most
spots, and
unlucky
no one
player
seems
on
to be
PMGC.
actually trying
Nah.
to go for that
I mean, on
west side right there.
PMGC, maybe not. Like, at least the pay is good. That's what I can tell you.
For
At least the pay is good.
Actually, it bodes quite well.
You
for
know,
them,
Coops
just
is not
shifting
getting
back over
1K,
towards the
these
west a little
ass
bit, 'cause
salary from
they'll be
NA.
able to send in
From
over towards
NA.
the western side of the map and get themselves at least some kind of position to play. But they are running on borrowed time right now whilst these teams rearrange themselves.
RSG can qualify really bad. 他没什么时间
If I was
训
to
练
look over towards BTR, though, taking that knock early is not nice, but they should be able to bring them back up to speed pretty quickly. And Alpha 7, yeah.
why Chinese team failed to dominate
on
anymore.
the south side. But still in the
You
start-
said one reason, but like there's another reason is that the global teams just gets better.
Alpha 7 just about on the south edge. Surprised that we're still at 16 teams here. The teams crunching themselves in, but we'll see what
Definitely
goes on.
tough
Ora
decisions. Yeah,
staying out
definitely.
of the blue.
It was definitely tough decisions.
Really reluctant to go too fast into this circle. I mean, Malik definitely not putting full speed onto the buggy either.
But like, you know what they could do?
They're just
Oh wait,
idling their way
actually,
over towards
these
the
two
circle
okay, players from Brazil and
with
player from
probably quite
EMEA, they
stiff
can't really
resistance if
play
they
with
opt to
each
go
other.
south of Los Leones.
Because I don't think that these Brazilian players have
I mean,
good
there's so
comps
many
in
teams down
English.
there. I think that's the difference.
I was
for a lot of
thinking
these
maybe
squads.
next
It
year
isn't
they
really
can
the nicest
combine
thing
these
for
two.
Rain
Now.
either.
They can.
So for Team
The
Spirit, you can see they're
management
already
could
struggling
possibly
trying to figure out their next
combine
move because it's not
these
the
two
most
rosters, right?
simple
Pick the
of
best players
jobs
from
right
two
now
rosters
to
and have
scout.
them play with each
You
other.
can't even pull out the binocs because they're likely going to be
But I don't think it will work
completely
out because
blockaded by
you know,
the
I don't think Farrell
mountainside
speaks
around
English that
you.
well. Same goes to the rest of the teammates from
Similarly for Alpha
Brazil.
7, but I think Alpha 7 at the moment are actually doing quite a good job in terms of scouting towards that northern edge while staying
Sabi, drop the
somewhat
cap.
undetected by DRX.
Drop the cap.
And this is what they've always been very
RSG
good
holding
at.
a really good position in the
I think
circle.
Max does say quite frequently in terms of Alpha
I
7
mean,
is just
even though
able to
even though
hold
the zone
on
shifts away
to
a
lot
little
of
bit,
these nasty
but they
scenarios
still
at
have
least on
a
Miramar.
relatively good.
They just have this fortitude that you don't quite see on
Unless the
other
zone
teams.
shifts north, that'll be the end for RSG.
Northeast shift,
However,
MSJ, big split. Need to
this
regroup
one
here, I
is
think,
decent
at
for
this
RSG.
point. It feels like they're reading into that final, and J-Sook going to
Is
readjust.
this Chris equals to
Which
NGX?
comes through
Well, NGX is
on
probably
towards
going to be
Fuchs
better
there.
than this.
For Loops.
Wait, what? Who
Maybe we need a fight
which are the
between Loops, Fuchs,
who are
and
in
Fuchs.
NGX right now?
And that would be a nice little tongue twister.
Yeah, maybe we don't need that. Maybe we don't
Actually,
need that at all.
Yeah, no, we don't have that. That's a good idea.
Derek's finding the Muerte
Crafting
over on this eastern edge.
is totally mad. Out of 20
Quite an
teams, 10
important
are
pick-off
playing
as well between
PMGC,
that
but
fight.
RC didn't get an invite.
Especially considering Demuerte is currently on that northern side.
Wait,
and
is it done? Is
Derek
RC
would
done?
like
Does
to
that
make
they won't
move
play
up towards the
PMGC?
north and kind of swing back round towards La Bandita. Mirin Sejong though,
RC
once again,
worst
find
team.
themselves a decent position. I think they're going to play another 2-2 split here over out in.
I mean,
the
I was
field
sad. I
on
was
the
so
north,
sad
as
that
well
the
as this
TC
position
failed to
sits on the
qualify.
roadside. Smart decision in my opinion. I don't think
I
that they
wanted
would
TC to
assume there's gonna
qualify
be a lot of
more
teams
than
over towards this
KSG.
north side, and if they're able to hold this
Hora
out
taking
for
good
entirety
off
of
angles,
stage
but
three, they have two really strong spots that they can divert between.
the gun skill needs to back it up,
Nice
though.
opening knock there. 2 found for Team Spirit. They're going to go in for that flush as well. Effect looks a little bit greedy for it, but maybe going to pay off. Drawing attention with Kitsune. Sky has to step out for the peak. 2 players on the front. Going to go down.
S2G is not playing.
That's
S2G
confirmed for
didn't
Team Spirit.
qualify.
No fear as well still there. Effect really wants to make this one
Roth.
work. Matic with the burst
Okay.
over towards
Radox
Sky,
is another
but
player
Mr.
I was trying to
on
get
the
for the
off angle
team.
may give him a little bit
But
of
he
trouble
picked the
here
NGX.
behind the smoke. He's got cover. He's got
I mean,
backup
obviously,
from
NGX is
Kitsune on
more
that
wealthy
off
than
angle, scouting
NXP. They
information. The
offer,
Busan,
you
however,
know,
not as easy to
Radox
deal
higher
with.
salary
Will not
and stuff.
negotiate. Team Spirit going to
So,
have
you
to
know,
position around it.
I think if
Still
we had
want to play
a
for it,
Radox,
and they are going to get out of it. There's
the X Factor
another
team
knock
will
over
definitely
towards
make the
Sky.
PMGC.
There's Alpha 7 taking a fight on the south side as well.
The problem
Yeah,
with
it's typical Alpha 7, right? They managed to
Havlik.
get ahead
So
of
we,
Harame
at the
Pro,
end of the day,
which
we
is so
recruit a player called
important for them early game.
Havlik. He's from,
And actually
he's
be able to
previously
take
money
them
maker
out
player.
because of some
Okay,
really
so the
great
problem
scouting
with
over towards that
Havlik,
north side that went completely
Um,
undetected, which was very stealthy from Alpha 7. And then they just burst out into the open.
It may sound a little bit like rude,
They get that door
but he's
flung
playing
open.
with no
Bet
brain.
They're going to run straight through.
Havlik, like kills wise,
window,
he gets a
enemy.
lot of kills
Again, 2v
in
first.
PMSL.
Alpha
Probably
7
the most,
up to the east side.
he-
make
probably
break their way.
the player with the
RSJ,
most
in
frags in
meantime,
X
now
Factor.
clashing with Team Spirit, who did manage to get away with all 4 players, but that might change.
But
RSJ, they've been on this
he's a
high ground for
he's just a
long
solo
time.
player
GZ, with a
who
challenge
has
here,
good
does
gun
need to
skill.
be careful.
He doesn't
is
play with the
right
team,
on the back of their extended
and he has
line
no
for
brain.
RSG. And if
And
they
for
go
X
down
Factor,
here, if GZ goes down, it's going to be nice.
definitely needs a
This,
player
I mean,
who
what
can play
do? It's
with his
MSJ
brain.
all day, baby.
Yeah, again,
Because Caprizi
I was
is
talking about
another
earlier,
player.
It's just a very nice setup from
Caprizi is a
Mirin Sejong.
player-
I think that we've kind of reached this era recently where
It's like lack
teams have
comp
stopped
experience.
playing as much
He
stock
can
in a
IGL.
2-2 split.
He can make a
And
call
Mirin
out.
Sejong's definitely
He can
bringing
just
it back
frag.
a lot, and know, Max was
You
saying
just
alongside with Jason,
say
just have
Capriza
this
go here. Capriza will go here
fantastic,
and kill.
Control over like
Same
the
goes to
knowledge of
Havlik.
the zone, knowledge of the terrain. What
So
are good
these
spots
two
to take, and it feels like this
are
team
the
is
players with the most gun skills.
extremely
But the thing
drilled
is,
in terms of that
with
factor.
Baron being the IGL and FS being the
And
support,
that's basically a top 5 just off the back.
they
of
need
some very
one
good
more
setup from Mirren Sejong.
player who can think and
Now
frag at the same
regrouped
time.
up to that north side, so the
That was a
2-2
problem
gonna
with the X
recoalesce,
Factor.
but at this point, this
They
is
don't have
wise. Again,
enough
they are entering their danger point of the match.
player
which
who have brain.
seems to have been addressed more and more commonly now, and we'll probably have to stop calling it that at some point fairly soon if they can move into the late game of this match. But over on the west side, things are not so easy. BTR, Zeus.
So a lot of you were asking, yo, Xifan, what happened with the X
Zeus
Factor, and like, you know, why did you
definitely
guys
coming
do the
out the
qualifier and
better of
stuff?
the two on this one so far.
Basically,
with
that's what
BTR
happened.
Dropping down to 3. Aaron looking to confirm this, and BTR may want the rest of this fight as well. A cook
It's
on the
really
nade.
hard.
If he lands
The-
this,
the only
BTR
way
split in half.
that
The roll
I
up
see
of the
Havlik
goes fairly slowly, a nade to the back lines.
can
Shotgun
play in
across
a
the ridgeline.
top-tier
There's backup
team
sprays as well
is that
from the
all
rest of
other
Zeus.
3 players
BTR gonna really suffer here. Darkin has such a great angle to back up his teammates.
have really
Aaron
good brain.
has taken damage, but he's already enacting that healing. You see the first aid coming on through, and another knock goes through to BTR. The nades up
And
high
he
don't
joined that
connect,
team.
and more knocks
But if
goes
he's
away.
joining a
Zeus handled
team,
it perfectly.
Yeah, even with the
you know, like X
BTR,
Factor,
it didn't seem to change too
it's
much.
not gonna
I mean,
work
they were
out.
fighting uphill still, but again, Zeus just kind of handle whatever they threw at them. There's a nice nade as well.
If you go back and watch PMS Americas, you'd be surprised how many mistakes Havlik was doing and through the game. I mean, other players through the game also, but like Havlik is doing some stuff that
They managed to duck the pressure from
that kind of like if you play comp or if you watch the esports, he made some mistake that will blow your mind. Literally blew your freaking mind.
Getting away from that with all 4 players, I think, is a great maneuver from them. But their transition from the northeast point of Los Leones is treacherous. We'll see if they can make that work.
No,
Twisted Minds,
I'm way past
a
the
little bit
like the sadness part. I'm not
up
even like
in it
sad
now as
anymore.
they are
I'm just
together
talking
on that south
facts,
side.
like
Tony
why
King
X
swept
Factor
2
fell.
players alive for them. Twisted Minds on 3 players, and Team Spirit potentially actually look at a third party here.
We didn't have any
for that opportunity,
much choices
denied
back
it
then.
against Zeus. Do they find
Also,
it here against Vampire and Twisted Minds?
because NHP didn't really have the budget to get a good player.
Nice shot from the sidelines. Tony K's already down.
Like I contacted Doring as well.
From
Doring's the player I reached out.
hitting the deck. Now Team Spirit can fully
I got him
get
in my
on this.
scout list. Doring's the player. He's the
Got
IGL,
really
right?
too much
His
of a
gun skill may
comeback
not be
coming
as
through
good
on
as other
retaliation.
players, but like he has a good brain.
Which they do. A nade over finds Bay. The spray down
May
is
not,
there, and
they may
Lord's
not
gonna
work.
get caught
His
up
brain
in
may
it
not
as
work
well.
here, but like
Twisted
for
Minds
PMSL,
fall.
it's more than
RSG are
enough.
flacking, and Team Spirit have just had one good turn after another. They have been absolutely perfect on this approach. It's really played out well for them. And this is a brilliant third-party situation for them now. 2 players on the inside for them to deal with. Nomi up close, but low on the HP bar. Trying to
I could literally
shred
show you
through
guys
them.
some like
But it
PMSL
will
clip
be
that
Matthew to step
really
up against God.
blew
Lightning
me
down
out
the
of
last
my
to go.
mind.
And Team Spirit, 6 eliminations on the cards, with Major Pride already going low as well on 1 player alive. Kitsune looking to try and challenge.
It's
around,
like,
doesn't even go down.
literally,
In effect, we'll be able to put the final nail in the
if you
coffin.
put me in the
RSG
roster
down,
instead of
Team
Havlik,
Spirit on the south side.
Yeah, it's perfect for Team Spirit,
in
'cause not
some
only does that
scenarios,
give them a whole
there's
bunch
no
of
way the team could die
eliminations
because of
there,
that.
But it really clears out this south side. Of the
Actually,
map,
I'm gonna
and
show
we
you
are
guys after
heading
this game.
back up towards that
You guys will
northern
be
edge. So,
surprised.
Again, for Mirren Sejong, I really don't see a world where they don't at least get a second place. There could be some insane crash that
So
comes
will
through
NHP
the
play next year?
next few
Nah,
minutes,
NHP is
but
way
for them,
past
this
that.
position
NHP is done with PUBG Mobile.
So strong.
There's so little you can do about it. I mean, the fact that Loops have that position out to the east side of the road is probably going to play well for them until DRX come to join the party. If they want to go out to the east side, I feel like that might be the rotation.
Yo, Ronnie, thank you for another
Zeus trying to move
gifted
in on the
membership.
north
And
side.
congratulations, Ammo.
You can see how minimal the
For the
cover
membership?
is. It's the open field plays.
Wait,
that you're
DX
familiar with if you've
Oh,
watched.
DX
all
was
of it.
0. That's why we want to change it. Ah, I see.
It's from
Sorry,
shack
I
to
got
shack,
like
from hay bale to hay bale.
talk
trying
too
to move
much.
Those vehicles in. This is where you spend vehicles, right? It's where you have to spend vehicles to try and make something work.
DMR.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll spin
like
again.
you say, spending those vehicles means basically
Tony, just
them
for
up
you.
to create some kind of stronghold. I think quite a few teams would rather wait until stage
Oh,
6.
Inko's alive.
A
Yeah,
little bit
let's go with
less,
Inko.
Zone to work with where they can figure out, right?
Well, this is how
what
many.
we
This is
take
like
on the last
third
stand,
time that the Spain goes to
essentially.
Inko.
Yeah, DRX as well as Major Pride down towards that south side. And again, the top side of the lobby has taken a fair beating. But Team Spirit still up as 4. Getting 7 eliminations on match does mean they overtake DXAV with only 2 players left.
And with Major Pride down in, I think that was 8th place there, means 1 placement point, 3 elims, 4 more points.
And also another thing is,
their
I try so hard
as it
to trying to
sits.
find a
So Team
to
Spirit
trying to find our
will
team
try
a
and chase
coach.
that down. Currently sat
I
on
found the
85,
TJB
definitely
the
doable.
TJB coach, my previous
Then
coach
get 2 more
77.
limbs, chicken dinner.
I know what she
But
has on the
they're in a
table,
difficult spot,
right? I was trying to
right on the
introduce
edge
her
of the
into the
road.
team,
You see MSJ.
but like
shots
the
out
stupid
towards
FS
Xavier
like
and towards
be
Team
like,
Spirit a little
hey,
bit
we don't need
further
a
south, but
coach.
still
We
so
can get
much
into
open ground
PMGC
in
easy.
between them.
It's rough. I think the best thing
I'd
for
be
Team
like,
Spirit on that last
are
fight
you
as well is the
sure?
fact that they got basically
Because I
delivered a
respect
whole
the
bunch of
players,
vehicles
obviously.
from
You know, if the
RSG.
players don't want to coach,
You really haven't had to
even
move
if you
all that
force
much
the
from
coach into the
position,
team,
that's a
they are
massive
not
help for them into the
going to
future.
listen to the coach. You know.
Big Xavier, last player.
So
out
we
the
ended
open,
up
not gonna
playing
work out.
PMS Americas
I
without
feel
a
that the
coach.
same is true for
I
Team
think that's
Spirit
another
in
part,
the very
whereas
near
you know
future
it's getting
on that
affecting.
southwest
It's
side.
kind of affecting the team.
May be able to crash to Inco. I feel like that's the thing that they have that DXAV just didn't, is a potential crash location close by, and they're aware of this.
Yeah, I
position as
interviewed
well.
I
But
interviewed the
if
Paraboy,
DRX
I
make
interviewed
that
the
move
Order
second,
before.
or if they wait for Team Spirit to make
But
that
when I
move
interviewed the,
first,
I think
rather,
the interview
it's
clips
just
is
gonna be
still in my channel.
so Team
Like I
Spirit
interviewed the
need to
Order,
deal
you guys
with
can find
DRX
it,
and
but that was like the OG time.
That is
When
essentially
Order
it, because
like
they need to make this wide wrap over
before
towards
his
the
full,
eastern side, and,
first the PMGC trophy or after
facing
his
up against
first
Inco is
PMGC trophy.
basically
I don't remember,
fighting
but
for
like I
potentially
interviewed.
a losing
I have a
position.
video
I think with
interviewing
this next
Order
level,
in my
it
channel.
does
You guys
give
can
it
check
a
it out
little
if you guys
bit
are
more hope
interested.
Potentially towards Team Spirit, but it's who pulls
But
the
man,
trigger
Inco
first.
is
Is
so
it
good at
DRX?
survival,
Is
man.
it Team Spirit? Matic right now does take a few shots off the back off. It's a bit of an awkward position. Needs to get that first aid kit off first, just in case he takes a stray bullet. If he gets knocked, it's going to be bad.
The blue zone is going to push in about 5 seconds, so needs to be healthy for it because they will have to transition on that southwest side. Zeus have been fighting in the open ground on the north and actually navigating this one fairly well. It's Loops who are on the roadside still causing a lot of problems for everyone trying to move.
Yeah, I mean, Loops is set up really well. I mean, on this four-man split, it's really good for them. They have this ridge side to play, and it's basically what everyone wants right now. If it wasn't for the fact that Inco is down towards that northern side, it might have been a different story. This is an interesting approach going.
So you don't have a team anymore? Nah, it just too time consuming.
Quite good for them.
Why would I wasting
realize
time
there
managing a
was
team?
Way too much turmoil down towards that south side.
You get what I'm saying?
So they make a gamble towards the northern edge.
But this draws Zeus into a fight, right? They are really calling out Zeus at this stage, and you can see the regroup comes. Zeus are ready for it. They want to take this fight, facing off in EMEA. They've got the practice here, and Matic takes down Nomi with a vehicle explosion. That is going to be resable, but the nade over the top from Rita could seal the deal on this. That nade looks good. The arc looks perfect, but it doesn't quite get the knock onto Matic or the flush onto Nomi. The res can come through, but Kitsune's down in the meantime, and Zeus are so ready for this fight. It's just a little bit too bold for Team Spirit. There's the re-knock onto Matic, and Nomi in effect now the last 2 to stand against 4 from Zeus, and they haven't even had to step into the sightlines. MSJ clipped the back lines of Team Spirit.
Inco chicken? Nah, I think...
As well. It's all up to Nomi.
Wait,
now.
who's in the which team is in combat? MSJ's chicken, I feel like.
Maniac is there. The spray from MSG.
Oh, Inco got a lot of ilms.
MSJ, sorry.
Wait, what?
It's going to find them, and it's going to be plenty of salt in the mix for Team Spirit.
Yeah, it absolutely is. That all kind of comes from an explosion on the vehicle. I don't think it was intentional. I think the vehicle was exploding at that point anyway, and Nomi maybe got a little bit too close.
That is on DRX.
Yeah, you can see how one simple mistake can lead to the entirety of your team going down. There's Kaisei heading it off. We'll be leaving our match there for DRX. Again, they made it a bit longer, the DRX at least, you know. It's a struggle. It's a real struggle.
I feel like I wanted DRX to go for that sweep onto Loops a lot earlier, and they just instead decided to commit to the west side. It's not gone well. They're out on that south edge. But all credit to Zeus. I mean, really confident play coming through.
Yeah, again, for them, like you said, it was a call out. it was a call out towards their position. They know they had to hold on to
Or for
it.
Inko, if you
This might be one
see
of the few positions on
Metalian
the
and then the
map that
Bate
they
is
can
alive,
contend with.
these two players are alive,
Position towards the center,
they have a good chance to get more ilims.
especially this next circle pushing Loops. Basically go over the top here.
How's the MSJ so good?
side and get faced by
They're Korean,
the
man.
guns of Murin Sejong.
This is something's wrong here. This is Mirren Sejong. This is not Major Pride. So why are they getting the circle luck? What's going on?
But there's no way Inko gets a
I
chicken.
mean,
This is not in the script.
They definitely set up. They set up for this
Wait.
position. I mean, it is
Loops is set up to go.
cool that it's
Oh, they
so
crushed it.
central. In comes Loops.
Wait.
This is what they had to do. I'm curious that Murin Sejong had
But Zeus
absolutely
is
no
watching.
control
Inko
over
can
this
cross
stuff.
that easy.
And then more concerned about Zeus, right? Seemingly. Probably rightly so. If they can get a nade, if they can get a knock on this initial approach, but it seems like it's not going to happen. Loops have managed to break first ground. And now they're going to regroup Rafinha into the backline as well. So all four up and into the circle. A compound scrap, and Zeus could capitalize on this. There is an opportunity now to third party. Do they want to move in, or do they want to stay back, stay at arm's length, and take pot shots at this fight?
For Zeus, it depends how many vehicles they've still got up and running. Technically, they could get to the other side of the compound, in which case, that's why Final's playing so far back. There is plenty of positions to crash onto. But for Murin Sejong, as soon as that circle moves over towards the western side, I think you should absolutely be focusing over towards that ridge. There's not a
Yo,
huge amount of
Anonymous?
cover to be had for Loops there. And they could
Welcome
at least
to the
get
member.
1 or 2 picks.
Thank you
on
for joining the
runner.
membership.
Instead, their focus is way over
Bro,
towards
no
that
way, you
western
just
side, in which case
did a
Zeus
spin, man.
has an even tougher time getting over this edge here. So yeah, for Murin Sejong, they absolutely do give up the position.
Maybe it's just a
Boros are dead, right?
sneaky trap.
Inko,
They're allowing
Loops,
Loops to think they
MSJ,
got it, and then
and Zeus.
3 nades, they're done for.
BTR's dead.
It's exactly all as planned.
It
Loops.
could be.
Yeah, well, not too likely. I feel
Oh,
like
she's
Zeus
dead.
kind of did miss the opportunity to go for this.
This
crash
gonna
now.
take a
And
this
it's
gonna take a
really rely
while.
on Loops going for the fight, but they don't need to.
DRX is dead.
Both of these two teams can just sort of say, okay, look, we're getting first and second. You guys fight over third and fourth.
Alpha 7 is dead. Come on,
Well, Zeus
hurry
has
up.
to move. Equally, Loops looking for some more.
Wait, are
points
you
in
guys
this game.
gonna
They've
make
got
me spin
3
forever?
elims, so anything
MP,
extra
thank you
can
for
get here is
Vivo. Thank you for the membership. 3 months.
ideal. And they know
Congratulations
Zeus
on
is in a
the
position where they have to move
blue
out into
trophy.
open ground. Don't really have much choice with the circle pushing them in here. Inko's done a pretty fantastic job to sneak their way up on towards
Okay,
the south
Inko.
side.
Okay, that's
For
for
what
Anonymous. Okay, it goes to
Well, hell of
Inko
a
again,
precarious place on the
right?
map.
And now here's the Spain for Vivo.
And it's sort of allowed to happen just because DRX played a very lukewarm endgame.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of did just force DRX and Team Spirit to
Horror.
branch out around them or go down to the blue at the back. And that's exactly what happened to both of them, right? And
Come on,
they
these are
managed
gonna-
to stay alive through it all.
Guys, are you guys
Zeus
kidding me?
Mounting up, the smoke cover's there. The crash coming. Inko do have angles on this. MSJ don't have
Roman,
coverage
thank you for the
on
membership.
side of that concrete, which means there's no windows to peek through. But Inko can still have an impact here. There's the shot through the
Oh.
sidelines, and
the
Maniac
heck?
does go down
Vampire.
first. Potential to res, but Rita finds Nenebete, and that's going to slow Inko down.
Which is super important. I mean, it was unlikely they're going to get too much closer, but it's a good catch. So
MSJ.
really good catch there.
Okay,
And
that's
so
for
many
Vivo.
things
And Roman,
for Murin Sejong
This
to
is for you.
keep their attention on. And yeah, nice nade over the top there. Does take down Zeus.
yeah, RX.
Leaves him with just Darking, but Loops will pick up that point. I don't
Imagine
think
goes to
Murin Sejong
Inko.
cares too much though.
Goes to
As long as they're
bro.
staying safe.
They cannot, in fact, peek out towards
Twisted
this
mind.
side with Error in the back lines as well. Inko covering off the flank.
Loops, Nihol got
Loops
knocked.
bearing down upon Plenty of pick up for Zeus, though. Again, Nino
MSJ.
just keeping things together.
MSJ did is.
As Inko suffering through the windows, MSJ
Oh,
has
that's
those
the
angles
longest spin
out
we've ever done.
towards this south side, and finally Inko fall. This gives a little bit more leg room for Zeus, potential to get these reses to come on through, in fact, and maybe get Rita back into the mix, but no, he's just a little bit too far away, out of reach, and Eren goes down next as well. Rafinha has the angle
Wait.
between those hay bales, and it's all up to Dark.
Final got knocked.
MSJ spotted. Loops may be able to wheedle their way into this one.
Yeah, a lot of damage done over
Wait, who
towards
has more
Murin
kills at the
Sejong,
moment?
and with
Zeus?
now Zeus taking out the situation with 12.
How many kills did Zeus get?
Less. Very well done. Lutzen start worrying about Mir and Sejong. And that is another knockover.
I guess cursing on MSJ with the spin.
Very, very important. Taking out Rafina on the sidelines.
Hoxie's still alive. Hoxie's still alive in the front, fighting.
3 players alive.
Oh, 1v2? He's gonna 1v2?
Moving around, but Hoxie wants the fight.
Hoxie. I don't see this guy losing CQs.
Escape the spray. Yes, he is. He wants more as well.
Hoxie's a new god.
With a bold push out.
Hoxie's a new god. I've never seen this guy lost his CQC.
I mean, it was their game from
never once in PMGC so far.
Bit of a nerve-wracking performance there for them, but it is
a new god.
Again, the South Koreans to take it down.
Yeah, a really good game from there. Again,
I've never seen him lose his CQC. He got 2 in the end.
2-2 split to give them a fantastic anchor point and just understanding of where these other teams are playing. So someone's been doing their homework.
Hoxie's crazy, bro.
And the best thing about it as well is the fact that they seem to
Which team he was playing from?
This idea they can get everyone up and keep them up at all
Which team was he playing from, guys?
Goes down
previously?
Hoxie just goes hell for leather. Straight.
Hoxie better than Xifan for sure, man. This guy is a beast. He's beating out all the top pros in the lobby.
Sejong are continuing to dominate the day here, as you heard me rattling off some numbers talking about how their performance has been across the day.
没那么难，就是他最高就只能丢75，其实他国外的距离没必要这么远，其实挺好丢的。
Insane, and I wouldn't be surprised, Hot Jukes and Maxman, if we see them actually in top 3 now.
They went 4th before this
Hoxie,
game.
God or why?
They're gonna be up in top 3.
We gotta see that once more.
I think I've never been rambling about like rotations, movements of a team, and how they play a specific match like as much as this game.
He got a 1 knock.
My favorite game. This game
and he went down to 1 HP,
so like still early
and he
days,
pushed instantly without hesitation. His teammates was still reviving in the back or something. I think they got 10 kills. They got 10 kills.
Perfectly played. I mean, they did exactly what they needed to do. They secured this awesome
This
position,
guy, what?
So many.
This Hoxie's crazy.
Well-earned chicken dinner, and it's their second one today. Say woo. Woo.
Anyone wants to be Hoxie's waifu?
That was horrible. Sorry.
That was good.
No more.
Anyone wants to become Hoxie's waifu?
They woo 5 eliminations, man. 741 damage. Look at that conversion rate. I mean, MSJ are getting.
He's the parable from Korea.
Exactly. I mean, we have to.
Well, with this kind of performance, I think he is, man. He's crazy.
We were talking about this while watching the match. With the shifts we had, there was a huge grouping of teams down towards the very south side of the zone. And every team was trying to avoid as much as possible.
You went with no footstep?
And you even took a picture and sent it to us of like how much space
he was jumping in the smoke.
Sure
the Loops guy caught him,
right, we'll sit towards the north
but lost the CQC, and the second guy he just like instantly rushed on. I think his teammates were pushing from the other side.
It's just like clockwork.
And the Loops player was watching the left side, and he got like the Hoxie just popped out on the right side, and boom, one shot him.
In particular, Hot Troops, where they go from 4-man split for phase 1, phase 2. Phase 3 pops go into 2-man split.
99% of males in your chat.
In the circle.
Come on, you guys don't want to turn gay for Hoxie? I would turn gay for Hoxie, man. Any day. I will turn gay. I will turn myself gay for Hoxie.
Timing is so on point that you just react instantly to circle pops, and you just take the best option available at the time based on what
dude is too good.
Already overtaken.
Dude is too good. Even my curse didn't work out. Yeah, exactly. I said MSJ is gonna get the chicken. I said team is in the center.
The early strats to get that.
All right, 10 push-ups.
What about a video for Pandemonium_news?
You know what? I'm doing it. It's happening.
I'm doing it. He's like, I'm doing it.
More of that.
Well, Jukes. Yeah, more of that. That's a second first place finish for them. However, we do have to talk about the pushes out of Loops and of course out of Zeus. And I know you guys were actively discussing it as it was happening, and I want you to kind of walk us through what you thought of it.
You want to take it, Jukes, or me? I'm gonna go on. You might as well jump into it.
Yeah, I mean, man, look at that. I mean, when you're talking about Zeus, right? Just run that back for me one more time, Jason.
I just discussed the way like Loops and Zeus played out the final push into like the compound that Mir and Sejong was in, and of course how MSJ responded to the aggression.
Yeah, I mean that's all about timing in that particular situation. So you got Mir and Sejong in the dominant spot. All the teams
MSJ PMGC champ or what?
A lot of these teams are going to be hesitant to take that engagement first, because if they do, that third party's coming right after. As a matter of fact, when we saw Loop start to make that push, I was screaming. I was like, Zeus, Inko, what are you doing? Like, just, it's wide open. No one's even looking at you. Just start running towards them and start making that happen. And we saw Zeus park just a little bit too early.
21 points.
I think, Maxman, you were kind of upset that we didn't see him just full send it on that building, right?
I was hoping for Zeus to just go in and just smite down the opposition, but no, they got smitten around that little hay bale by nades. It was very unfortunate. The crashing angle they took was rough to
he's taking
into that compound.
wait.
So Zeus,
oh, it's another his teammates. But Hoxie's taking the MVP of day 2 for sure.
And because of the indecisiveness of, and like also Loops and Inko struggling to go onto MSJ, Saywoo being the MVP of our game here with all of those 5 eliminations. And really what I love this game.
You need to keep your back straight. What do you mean? I was keeping my back straight. Was I not keeping my back straight while doing the push-ups?
Four-way fight between all those 4 different teams at the end.
Check.
MSJ don't try to just hold the front line of that compound. They move back, let Loops fight Zeus, and then get himself one of the biggest games that then pushes them up in 2nd place in the rankings. Maybe gunning for the crown here of Major Pride. They're going up there.
I can just hear Kalaris in the back of my not normal brain going and discussing our South Korean overlords coming into PUBG Mobile, right? DRX, he didn't expect DRX to do what PMWC, he thought about D plus Kia, and DRX surprised, and now another team from South Korea surprising 2nd place. Crazy. We ended off right now.
Look at it back. I was putting my back straight.
How well they've been able to play considering how recently they qualified.
Because you guys are viewing from the above.
It's crazy.
I'm so excited for this, man. This is the most hype I've been for a Korean team, right, Hodgix? Ever since D+, this is like the research.
Let's react to Hoxie's gameplay. Hey, next video.
Yeah,
all right, next video. Reaction to Hoxie.
Look at that. Right now, you got number 1, the final, making the final countdown right there. When it comes to survival time, I mean, MSJ are playing this perfectly, right on time. I mean, we got 1 more game still left to go, so anything could definitely happen. But I mean, just a beautiful run so far. 2 more days left. All they gotta do is
I'm not even sure if I can find the clip that I was talking about for X Factor.
What position was Zeus in? Did any of you guys catch that?
I was just looking at MSJ, to be honest.
Yeah, I was saying that's why I'm kind of like, we're gonna.
Because they had a good solid jump. Yeah, where did they go?
They were 14.
But they play so many games in like the PMS Americas.
Exactly, 14 to 11th, and I'm curious to see where they're at now. I mean, they pushed BTR, who was in 9th, down to 11th. So this has been a massive step up out of quite a few teams here. That honestly, this is the perfect time to really hit your stride, especially going into day 3 tomorrow. But our players,
I'm trying to find it, guys. I'm trying to find it.
Eliminations. I mean,
yeah, find it.
He's still a bit behind damage from Nomi, but he's been able to put in some serious work. And I can't really think of a single player on MSJ who hasn't really been putting in that work for him.
Maybe week 3 day.
I think the comms during that game, Jason, were just, Hoxie, don't leave the compound. I want to fight them. He just really wants to get involved as much as possible. But yeah,
it was in one of the
so much work. Saywoo in
Miramar game.
Top player of this game. Thank you. He was top player of this game in terms of stats, but he is really calling the shots so well when he has the information. He knows exactly how to move around a specific area of the map to get themselves late into the game, maybe even go for the win, which they've done twice. And I said it right, Hodgix, at the start of the day, that they do tend to struggle to get those wins. Like they can get to the late game, but the win, that's a different story.
It's really hard to find the clips, guys.
Over that hurdle, and now we're looking as confident as ever going into the rest of this PMGC.
Dude, they straight up destroyed that hurdle. Yes. They broke that hurdle in half over their knee in today's games. And that's going to give them so much confidence going into tomorrow and the day after. So I'm going to be interested to see in these next 2 days, Jason, because there's one thing that's really, and it's really bad in Americas. And I want to know if it's the same thing for you guys, at least in your opinion. Teams playing with the leaderboards, all right? It hasn't happened.
With the double points,
right?
do you think
it
doesn't matter?
Everyone
is playing with double points.
No matter what the leaderboard
doesn't even
looks
matter
like.
if there's a double points or not.
I want to see that change here in PMGC. I want to see squads that, hey, guess what? We are 30 points away with 2 games left. We got to go crazy. We got to get so many eliminations. We can't play it safe.
Don't open this can of worms with me and Max.
Yeah.
Dude.
No, because I'm thinking to myself, like, you know, when you really have to play harder, just play harder. Like when you need to get big games, just play harder. Just like double point days, you just gotta play
just like doubly
hard. I get what you mean, right? It's about like when do you decide that you have to switch things up? Where's that kind of limit? How many matches left? How many points behind? At least for teams who are towards the top of the table, it's like just keep doing what's been working for you. Obviously, you need to make sure that you don't stagnate your gameplay and become complacent. You need to be able to keep adapting and read into how other teams are playing. But with the presence of MSJ and the continually improvement and continued, I guess like
how about you guys
around the map?
How about we find the clips together?
But I do worry about this, gentlemen.
It happened, I think, in week 3 or 4. It's in one of the Miramar maps.
Where they can get a lot of
the zone. There's
and then when we got into finals,
the zone's down
everyone
south.
knew about that. They knew how to punish them, and they fell by the wayside. So for MSJ, that's one thing I will worry about as we get to that point eventually. But we need to be able to see that next level of play from them. But if anything, they have been sitting at center quite often and playing from center, and they show they can kind of play from edge as well if they need to.
No, it does scare me a little bit. They bring up the comparison with Alliance. I'm having flashbacks. I'm like, please, no, not again. I've been hurt once before, not twice. But it could happen. But I do think that MSJ, with the way they're playing, I think they're respectful. I think Alliance back in PMWC got away with stuff that in the finals that will never get by those top teams, right? But I feel like this playstyle, the fact that also this is the group of death, I feel like we were all agreed upon. The fact it's working now is a good kind of setup for the finals if they do make it, right? So I'm hopeful that they can maintain this kind of consistency throughout the entire tournament, but there is a bit of that fear in the back of our minds, Jason, that maybe
this one either.
Things could go awry if they maybe get too comfortable in this current playstyle.
Jukes, let me ask you this, because this was something I talked about a lot when we were at PMWC on the desk, especially when there was the likes of Falcons,
boys, I
4MD,
found it.
etc. playing not so
Xifan
well.
boy found it. Your Xifan boy found it. You guys watch this, and I'll comment. How about that? You guys watch this, and I'll comment.
Up goes a little bit north, back onto the mainland.
For some of our teams, gonna take Liquid ahead of them. Furia.
Okay, so XF is here. X Factor is fighting the Vicious right here.
Mines actually pulled pretty far north away from Furia after those initial that pick that came through.
Oh yes, indeed. And next zone pops on up, goes a little bit north, back onto the mainland. So Furia don't have to move a muscle. Meanwhile, though, oh, look at this team. Inco are the only team that are really deep in the blue zone. They're going to have to find a way on in here. But X Factor are in a big fight with the Vicious. Havlik beat up big time. Yeah, Baton needs to get there quickly, and he is sending it with the buggy. Ooh, I think he should have sent it maybe a little bit further, but instead, yeah, Havlik gets caught and thirsted.
Okay, Vicious. You guys are living up to your name over here. You grab that 14 elimination win in match number 1. You start taking these early engagements. However, it's just Reyes left standing. And that frag grenade is everything you don't want to have happen. Wait.
What?
We live? The boy who lived?
Reyes. He kissed that nade on the cheek, tucked it in for nap time, and walked away from it.
Baton goes down to their own nade. Like, what is this sorcery that I just witnessed?
He's like, wait, let me cook this nade because that last one did not go off. And instead it blows up in his face. Caprice, you got to make it up for him right now.
I'm rewinding a mistake that the players made. Like for X Factor.
He hits the pickup too.
People want to see what kind of mistake they made, so I'm showing them.
Getting some heals
the match, I think, is the most ridiculous match.
Hurting a little bit, but Blue takes down Baton. We're starting to get a little bit healthier. Through the door, Reyes with the DBS. What the heck is happening, dude?
Oh, Caprice got the knock. He got the second, and he takes out the Vicious. So
okay, that's it. We got a wipe, right? It seems nice, right? 4 kills, right? Even though we lost the Havlik. But man, at the beginning of the fight,
really deep in
huge knock from Havlik. Prop to him, right? Good gun skill. He won the fight with the lower ground advantage. Nice knock.
They're gonna have to
find
find
a huge knock, right? At the FS knocked the other one. Havlik knocked this one. Really good play. 4 versus 2. 4 versus 2 right here.
Way on in here, but X Factor.
Okay, then there's a guy, David, right? This player, right? Trying to get Havlik from the lower ground.
Are in a big fight with the Vicious. Havlik beat up big time. Yeah, Baton needs to get there quickly, and he is sending it with the buggy. Ooh,
you see this? You see the problem? Do you guys see the problem? Do you guys why do I judge that Havalik play with no brain? Do you guys see the problem? He's a player that just rush. He doesn't really care about your teammates, about the team, or he doesn't really play with the team. If he win this, he win. If he lose, he lose. He could literally just call out, there's a guy on the road. Guys, helping me to knock him. That's it. That is it. You guys may not understand, but this is so ridiculous from a pro player's perspective. This is ridiculous as hell. If you show this to like any pro players, they would just laugh it off, bro. This player's ass. This player's ass.
I think
he jumped down to take the ones against this player while all of your players have the off angle on this one. And he got himself killed.
Oh, yeah.
And then we lost. I think we lost 2 players at the end there. I mean, other players make mistakes too. But like, man, this play, just from my eyes, is the most ridiculous. This is the most ridiculous jump I've ever seen.
Beat up big time. I think you should have sent it maybe a little bit further, but instead, Havlik gets caught.
That was the most ridiculous play, and there's like a bunch of those. There are a bunch of those in PMSL Americas. It's not even just like this one specific clip. There are a bunch of those. I just didn't bother to find it.
It's a chance to prove himself once again. And for Regdom Karya brought Esports, it marks an unprecedented
That's what I said was ridiculous.
Finally, let's dive into the world
He has the gun skill, but he's playing with no brain.
Twisted Minds, as we know them today, is a team with completely new rosters. But
like if you play Ultimate Royale, right? Any Ultimate Royale player, I feel like they can do this. Guys, there's a player below
Lord,
me.
A prodigious talent
Come
from
help
Iraq,
me to knock him.
The professional scene
that
at
would
just
be so
19
easy
years
knock.
old, quickly winning multiple championships.
They could give that clean wipe on VC and 4 kills, full squad up.
Meanwhile, Coops, also 19, is a global star who has consistently earned MVP titles in both PMPLNA and
Are they doing promo for Twisted Mind?
Solidifying his status as a true sensation. The remarkable chemistry between
Lord,
Coops, and their new teammates has paid off in a big way. As a veteran, remarkable PMPLNA and PMPLAR, solidifying his status as a true sensation.
If they ended up in the last place, this is gonna be a meme. If Twisted Mind end up last place, this is gonna be a meme, bro.
The remarkable chemistry between Lord, Coops, and their
No, Twisted Mind, you can't be the last, man. You can't be the last.
But they had yet to reach the PMGC
You can't be the last,
Just
bro.
3 months after forming their new team this year, they secured 2nd place in the 2024 PMSL EMEA Fall and earned their coveted spot in the PMGC for the first time. Now, they're fully geared up to make history.
They can't be the last place.
And their future looks bright.
Here's
hoping that all the teams can prove themselves in the 2024 PMGC. Good luck.
The future of 4 teams. Twisted Mind is one of them.
The stage has been set for the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. The groups have been drawn, and now all the teams know who exactly their enemies
It's not language barrier.
And who they have
talking
to
with
beat
the rest of
to
the players,
get
Havlik didn't call it out at all.
Let's take a look at
He
where
just took
all
the one.
teams currently stand.
He just took the one. This is not how a pro player should be playing this tournament.
So to start things off, Max, we got to come to a conclusion of who we think the group of death is. So let's start to take a look here at Group Green.
Yeah, I mean, Group Green, you got some good teams like 4MB, our boy Doc that we're going to be looking at here. Back-to-back champions of PMSL CSA in 2024, so that's looking great. D+ Kia also have done some good stuff in the past in global events, so they got some good ones.
I mean, you have Stalwart in there, which obviously did have a great performance at PMSL. I think they're a good team, but worthy of calling Group Green or Group of Death? No. Take a look at Group Red, though. You do have a lot of heavy hitters in there. You have Alter Ego, who got through.
You see a lot of PL players doing the same, though. Show me the clip.
Without too much great
Show me the
success.
clip.
But then you do go into
There gotta be a difference.
Falcons. But then you look at like TJB and Tiaba, not really ranked highly in our power rankings. However, at PMWC would say quite different.
If there's indeed clips that are some PL players are doing this is why PL region is probably the worst region.
Alpha 7. Not only now
I mean,
the champions of
definitely better than NA, but like
2024, also the number
this is why PL is not dominating anymore.
It's not just a small lead they have in the power ranking too, Jason, right? It's a massive 200+ point lead they have. So like catching up to them by the end of the year, it's not happening. But Geek Xavier and Vampire 2, like there's
Like,
so
you
many
only-
big names in Group Yellow that it
So basically,
kinda
the rule of
is
thumb
going that
is
way.
in
So
For me,
comp,
Group Yellow.
you
definitely
make
should
that
be
kind
in
of
Group
play
Death.
when you had to. When you have to, because for
Which
example,
three
3 of your
teams
team
from
is gone
each
knocked.
group will directly
You have to
qualify
take the
to
one.
Grand Finals, in your opinion?
You
Let's
get what I'm
start off with
saying?
Yellow.
You have to take the one. Because all of your teammates got knocked.
PMWC champions, I mean, what do you really
Or
wanna
you're buying time
contest
for your
about that?
team. You
But
take
I'm
the
gonna go
one.
for 2 SEA teams after that. I'm personally going to go for D Xavier that just have this tendency to always
That was
reach
just
the
ridiculous.
finals. And then my final team is Vampire. Tony K is just such a good contender for those MVP titles globally, especially after how he performed in SEA. So those are my 3 picks.
So for me, it's the exact same 3 teams.
But moving on to
He needs a
Group Red
strong
here,
IGL to
Jason,
control
we've got,
him like
some
Koa
teams I think
7-7.
you're gonna have to go for
Indeed,
Falcons
that's
here.
what I said.
Disappointing PMWC,
Players
but I feel
like-
it's a team that is capable.
You know, players like Havlik,
question themselves when
they have
things aren't
really,
going
really good
right,
against
aren't
skill.
going their way,
I
so I'm
admit
gonna
that,
go
right?
Falcons.
Cool, so I have Falcons as well.
Really good against skill.
Yeah.
But like,
looking at one of the
they
PL
need
teams
a-
this time around,
basically,
I'm
they
gonna
need
have
a
to go with
babysitter
Chamba. I think
in
they've
game.
showed some true promise, especially for some players that played for the very
So they can
first
shine the
time over
most.
at a global tournament. So
if he
Phil's
doesn't
gonna be the
improve,
next one.
if he doesn't improve himself,
Don't say anything, okay?
you
Let
know,
me
through
pick
the
all
years
three
of
go.
competitive,
They're gonna
through
be
the
fine.
years of competing.
Trust in Rosemary. He's gonna be okay.
I had Tiamba as well. Like QZZ played extremely well. One of our top 10 players at PMWC. Putting TJB in there as well. I feel like they're already focused in. They already know what they need to do to qualify. So
Did you see the
Falcons,
Chinese
TJB,
chat?
Tiamba for me.
Need your date.
Group Green.
Wait, Tani, are you
Do you
Chinese?
think 2 Brazilian
Tani, are you
teams in that
Chinese?
group here of Team Liquid and Influence are going to make it, right? It's not just 2 random Brazilian teams. They're 2 of the most aggressive and teams in Brazil, and also there's got that background of playing globally so many times for so many of the players on their roster. So because of that, Team Liquid and Influence Rage, I expect
If
to
Nova
make it that
comes
far.
back to PMGC, we'll
And the
hit
last
big
one, I think we
time.
can agree on 4MV.
Bro, literally, I think Kemba is currently the best team. Like,
Doc in particular, that
even
would be
if you
great.
have
Also,
unlimited
players really
money,
stepping up in fall and PMSL, so I think they should be able to get through. Definitely. as
if
one
you
of
put
mine.
a like you know the
Head
same
to
old
Liquid as well.
question, if
And
you
then
have
Plus
the
Kia, they have the experience.
if you have unlimited
Don't know
money,
what-
right, you can
what's
put
wrong
a
with them,
star,
Lost Global.
like the
But I
best
have
possible lineup
expectations
for
they should be able to
PL.
make it.
Which 4 players would you pick? Which 4 players would you pick to compete
Who is
against
our
other
top
global
5
teams? To
at
against the
main
Hawks
event,
team.
the grand finals of PMGC?
Alpha 7, pretty obvious pick in my opinion to go for them. 4MV, I think that they took a lot of lessons from PMWC this time around. I have Falcons as my next one. D Xavier also is going to be up there. I mentioned it in the previous question. They just tend to do well in global events and always reach the final.
Not exactly Chinese, but so you read and speak Chinese at the same time. Tony, is it?
So for my picks,
How
I
did
think
it?
we have really similar picks, right? Alpha 7, I don't need to explain. 4MV, Xavier, Falcons, all those 4 I don't really
I
need
just
to
feel
touch
like
on more
even
than
if you
did.
put the
So I
4
will
best
say this,
PL team,
it's gotta be
PL
Tiamba for
players
me. Like, again,
together,
they perform, I think, better than I expected at PMWC.
they still, you know,
I wonder if they
we
could bring
still
that kind
can't
of fire
say
with them at
PL will
PMGC
just
off the back of the
dominate
experience they got at
PMGC.
So I think
That's just
Tiamba
my
for
take
me
on
is
it.
going to be my 5th pick.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it here for us talking about how the groups did play out. Of course, our expectations of who will potentially take home the trophy, at least the top
ZH
5.
bring Koa?
Make
No,
sure
I'm
to tune
done
in,
with
though.
these-
October
I'm
31st
done
is
with
when the
esports,
group stage will be
ZH.
kicking off, and that's over in Kuala Lumpur, where all the players will be
I'm
playing
done.
on land. Going to be sick to see. Make sure you guys tune in because you're not going to want to miss this year's PMGC.
Watching
We
this
also have
with
an
you
awesome
guys is
trophy
more
behind
fun
us.
than managing a team. Trust me.
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans. The 2024 PMGC is kicking off with Group Yellow on October 31st.
Order Suk Paraboy King.
The 2024 PMGC
What do you guys
group
think?
stage,
Order
16
Suk Paraboy
teams from
King.
Group Yellow
Will they
battle to
dominate?
secure a spot in the
Nah,
top
I don't
3,
think so.
guaranteeing a place in the grand finals in London. Meanwhile, those who place 4th through 11th will move on to the survival stage, while those finishing 12th through 16th will be eliminated immediately. Dubbed the Group of Death by casters
But like,
and fans. This lineup
personally,
includes
I have
fierce
high hope
competitors.
for Tiamba.
Alpha 7 Esports, D Xavier, and Vampire Esports are ranked in the power rankings top 10 globally, while Alpha
I have
7
high hope
Esports,
for Tiamba.
Megatron Knights,
That's
and
indeed.
Vampire Esports are world champions. Group Yellow promises intense battles ahead.
Retreating.
Nobody can
He's
dominate
advancing.
PMGC now. True. Yeah,
why
maybe
would
not the
Frenchman
word
retreat?
dominating, but
Why would a Frenchman retreat?
I don't know, you tell me, you hate.
Oh, whoa.
maybe not domination, but like consistently good performance.
Anyways,
This is causing trouble.
15
I think-
seconds till we get
yeah.
into our final mirror
Consistently good performance. Dominating, I agree. I agree with you. No teams can dominate.
Yes, they were doing
You know, can say they're dominating the whole scene like Nova time.
But it is our
But like
last
consistently
Miramar of the
dominating.
day.
Can we put
Let's
up
see if
a
Mirror
PL
Sage
squad to
keep things up.
consistently like
Somewhat of an unfortunate
consistently
miracle for them,
performing
considering they had
PMGC?
Such a strong
I'm gonna say.
position over towards Portofatti, Iso, and Impala. That would have been an awesome
Alright, be right
start
back.
for them.
grab some water.
All right. No prank. In the plane. we go into Miramar. Final time today. Los Leones up to Campo Militar. Are we going to get another carbon copy circle, or are we going to be going somewhere else on the map? We'll have to wait and see, as our plane has just reached the start of this plane path.
Yeah, towards Campo Militar as my cat attempts to destroy my whole setup, as usual. The classic. But yeah, I think for this kind of plane path, it actually is one of the more awkward ones, considering it's so heavy east. Makes some of the crossings over towards the western side of the map kind of difficult. You know, you will have to go a bit of a distance, grab some vehicles on the way.
Team Spirit with 2 teams to their south. Xavier and Zeus could be in trouble. Team Spirit, yeah, they're just going to head over to Shimasera, stay out of it for the time being. DRX in Puerto Paraíso very much alone right now. Looking out for any other hot drops, any other trouble on the horizon in the early game. MSJ alone in Impala. Hard south circle blank. Keeps Partona in. Is good for teams like Xavier, for Zeus as well. Team Spirit a little bit more exposed to the Los Leones crowd, but still should be fairly safe as well.
It's different, which is good. We like a little bit of a different circle, but it does give Team Spirit a bit more of a hope here. But to be honest with you, even on Chumacera circles, I don't really feel like it gives Team Spirit an advantage too much. So we'll see what they go for during this game. I think we have an interview coming up soon with Mafia Ninja from Hora. So we'll let you know when that one's ready to go.
I'm excited. You're going to be hearing from the team from Nepal. I mean, we saw in the VT just before the game. They think this group is called the Group of Death because they're in it. I think they've got to back that up, but right now, they're doing okay. They're 9th on the tables overall, 59 points in the mix of it all as well. Currently on the map, they're over towards water treatment, potentially moving out further. They'll have to rotate down soon as well. So potential west side rotate for them if they're able to get out of this in just a while. Major Pride, near Alpha 7. Go on the windowsill. Look at her try and swipe Becker away from this one, but Elementrix is there for the backup. A twofold fight, and he doesn't have a helmet or much armor to play with. Becker able to do a lot of work there. And that is going to be the first point for Major Pride as they add that one onto the tally. But we are going to be hopping in with Aura very, very shortly. We're talking to Mafia Ninja as well, as Blank was talking about earlier. I feel like I waffled on long enough. Blank, what do you think?
I think let's go.
I haven't been to Chongqing. What do you mean? Why Chongqing is mad? What do you mean?
Gadget interview.
Activate interview. Interview. Not yet. Just a sneaky little Miramar joke.
Sesame interview.
Is there an interview?
I'm ready I'm ready to get into this interview.
Oh, maybe we're gonna jump on over. Okay, we're on board with Horror on the observing feed, which means that it's quite likely we're going over. Here we go.
Hora Esports, Mafia Ninja, one of the coolest names. I do have to say that out there, man. So far, you guys started off the day in 15th place. You've been able to just crawl your way up the leaderboard, even being able to get your first win as well. What has been the biggest change?
So basically, the vibes on the team have changed from yesterday. So we were in a bad mood yesterday, but like today, the vibes chill. So we had a call yesterday with the owners, and they asked how we wanted to end the league stage. So basically, the players are giving the answers on the battlefield.
Oh, all right. I like that. Well, you know what? Let's continue on talking about that, because the ultimate goal, at least for some of these teams, and hopefully for your team as well, is being in the top 3. What do you think you guys have to do, or the team has to do, to get you to that next level, right? To be in the top 3?
So we just have to be consistent. So yesterday did not go our way, but today we've been like doing well up there. But the last game did not go our way. So hopefully the next game we can like score points and be consistent throughout the whole league stage.
Well, hey, you guys have been.
You're back. You're fully energized now. Is it that bad? Are there a lot of hate comments towards RSG?
There we go. They're hoping it's going to go their way, but right now they are in the middle of the pack and need to distinguish themselves. Still with half of their games left to play, as with everybody else in the lobby. could be treacherous. But this South Circle has pushed DRX away from Puerto Paraíso and pushed them into the hills and along that coastal road. Zeus are trying to control the bridge mouth. Team Spirit as well, breaking down south from Chumacera. And Zeus and DRX could clash here, but Maniac has to send for the water.
Well, no, straight downwards. I mean, Zeus have climbed magnificently up the tables up to 7th place after what had been a disastrous day 1. Really well done to them. And they did get a pick off over towards DRX, which provides a little bit of space for them to play. That's coming through from Aaron. Yeah, it's a good rotate down towards the south side. I think a lot of teams do try and confirm over towards some of these compounds or these positions on the south side of the map, because that staging can be incredibly useful to rotate around, and getting a position there early is fantastic, especially if the circle does move down there. It is slightly premature. Oh, look at that. Hovercraft.
Fun. You love to see it. DRX, they take a knock, but they get that res on, which means that they can keep themselves alive. A 2-2 split here, and as you say, looking to confirm on these south side compounds. And they've got a lot of control over that south road rotate. So Mirror and Sejong, for instance, who may look to push in from this direction, will have to contest against them. Vampire pushing in from the northeast side with loops out to their southwest, and Major Pride further in towards Los Leones. That will be their main contest on this north side.
I did sort of enjoy the way that interview went, to be honest with you. Because a lot of times we try and speculate, like, what went wrong for that team? Was it the rotates? Was it communication? And I do like the Mafia Ninja is just like, yeah, we had a bad day. We just weren't having a nice day. You know, we woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Breakfast wasn't great. And what went downhill from there? Sometimes it can be just as simple as that.
That is true. It can be real tough to get back on to the mental game, if anything else, right? Like you just lose that step, and all of a sudden you can't really catch up. It's really, really tough stuff. But that is where a strong coach, a strong team around the players really steps in, right? It's where they give them that confidence back. It's where they bring them back up to par to make sure that they're performing at their peak, because that is what a coach is there for, right? Obviously, you do need to have that analysis side of things, but what a coach really shines at is where they keep the team together. They act as the glue between the roster. So definitely something that Aura are going to need to rely on in these coming few matches.
Especially coming in from that northwest side. They got a long rotate ahead of them. They definitely have looked better, though, in terms of positioning, in terms of gameplay. Mr. Borrow overall has been quite a standout for that team. And up to 59 points, you know, 9th place, and they are in striking range of a lot of our teams. And with a lot of squads towards the top side of the lobby, maybe not having the greatest of days today, not able to put up as many points as they might like, we've had such a big amount of catch-up going on, where the leaderboards are a bit more tight. I think the big difference between all of that at the moment is probably Harame Bros or Twisted Minds on 29 points and 25, which is where you do get that big drop-off, which allows more of those points to be siphoned elsewhere in the lobby. Oh, Mirror and Sejong, of course. Yes, yes. Circle. Circle on you.
Yeah, well, yeah, just...
Why not?
Just give them another excellent circle shift. Look at that. Down towards Mirror and Sejong. Obviously, you've got DRX as well still on that coastal side. All the way on the south, just out to the east side of that bridge from Partona. And it's those compounds that they confirmed to early. They're really paying out now, Black.
Sorry, because I'm going to mute a bit. I'm eating. I'm so hungry.
Bad situation, which
I'll
is
keep
when
my
they
cam
were all the way
open.
over towards that eastern edge, and a lot of teams have already flowed through Los Leones and from Minas del Valle, so you are cut out slightly. That circle will definitely ease up.
Yo, Finjay, finally you're in the chat.
It's making an aggressive.
I'm trying to see the purple trophy from you, man.
Middle of this lobby.
How do you like the purple trophy?
Fair enough too. I think they realized that there is
6 months special.
Packed amount of teams down towards the south side, considering this is one of the places you'd like to confirm a spot over towards in the early game. They know that realistically over the next 2 minutes, that's most likely where they're going to get the most amount of movement done without it being too impeded.
Nade over to the back, but doesn't find Vampires, who are trying to take on this scrap. This is on the southwest side of Los Leones, on the north of this central set of teams that have taken up residency early, and Vampire are looking to just take control and play towards this edge. I mean, we heard the interview earlier with Satani, right? They are willing to play as Vampire, not like the rest of the lobby, and take these edge-style gameplay decisions, and sometimes it has panned out for them. So far today, it's been a little bit less impactful than we saw in day one, but they're still up there. They're still in that conversation on 71 points, and getting on with things. Will be going up against RSG, although they disengage slightly. BTR, though, very much willing to get in and stuck into the fight, still giving Zuxi the bench treatment, but it's going to work out for them this time around against the opener to DX Xavier, but two of them have gone down in response. Both of them are getting rezzed almost immediately, though.
Yeah, I mean, for PTR to get back up on their feet, and DX Xavier actually have to regroup, reset on this one because they took a fair amount of damage, but making this into a 4v3 does make life a lot easier. Lamborghini has a tough role for himself, though. He's going to have to try and catch off.
Chill, guys, I'm eating barbecue chicken. Not noodle, not noodle. I'm not sucking things.
For DX Xavier.
They wanted to close down day 2 in that top 3, then this is not the way you want to go about it. Still, these off angles are going to be a massive impact on every single engagement now on these hillsides. You could see
Alpha 7 playing safe in the blue.
Southwest side is blank. Oh my goodness. So many teams all looking to squeeze their way in, and not too many of them going to be successful.
Well, players over by the roadside looking for a lift. Head further on down, hitchhiking a little bit, and they certainly will need to in the future. In the old bus, Lamborghini gets away. It's not quite a Lamborghini, but we're getting where he needs to go.
In the next circle as well. Only just, and I think that BTR are going to have to move out that way as well. As we hop over to Zeus, Mir and Sejong trying to make their way through. Still all 4 of their players alive, taking one of Zeus down. Rita can't stand up to Jesus. The nade down
or
for
what?
Fire, and there's so much damage pouring in. Maniac goes low, and they are looking for the knock, finally finding one, but the damage is done. In comes Seiwu as well, as Mir and Sejong get the best end of the fight. In he goes, leaving the
Somebody
last
stop this
player of
MSJ
Zeus to fall
squad.
to the off angles.
What?
That is them out for the final game of the day.
Twisted
Zeus
Mind got in
climb
a fight?
far up the tables
Lord
today,
got
Blank.
knocked?
They're up into 7th.
Oh,
but
they're
no
fighting
further will
horror.
they go.
Nice, Coops, let's go.
First place. Twisted Minds on our screens. They have
nice aim
already. Did we really need the remake then? Lord also down.
Oh dear.
2 more months before you get the golden badge. Yeah, this is just like an early draft,
just not
Finjay.
well for them, is it? As a lovely
for the 6 month and the year one, there will be like a more effects added
as well. Twisted
to make it look even better.
With 2 players still alive, Coops just getting away, saying, Doran,
MSJ is just too good.
I trust you. It's only Inco, right? Come on, just send them back. Send them back to Brazil. They just get booked their ticket home. But Doran, gonna be tough to make that one work. Coops is giving it a little bit of help, but not gonna be too much there. Doran stretches out. If he goes down here, he goes down. That's the decision they've made.
He's going for a wide wrap. It doesn't work out, but gives Coops potentially the time he needed to get up in his, set up in his vehicle and move further inwards. Twisted Minds 25 points. This has just not been great for them. I think that, you know, although they were able to step things up towards the end of PMSL EMEA, they just haven't been able to continue that performance. That's the real difference maker, and I think it's because they need more time. That team needs more time in the kitchen, quite honestly, and it's quite important to take note of the fact that they were able to get into PMGC in the first place with this relatively newly formed team. I'm fairly happy with it. I think they should be happy, even if they're not able to get to a position where they go through to the survival stage.
Here's the thing as well, right? It's as Max was saying earlier on the desk, it just feels like a lack of that IGL specialist, because we've said it throughout all of EMEA. It is a team made up of high potency fraggers, and in general, that's what we've seen them succeed on, but it's just not as coordinated as it needs to be in terms of rotations, in terms of engagements on those fights, as Hot Juke's highlighted as well. I mean, it is unfortunate because every single one of those players is special in their own right, but it's just lacking a little bit of guidance. And I could see them up. Team Spirit, they've got the long-term guidance of Kitsune on board, but Matic not going to be
Inko body.
powerful.
Inko is buddying
right now. He's already very
BTR
low.
again.
And MSJ, they are on a tear today. Already up into first place, and you can't connect. That spray, that's going to be painful for no.
And the battle got thirsted.
Yeah, if he was able to get that, that
Oh,
actually
no.
prizes open this fight a little bit.
Why do I
And there
feel
is
like this is
certainly
gonna?
be
I'm
teams
gonna
looking
do like
over
20
towards this
push-ups
location
for this match.
very shortly.
For
They
SMJ.
would like a strong position in the circle, and Team Spirit is somewhat forced into this fight now because they need to win it. They need a location to play.
Did he 1v3?
This rooftop
Oh.
is so dangerous.
Did he 1v4 Inko?
As soon as someone crests the high
The
ground
Lampard?
behind them, he is
Oh
just
no, it's Sathar.
completely open and exposed, and there it goes. Immediately starts taking damage. Has to drop back.
He did like 1v2 or something.
Inko, this is on the west side of the circle. BTR still struggling against them here. Inactive and Satar.
Why did he
One player
not
alive
put
for
him
both
in
of these
that
two
spot?
rosters. Satar does have a teammate to potentially res.
Why he's putting himself in that spot, bro?
For the rest of this fight, but I think Inactive, yeah, he's just going to confirm that. Grab that point for Inko, rightly so.
Yo,
Crack that one
KS
up,
Media, thanks for saving Xifan. Appreciate you, man. Push Xifan.
Just give up the ghost, send away. But Satar, somewhat unhappy with the ending in that.
The
one.
membership,
Really chased.
the membership I need.
There's BTR
Thank you.
overall stats at the moment with an average elim of 3.1, damage of 762, which is not bad actually.
Finally became a
Overall.
member. Thank you, W, KS Media. It's been crazy you subbed to my channel way longer. Yeah, it starts counts when you like when you become a member.
They definitely need every single point they can get. Currently hovering around the full elimination bracket, not even towards the top, towards those top three, but just getting into those survival stages may be a challenge. Loops taking a knock. But they aren't going to let that slow them down as he steps in. That might slow them down a little bit though. As the spray goes well for Yappy, unfortunately there is a trade-off.
Hey, Tawny, hold on a second. Hold on a second. You haven't even seen the spin results. Thank you for the give us up.
Yappy underneath. Nilzada
But let's see what team KS Media will get.
It's a good Molotov actually. Could cause some serious problems.
Oh,
BTR?
Nearly connects on that spray. Gets a lot
BTR is
done,
on
and
6.
in fact, will take them down entirely.
And this one's for you, Tawny.
Really nice Molotov there from Nilzada.
I mean, for Nilzada, it was an awful
Horse dead.
situation to
I'll
be
do
in.
another one.
The fact they're able to finish them off like that is a real stinger for...
Is ours still alive?
Harame, bro. The
Where's
meantime,
RSG?
Sejong and Team Spirit, their fight is slow to a crawl.
RSG is alive.
Both teams accept their fate that they're going to have to
You think
deal
RSG
with
is
one
going to do
another
good
for the
today?
next
This
5
match?
minutes. DRX does have a strong spot down towards that south side.
Yeah, absolutely.
Minko managing to place higher than DRX and BTR. What? Yup, yup. I'm ready for the I'm ready for the 40 push-ups, guys. I'm ready.
And it's
I'm ready for the 40 push-ups.
East with Vampire lining that east side of the circle. I mean, it's going to be a pretty interesting set of developments, I think, in the next set of rotations.
Yeah, it's a hard fight for Team Spirit to win. 3v4. We've talked about the overall prowess of Viren Sejong in terms of team fights and how we weren't too impressed with it on day one, but coming into day two seems like a lot has changed for that team in terms of the mental game. And the momentum they're coming off today certainly helps in that regard in terms of being able to pick up those eliminations and play more confidently into those matches too. Schweppes picking up a knock over towards Mafioso as Alpha 7 still struggles into the day. I mean, 5th place, it is good.
Random RSG push incoming.
It is off the back of a couple of big games, essentially.
In general, those games haven't been incredibly impressive. I mean, the last game that they were able to win, probably a little bit more so, but in general...
All right, I'll resume eating when I finish eating. Oh, Coops.
Sorry, 2 players still remaining. Coops
Coops
down.
blew himself up.
A roll up from Demuerte.
Twisted Mind still struggling.
I feel like they have
in
been
the last
a lot
match.
stronger than we've seen from them in the
2
past,
days.
but they have
Twisted Mind has been
struggled
struggling for 2 days now.
A couple of times. A couple of times too many. 3 players
Your food
alive.
must be really good. Mind you,
That
free
red
share.
all the way out on the back
It's
line
like
as well.
spicy barbecue chicken. They cut the chicken pieces and they put it on the barbecue rack and add some like, you know,
and that puts them dead even.
chilies and stuff.
For Major Pride, it's a really strong position they currently have, and it's a good split they're holding too.
Looks like the cutoff will be around 110.
Northwest side. So for Major Pride, this is more about locking down that northwest edge of the map.
Man, Alpha 7
onto those roadsides.
had a really bad day today.
Past BTR, those two solos we still have remaining, and Alpha 7 in a rough spot.
Are we behind?
More than yeah.
Let's check.
Going down to the nades from Vampire. They might have taken the PMWC title away from Vampire, the two-time returning defending champions. Had taken by Alpha 7, but this Miramar, not today.
Venom all day today. Mostly from different teams. Able to strike with the fangs. Some of these squads. Major Pride now looking over towards their next target in RSG.
Oh, it was a takeout. It was takeout.
AZ does take a knock though, which will slow them down, you know. Keep them at bay for now. I mean, RSG desperately need to regroup and rethink the scenario. I'm pretty sure Team Spirit and Mirror Stage basically they're both like, look, we're going to get top 5. Let's not mess this up for each other.
We can get so many points, dude. Just chill. Just chill out,
Just
dude.
wait. Just wait this out.
It's kind of true, right? Because the fact that they both hold in this compound here, they've got a lot of successful presence out towards the entirety of the south side, which takes up most of this, and the rest of the hillsides out to the northeast are going to be really treacherous for the multiple teams that currently occupy that area. So they don't need to worry so much about that.
What team do you play for, bro?
Control everything else between the two of them. So definitely a top.
I don't play for any team now.
It's gonna be funny.
This is the weakest the Tonic you've seen.
It
was doing fine.
Tonic
was doing fine.
7. Like, what do you mean? Like, how is there?
Tonic got a bunch of Lilims in the first 2 days, I think.
They're all facing us at the same time.
MSJ Organ or what?
Teams trying to crash that is just gonna be more difficult.
Not sure. I mean, they're rocking with the 5 Ilims already.
Game, right? You know, you both know you're in a strong spot. Calm it down between the both of you.
Wow.
It's sort of like this gentleman's agreement that goes.
Wait, in survival stage, how many teams qualify from survival stage, you guys? I kind of don't remember.
It is symbiosis.
Decision making is the main problem of RSG.
PUBG Mobile
Is it?
Venom: The Last Dance collaboration. Seems like they have been paying attention. MSJ and Team Spirit both with a little bit of Venom on their hold. Maybe they went and watched the movie earlier today. Wouldn't be surprised.
Tonic got only 6 kills
I could do that.
in the first 2 matches. In 12 matches?
Absolutely.
That's 0.5 KD.
I think this definitely makes Major Pride's push even harder, though. And
I think
although
RSG kind of
they
changed
played that
their
northwest side
strat
very
when
well,
playing the PMGC
there's
compared
way
with
too
them
many
in
sidelines
DL.
looking at them.
What do you guys think?
As they cross this road, getting further into the match is going to be difficult. 5 elims on the game, though. I think I'd be fairly pleased with that if I was Major
Top
Pride.
6 to the grand
Position
finals.
They held, like, they had to fight off against a fair few teams and hold quite a few different angles. They're a team that typically plays on 3 players, though. Which is curious.
Let me
Like to
check
see them as a
their
full
POV
four
first.
For once.
They have Major Pride have managed to get 5 eliminations now, drawing level with the elimination tally. This game
RSG is afraid of taking
including
fights.
first place spot.
I feel like they were way more confident with their gun skills when they play
MSJ,
PL.
right? This is a battle for actually all top 3 teams are on that northwest side. And RSG, the currently lowest ranked team alive in this game, could also have a third party.
RSG disgrace of PL, bro. You guys are
for right
taking
now,
it very serious.
Sejong and Major Pride.
I mean, it should, but
because both those teams, they have that.
I mean, this performance is kind of expected. I mean, it's a little bit worse than what I expected, but like overall,
if we're met with another like couple of
I
from Team Spirit,
I didn't think they would like make it like top 5. You know, I think they're a lower half of the leaderboard anyway.
You know, you don't want
But not this low, that's for sure.
It has been a difficult day to
North shift or what?
try and reclaim. A lot of
Not
those
bad,
points
not
that
bad.
lost
They
at
should
the
have pushed
beginning of
in.
the game.
RSG should just push Lamborghini and DMR.
Spirit more in than MSJ, but they can regroup to that side. I don't know if you caught that, but Lamborghini, the solo for DX Xavier, is holding out Duarte with a little help from Vampires. Now DRX are moving up from the south side to clash with the Vampires on this northeast edge. Vampires lose a player. The nades continue to pour on over the
Stone
top.
1 HP.
Stone goes very, very low, but an answer towards Hyunbin takes him equally down on that health bar and the hovercraft to move on forwards there for DRX. Schweppes needing to get res. Stone gets the heal off. Hyunbin gets knocked. Kaitse with a nade up high. This looks good. Could be troublesome, but goes long. A bounce. No, not going to connect there.
Yeah, that nade
Thank
was
you.
way long, and
I don't know how to
Schweppes kind of
pronounce your
runs straight
name,
back
but like
into the next one.
happy in November to
The
you,
exact
man.
same position. That news he gets caught out next.
Gimar?
So the first grenade
Is that
wasn't
how you
great.
pronounce your name?
The next two were pretty on target.
Bro,
But DRX
LYX,
is
I
very
blame
happy
you
with the
for
way that fight
losing.
goes down, although
For Vampire
Philippines,
losing
as
losing
well
this
as
fight.
Kaisei go extremely low.
LYX.
Now they actually force their knees and they can quickly get themselves healed back up and back into the game over on that eastern side, and that means they claim the majority of the eastern edge. So for DRX, this is a game that could absolutely start to pop off for them.
Definite lack of competition in this area, but Dumwerte, they're sort of stretching out with the remnants that they've got. They've got 2 players remain. You can see Pusher actually moving out to the east
Oh,
side.
their POV is way faster than...
Dangerous threat from that east
Their
edge.
POV is way
DRX
faster than
moving through.
the
Major Pride still
the
trying
stream.
to get across, and Final goes
Inactive
down first.
finally went
Spirit
down to
actually
PTR. PTR finally
breaking the peace
wiped
accords
Inko.
and going over to that western
But man, Inko
side,
7th place?
picking up a point for their trouble. They're still on 3. MSJ on 3.
And
players
better than
as well.
RSG?
Major Pride back
Oh
on
my
into
God.
the fight on the north edge.
They have nothing. These poor fools. They've got no stims, no smokes, no utility. What a rough time this is for Team Spirit. They essentially need someone to crash and then they win a consistent fight off the back of that. And it looks like they are pushing up. Fair enough. They need those crates. They need the crates.
And they managed to find 2 of them.
Chief, I swear, he was
finding 2 knocks and a quick
Dude was
rushes
like
in
playing with the
response.
cupcake
Bay
for the past
has
2
to keep
hours.
his head down here,
That's
but
why he
needs to move
disappeared.
for the blue zone as well. The circle shifts out to the northwest side, keeps these
Korea
compounds in for
is
Team
really
Spirit
good in
and
Miramar.
MSJ. Major Pride sweeping through, and they're up to 7 eliminations now. Blank. They are
Becca
making this one work. You said
1.6
You wanted to see a
KD?
game where Major Pride
Crazy,
didn't get the circle
Becca.
and made it work. Well, here it may be for you, presented in the last game of the day.
It's nice. I think they'll struggle coming down off this hillside, but they have more util and potentially Mirin Sejong as well as Team Spirit. It's a good initial shot there from Hoxie, though. We'll find Elementrix, and again, they are outside the circle just about.
17 people alive in this circle.
Forced in now. MSJ
That's kind of crazy though.
having to move a little bit more than Team Spirit again. Once more have the inside track, but the outside area controlled by DRX. This is the big...
One guy has 2
threat in this
KD.
lobby
That
right
gotta
now.
be like Hoxie or
There
something.
it is. Hyunbin strikes over towards Nomi. Kitsune has to go for this res in the little nook that they've been able to sequester themselves away in.
Hoxie 2.1.
Well, now Effect has to deal with the entirety of Major
Flaxing.
Pride himself.
Hoxie flexing with the KD.
There are nades
Oh,
as well.
Bay.
Could be
Oh,
sent
Bay got
down.
2.
Good backstab from Bay.
Ah.
Oh, 2. They need to confirm off the back of that. It's another solo to take them out. The DXavier. Damn. Now, DRX
Man, RSG needs to turn their kill switch on, bro.
That's the best
They're
part.
playing way too passive,
That is
way too safe.
Still pretty crazy.
They're not
I mean,
making it to
DXavier,
the
the
survival
last player
with this
alive,
kind of
just
performance.
outlasting the lobby time and time again with solos. Team Spirit not getting the
What
flashes onto
what
Major
up
Pride
with
is
their
really
aggressive
unfortunate. A nade
mindset?
up towards Fuchs
What
now.
happened?
Does connect, not getting the final blow, but more nades are flying over the top as well as Elementrix spots Lamborghini. So the last player for DXavier is dealt with as Major Pride are back up to all 3 of their players. Blank, but they're
I
trapped
will
on the
check Hoxie's
inside.
gameplay, but
This
I'm
is
planning to make it
dangerous.
as
They
video.
fight through.
I'm not doing a horror job
Oh.
either. I mean, it's going to get tough.
That's
Oh,
like
no.
easy
Building, though.
spray and easy kills,
DRX
bro.
Should find that last play. I don't know how he survived there. I think Team Spirit might be able to steal away a couple of those, but it's actually Hyunbin to pick up 1. In comes Hoxie. though.
MSJ
Effect's already
finally getting closer
Goes flushed
to
as well. Another
Team
up for the
Spirit.
next.
Wait,
Kitsune and Nomi on the inside.
Hoxie?
Team Spirit against 3 for MSJ.
This guy don't lose, bro.
Hoxie's
Oh.
cleaning these angles away, but the
Oh,
stunner goes
the
out.
support.
A big peak there, but not going to work out as Kitsune
Hoxie.
goes down first. It's all up to Nomi. Still in a
Never
1 versus 3, but it's
lose,
not going to
bro.
happen. They
Hoxie.
are down and out. Team Spirit.
This guy
swept
2.1.
aside. DRX trying to control MSJ.
Korea
from
versus a
rampaging out of it
Korea.
as well, but 2 of their players are down.
Only
And
Korean
MSJ
can
are
take
finding
down
openings
Korean
left and
at this
right.
point.
So is in the smoke. Doesn't have any hard cover. Seiwoo on the low ground. Hoxie on the back lines. With the shotgun, he's been plenty efficacious.
1 versus
but at
1?
range, not so deadly. Seiwoo now the
two-
last to
1 versus
stand
2?
1v2. Can he make
DRX
it work for the South
versus
Koreans
MSJ.
for a 3rd time today? Claiming the top spot. It's their big challenge. Seiwoo around the side
Oh,
with the crop duster. So is
DRX.
Brixby, but it's not going to be this time around. Their brethren from South Korea. It's DRX to take it down.
Yo, Tawny gifted the sub to PL. Let's go.
An easy
PL,
goal
finally
after
you
that
have a
point.
membership badge in my
Looking
channel.
towards the end there with Mirren St. John.
You're so
finding something in
nasty,
them I don't
Ronnie.
think they had at the start of this
Tawny,
tournament.
sorry. I keep saying
a little
Ronnie.
bit of bravery to
But,
push
like-
on through, even as two players. Unfortunate on the reload. That
Okay, we don't know the
Otherwise,
ilm yet, right?
there
Just
might
pick
have been a
one.
chance there for Say Woo.
K-
What a game
wait.
indeed coming through.
These
A
two
lot of our
Korean
squads here.
teams,
Two Spirits able to
pick
get,
one.
A pretty
K-
late finish for themselves, so it's not
SJ,
all,
oh,
doom and gloom
MSJ,
for them. A major pride, yeah, they
or
played a good game up until
DRX.
the very end where
Tawny, you just pick
honestly,
one. You are the MVP
bell
today.
Had to be rung. There was nowhere else
For-
to go.
Giving out so many
Let's
memberships.
take a look at the breakdown on that game with our analyst desk.
Man, 50% of the matches today won by South
Pick
Korea.
one before you can see the
DRX
kills.
coming in at
Tawny.
the very end. Mirren Sejong though.
No,
coming in
you can do like that. You have to pick one right now. You have to
funny
pick one right now.
discussion
I know
matches
that
you asked Hachu,
right
so
now.
who do you
I
think's
give
gonna
you
win
10
this one?
seconds.
At
I give
least
you 10
Hachu said,
seconds.
Mirren Sejong, and Max, you were DRX. And
Kakura, stop spoiling the kills, man.
I wanted to pick Mirren
Tawny,
Sejong,
just pick
but
one.
I was like, had to be realistic.
Hurry
for a
up,
second there,
right now.
Jason. Mirren Sejong,
Right now. Tawny,
had
pick
to
one.
Leave their little compound and fight team to get to that place. So that will, of course, make that whole transition way tougher. But this whole
This
game
guy,
from
Tawny is
DRX
I swear,
through
Tawny
the
is
fight
going,
versus
is
Vampire, they
rewinding
actually
back
were
the
super
scrim to
proactive
see
in the
which
midsection
team
of
got
this
the
game
most
to get the
elims.
high ground control behind where
Man,
the
this
were
guy
in this
cheat.
play. And they had
Tawny
so much
cheated.
information, but then you
I
walk
swear,
right, made
this
sense
guy
at
went
that
back
point
and
to
checked which team has the
maneuver
most
their way
kills, bro.
into a top 3 position to then get the win. It was close.
All right,
It was very
DRX it
close
is.
against Daewoo,
And
but,
men of the
like,
word.
the mid-game plays they made versus Vampire was so important.
How many kills they have?
Yeah, so important indeed. I mean, yeah, I was in the same boat. Looking at DRX, I mean, they had the position to win it, and they almost lost it. 'Cause,
12 you
that
guys
was a
said?
crazy
Bro, my
play there
chest.
by the end. A good couple of knocks. If Seiwoo would have gotten
Start
that
to hurt.
one knock to the smoke, I think it would have been had it. But you know what? Good up on DRX. I mean, look at that.
I need to go offline and eat cheap. I literally have my takeout food right by my side.
Folks, this is the set. This is the first.
I'll play more
half
tomorrow.
for Group Yellow. 2 more days left, and it's crazy to see these teams.
They
start
have
to point punch a
13?
little bit, right?
Yeah, Jason, I think Kalaris is going to go crazy for this. He's like, I should have been here. Why is
Wait,
South Korea popping off in the
is
NBA?
tomorrow the League of
Here, actually,
Legends
because
grand
for all
final?
of you who obviously
BOG
can't listen to
versus
what we're saying
SKT.
when we're not on
T1?
broadcast, it divulged into Hot Jukes and Max Ben going, woo, woo.
Can't wait to see QZ play. Exactly,
I said say
exactly.
woo, so we were saying woo. Yeah, what,
Yeah.
We were saying woo.
Yeah, but the thing is, Kalaris would just chime in, and that would just never stop. We would be in the middle of the segment, still going woo the whole time.
He'd get jingle. You know, we'd have to ask him for it.
Oh,
Where's
yeah,
overrated Chinese team?
but still, like honestly,
I think
that was a ridiculous
we're
game, too,
we
because
already
Mirren Sejong,
get
they
past
took
that.
compound
Xavier.
really early
I think
in
we
the match by taking out Zeus.
got
and they
past
just sat
that. You
there
know,
for the
get
rest
past
of the
that.
game and
That
actually
the
talked about a symbiotic relationship,
China
not
is gonna
between,
dominating whatever, you know.
Brock and Venom, but more so between
At least for
Mirren
me.
Sejong and Team Spirit.
Who would be the Brock and who would be the Venom in this relationship? I don't know. We can speculate
Mirren
about that
Sejong,
one.
clearly.
I didn't
Venom's
have high
stronger
expectation for RSG.
Okay, yeah, you know what? Good. Yeah, okay, you win. But no, it was so good because they even started to fight, right, Hotchix, at one point. I think it was around phase 3,
Yeah.
4. They started to clash, and I think
Alright,
they
since
just
the-
had
this
that
is a
little
last
light
push-up,
bulb
I'm
moment,
gonna
like,
turn my
wait,
cam
this fight makes no sense.
more
We should
down.
tell that to
Yeah,
Inko.
what are we doing? We should be neighbors.
Yeah, we
you
can,
know?
let's be friends. You know what? Shakes hands and like,
Yeah.
yeah, let's work together until the circle isn't quite favorable for us, and then we'll have to engage.
Did they really have
look at
13?
that, it helped these two teams.
Did they really
to
have
reach a
13
good
kills?
top 5 situation, right? Sometimes you have to work with your foes, become frenemies for a little bit, and then maybe it can work out.
Yeah, just sign a little temporary lease, you know, a little temporary, because I mean, it is for the better. I mean, you got to realize that at this level, like, oh yeah, we're taking this fight. Wait, if we continue this fight, we're gonna get third partied, and both of us are out of here. No, right? Let's just
You're not gonna see the
iron
push-up,
off a little
Tawny?
bit. You guys look that way.
13.
We'll look that way. And then at the end, we'll
That's
finish
13
second and first
push-ups,
place.
Tawny.
And that's a smart play. I mean, you got to be able to make those decisions.
What about
one play though? to ruin
Yes.
it.
All right,
Yeah.
all right.
What about
I trust
Major
you guys.
Pride?
Okay, I trust you
We
guys.
didn't really talk too much
go.
about them so far. We didn't really see a ton of them necessarily, but they did pick up, actually picked up like 7, 8 eliminations. They had multiple times where they're able to reset in the midst of having 2 players down when they only had 3 alive total.
12 points. Wow. I didn't even see much of Major Pride there. I mean, I was so focused there towards that end fight, but Major Pride, I mean, they are putting out those points. I mean, it was so crazy to see this last game, of course, of the first half of Group Yellow, like all top teams right there towards the end, soaking up these points. It's going to be crazy because now top 3 is going to be that much more difficult to get.
Wait a minute, Max. Mir and Sejong got 13. Major Pride got 12.
At a
in that
1 point
game.
difference.
There was a 1 point difference. They both have 2 chicken dinners.
That's right.
This is the first time I feel like in a very long time we're ever going to see the tiebreaker go into the next level of breaking, which typically starts at chicken dinners, and then I believe it goes placement points now, and then eliminations, where it used to go eliminations and placement points. So I want to say Mir and Sejong should be our new number 1.
You go down to all like the tiebreaker stats. It's like number of smokes used. That's so you go really far down the line. But it's gonna be between those 2 teams for sure. I want to see a new team photo because we've seen Major Pride literally the entire first 2 days. Jason, I'd like to see someone else. For the
He's
first
choking.
Time. No, actually,
Bro,
going on to
I've
Miramar
done
as we wrap up
like
the day, Jukes.
a
Alpha
lot
7,
push-ups
not
already
really to be seen. Like,
today.
That's
true.
Thanks, dude.
Jason, calm down. Not really to be seen on Miramar, which is again like their map, but they were contested so early on by Vampire this
Bro,
game.
I bet Fenjay can do like
Alpha 7 maybe
50
got
without a sweat,
There
man.
is 6 matches
I've
per day,
done.
maybe they got a little tired.
Yeah, you know, it happens. You know, the fatigue is definitely a thing. I don't care what anybody else says, it's a factor, right? And then towards the end of the day, sometimes like your brain just reverts to what's comfortable, right? And Alpha 7 aggression is super comfortable for these guys. So like towards the end, I'm not surprised if they just kind of just go like, all right, let's just push. And all of a sudden they're wiped, right? It does happen. So I hope that, you know, tomorrow, the day after, Clearjacks, the coach, and the rest of the team just kind of like, hey, all right, guys, none of that. We just need to focus up and make sure we make it to the top 3.
Take a monster. Yeah.
50 is bare minimum for the army. Shit, what's the average? You guys, when you guys are like, you know, trying to warm up, what's the average in the army for push-ups?
We do have a new player, and it will
109, 109
here with having 9 more places.
Wow.
Major Pride, even though they're all tied up in total points and chicken.
MSJ first place.
I'm so happy to see them up there, man. It feels so good to have a South Korean team in first place. But still, we still have to bring it up, right, Jason? Major Pride are still up there in terms of elims. Like, they're just fragging out, and I have no idea. They just like
Falcon is in what group, guys?
Eliminations this game out of nowhere, even though we don't get many placement points. What?
A team from CSA going for elims only. Last time we saw that.
Shadow Realm. That's is that game? Tony, is that a game?
Major
Is
Pride
that MMO?
for 2025. It is not. No,
Whoa. But roll that back. That means Major Pride winning PMGC. And then
Hoxie 24 kills overall.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
Let's take it back a little bit further.
yeah, less of that.
I feel like, you know, in some games you have like predictions, you have like pick'ems, right? Of like who you think is going to win events, stuff like that. Whoever out there had these 3 teams.
Wait, you guys are literally giving me 2 different answers. Red or green, bro?
Anyone out there
Red?
predicted this order of teams? I mean, Team Spirit maybe not too crazy of a prediction, but for Mir and Sejong and Major Pride to be here in first and second place,
yeah,
I can't keep saying this enough.
Jukes, I think you go to the Korean talent, they're like
RSG.
I mean, literally. I mean, that's
even
like
for
winning a
loops.
March Madness bracket. You know what I'm saying? It's.
I
Like,
mean,
it's so ridiculous to predict because none of us saw this coming. And
like Twisted Mind, bro. What happened? Come on, guys. Only 2 days left.
So efficient in these games, you know, like
only 2 days left for
being
Twisted
the
Mind.
kings of Sanhok and putting up points on the board no matter what the situation is. It's just beautiful PUBG Mobile, man. I mean, there's 2 more days left to go. And there's already a
Chief,
quite a
hop
big
on,
gap,
hop on.
when it
I'm
comes
gonna
to
play
first
one
place on down. But even
one
third place
last
is starting to
Liars
get a
bar
little bit
before I
of
go
a
off
as well,
stream.
Jason.
I like how you said
Just
March
for you,
Madness, which
so that I can body you,
1%
so that I can
of the
body your
viewers.
ass.
Yeah,
Okay?
so-
Don't stream snipe.
It's when
Get on
basketball
Liars
teams
Bar.
all play in a giant.
I'm gonna do
bracket
one last game
to
before I go,
pick out who wins what
before I head
match.
off.
We're talking like a 64 team bracket. I would say the equivalent maybe would be like
Inco, America's Pride. Indeed.
It's so hard
Ego's
to
doing way
predict
better than I
that
thought.
There's like $1 billion
And I'm gonna do
prize
40
pool. Yeah,
push-ups
that's how
because of
difficult
that.
it is. No one does it,
Hoxie.
you know?
Oh, we can see here.
Wow,
MVP
his
today, and why
charts
wouldn't it be this man,
is
Hoxie with 2 chicken
more
dinners,
insane
playing like the off-angle role
than
that
Nomi
really
from
a
yesterday.
lot of him has netted
This guy,
so much success
dude,
so far here
dude's
in
damage,
group stage.
even past the chart, like a default chart itself.
Say the Hoxie is the clear standout when it comes to
This guy is
team. He's always the one initiating the fights, and a lot of the
something
time
else.
he engages a team, he gets a knockout too, and it just instantly makes the fight so much more easier to commit to for the rest of his squad. Like he's such a
Chief, get it on. I'm opening the game. Top 4 assists.
Setting the team up for success, and the rest of the team is behind him and being such a good support behind Hoxie. So yeah, heavily deserved.
Hoxie's good.
I wouldn't
And
take
he's
anyone else.
Not only was the MVP, he also has the 3rd most assists
Wow.
in the group too. So as you're saying, it's not just him. There's a lot of.
You
other
play or
players
not,
that
Chief?
have put
You
in
play or not?
serious work
Hurry
in the
up.
final as well.
You play or not?
About before. But
Which team is Crips playing from? Or Xivia? This guy's copying Xivia, bro. He's doing this on purpose. He's doing it on purpose, bro. Are you doing it on purpose, Xivia?
But I am curious, like, they started in 14. They were in 7th place before this match. They already had a massive blow up.
Xivia is capping.
A possibility for them to come back tomorrow and
No, Cleon.
like this and
He's just like messing around, I think. He for sure know which team Scoops is in.
Welcome back. That has been 6 matches of day 2. Major Pride, I'm here with Major Pride Evo Station. You guys have been consistent at the top.
You ready? Okay.
3. Are you guys?
Yeah, we're just gonna skip the interview, guys. If you guys wanna check the interview, like with the Major Pride, just go to the official stream. And we're gonna play one last game of Lias Bar before we head off.
Об этом думать еще до начала турнира. Очевидно, для нас основная задача это проход в гранд.
Yeah, there's also voice chat in this. Like if I press V, then.
Oh, Chief is. Wait. Nah. Chief is below me, bro. This is bad. This is bad. Sexy lobby. I'll fade the check for good luck. Red dresses. Let's go. Red dresses for good luck. King's lobby.
3 kings. Playing 3 kings. Playing with fire sugar?
Chief's scared.
3 kings. Playing with fire sugar?
All 3 kings?
1 king. 2 kings.
Thank you, Chief, for letting me pass. Wait, what? You serious? You serious? Chief? Got you. Boom.
Taking chances.
Boom. Damn.
Ooh.
Yo.
1 ace. 2 aces. 2 aces. 1 ace. Liar.
Shut up! He's stream sniping! He's stream sniping! This guy's stream sniping! This guy's stream sniping!
Here's to taking chances.
He's stream sniping.
Huh.
This guy. This guy's stream sniping, bro.
Two kings. Two kings. 1 king. 2 kings. 2 kings. 1 king.
Look at him. Look at this guy.
2 kings.
Look at this guy.
Liar.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Try harder, darling.
That bear is a stalker, guys.
Three aces. Playing with fire sugar?
You're capping,
Liar.
bro. 3 aces? You're capping. %90 of the players light in the first round. Where did you get that stats from, Cleon?
Three kings. Oh my. Feeling lucky, darling. Liar.
Shut the fuck up. Bro, this is Xifan, bro. He's like me. He keeps ego challenging me.
Here's to taking chances.
He keeps ego challenging me, bro. He thinks I'm dumb or what?
Two aces. One ace.
What do you guys think the 2 aces? 1 aces, 1 aces. He's capping. I think he's capping, guys. He's capping. He's capping.
Liar.
Oh my god, I'm so good. I'm so good.
Guess it's showtime. 1 king. 1 king.
How many? Wait, how many kings in the?
King. 1 king.
Are there 6 kings or 8 kings, guys? 6 or 8? I kind of don't remember.
1 king.
6 total, right? So I think he gave out 1 card, so that's the 4. So that's 8 in total.
Liar.
Ooh. Rip. Boom, Chief. Boom,
Let's hope this bunny's still got
boom,
luck.
boom. Let's go.
Ace.
My turn?
Two aces. 1 ace.
Die. You lost, bro.
3 aces. Liar.
So I lied in the first round, right? Now he knows I lied in the first round. So I gotta be careful with my next play.
Guess it's showtime.
Boom.
Try harder, darling. Two queens.
I think he's lying, guys. I think he has 3 queens. I think he's lying.
Liar.
Okay. I mean, things can go wrong sometimes, but like if I die here, I blame the game, not because of my gaming skill, you know. Okay. If I do 3, would it be too obvious?
1 queen. 3 queens. Playing with fire sugar? One queen. One queen.
It's lying.
Liar. Here's to taking chances.
It's rather strong. I think he definitely has more than 2 aces.
2 aces.
I think he lied in the first one because I think he has more than 2 aces. I have only 1, right? So there's a bigger chance he has more aces. I think he lied on the first one so that he's gonna do the 3 cards. I think I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it.
Liar.
Okay. Raw analysis.
Let's hope this bunny's still got luck.
Okay, I have 3 queen.
Two queens. Liar.
I should have do 2. I should have do 2 queens. No. He never lets the first?
Let's hope this bunny's still got luck. Huh.
My calculator broke. Oh.
One king. Liar. Let's hope this bunny's still got luck.
Oh, I play out so bad. I think
Kings. 3 kings.
I think, yeah, I think he doesn't have any king, so he was assuming that I have more kings. So in the first round, if I go with the small number card, he's gonna call me. So that's what I did. I was trying to clear the non-king cards. Nah, I was playing bad. If I do 1 correct cards, that would probably get him. Anyway, I'm so hungry right now, Chief. Tomorrow, right? Tomorrow we play, okay? And I thank you all for tuning in. Tomorrow, same time, we're going to watch PMGC Day 3, Yellow Group. 2 more days to go. And tomorrow, I don't think it will. I think I'm gonna like switch in between the League of Legends Grand Finals and PMGC. Anyway. Tomorrow, I'll be catching you guys up, alright?